Just beginning. Wait, who? We're going to explain who the new most powerful Republican in Washington actually is and what is first on his agenda with Congress back in business. Then, internationally, the UN is saying the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is hitting a breaking point tonight, why they're pointing to fuel as the difference between life and death. Plus, the record Category 5 hurricane that ripped through the Pacific, battering a popular beach town in Mexico, pulling down buildings, why it caught so many people and experts there by surprise. Then, what we're just learning about when we will see the super controversial former king of crypto take the witness stand and testify in his own defense. Plus, some stunning new NBC News reporting out of Mississippi, where police apparently waited an astonishing 7 months before telling the family of a man who disappeared what happened to him and why police were involved. We're going to explain this later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight for Congress, a new chapter begins in this nonfiction tale of drama and chaos, with late today a Speaker of the House. Yes, a Speaker of the House finally officially sworn in. All 220 Republicans unanimously picking Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson as their new leader. He is a supporter of former President Donald Trump, and he played a key role in the push to try to overturn the 2020 election results. We'll get to more of that in a minute. He won this speakership on the first ballot. Remember, the last guy who was Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, took him 15 ballots over 4 days to win the speakership, and he ended up with fewer votes, 216. Okay, so fine, we're talking numbers. Let's talk numbers. This whole thing, this whole saga has lasted 21 days with no speaker. That included one caretaker speaker, if you will, 2 nominees brought to the floor, 2 others who didn't make it that far even, and then some dozen-plus other candidates who were considered behind closed doors. Speaker Johnson now is addressing the need to restore faith in Congress after the mess, the paralysis of the last 3 weeks. Listen.
Our mission here is to serve you well, to restore the people's faith in this House, in this great and essential institution.
Congress tonight getting back to that essential work, the stuff they actually got to do. Government funding, remember, runs out November 17th. That's our shutdown deadline coming up pretty quick. There's aid for Israel and Ukraine on the table. And then, of course, the Republican conference that is still, even with this move, deeply divided. I want to bring in Sahil Kapoor. He's joining us now. Sahil, we're going to have more in just a second on who exactly Mike Johnson is. I think a lot of people probably had to Google him. We've got the rundown in just a second. Let me start with what's happening tonight. Are members of Congress now, after not having done any legislating for 3 weeks in the House, staying super late? Are they burning the midnight oil here to try to get some stuff done? What's up?
Well, not exactly, Hallie. They had one vote, which is a resolution to support Israel, which is something they'd been wanting to vote on for a while. They're starting slow with this, and then the newly minted Speaker, Mike Johnson, is going to have to get to work tomorrow because he's got quite a few tasks ahead of him. He won this job after 3 better-known and more senior Republicans failed to win the support of 217 out of 221 members. He ended up winning them unanimously. He did so by being palatable to the 8 McCarthy rebels. He had Donald Trump support. He kind of reached out to them with promises to decentralize power in ways that, they were willing to accept. And he wasn't viscerally offensive to, the swing district Republicans and some of the appropriators the way Jim Jordan, another failed nominee, was. So it came down to, as you and I had been talking about, less who Republicans liked the most and more about who they disliked the least. Mike Johnson was just palatable enough to the conference.
Talk about that piece of it, right? Palatable enough for the conference, because part of the issue that we've seen over the course of the last 3 weeks is that there hasn't been a single person, and this question came up, and you heard it from a lot of people. Only Jesus Christ could get 217 votes, the magic number of votes to actually get the speakership. It is just a fact that Mike Johnson is not Jesus Christ, and yet here he is having gotten the speakership, right? So what did it for him? What was it that got people together? Was it people feeling in some ways fatigued by the last 3 weeks? Was it the fact that he is somebody who is has those very solidly conservative credentials that some want to see? Help us understand it.
And by the way, Hallie, one Republican member actually stood up in a recent meeting and said not even Jesus Christ could win 217 votes out of that conference. And it turns out Mike Johnson was able to pull it off. Now, he would never compare himself, I'm sure, to Jesus Christ. But yes, fatigue was a part of it. I think 22 days without a speaker, 3 failed nominees was a lot for Republicans to handle. It was becoming more and more of an embarrassment. The Democrats were kind of pointing fingers and mocking them as a MAGA clown show, as the DNC did almost daily. And they have a lot of goals goals that to try to get to, including the 8 McCarthy rebels who created this problem. They want certain things. They want spending cuts. They want conservative provisions attached to, various pieces of legislation that are moving. They want to block Ukraine aid. None of that could happen, if they didn't have a leader to try to push their goals. So that's the task before Speaker Johnson right now. There's a government funding deadline coming up on November 17th. He's pitched a plan for a short-term funding bill through January, maybe even as late as April, to buy time for the appropriations process. And taking the temperature of Republican members over the last couple of hours, Hallie, I got the sense that a lot of even the far-right members are willing to give Mike Johnson some rope. He's got a honeymoon here where he can do, almost anything he wants with, that members are going to be more willing to tolerate, let's say, than they were with Kevin McCarthy. The big question is how he uses it. Can he maintain this kind of trust that he has?
Yeah.
He has a lot of goodwill at this moment.
That's just such a super interesting point about the potential honeymoon period here for Speaker Johnson, especially because, correct me if I'm wrong, Sahil, and not to get too technical here, the procedural motion that ousted Kevin McCarthy in the first place, that still exists, right? Meaning it only takes one member, if they wanted to try to oust Speaker Johnson here, right? I mean, that still stands, or do I have that wrong?
Exactly. It does still exist. There are no changes to that. And Speaker Johnson has not talked about whether he wants a change. There are many Republicans who do want a change. I actually asked Matt Gaetz, the man who triggered that motion to vacate that ended in the removal of Kevin McCarthy, whether he's open to changes to that. And he said, yes, he absolutely is. He wants some things for it. He wants, some anti-corruption measures. He wants to ban stock trading, things that a lot of Democrats happen to support as well. And then he'd be willing to raise the threshold on the motion to vacate. No one's talking about using that now against the newly minted speaker that they all just voted for. But of course, he's got the same sort of Damocles hanging over his head. And either he diffuses it by maintaining the trust of members to preventing this sort of thing from being used against him, or maybe he'll try to change the rules. But that's a conversation that is likely to happen another day, not today, Hallie.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know you've been doing a lot on the Hill tonight. Thank you. Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson, has done something that seemed kind of unthinkable maybe a couple weeks ago. He has gotten his entire conference united unanimously on who should actually lead it. He now becomes one of the most powerful people, not just in Washington here, but in the country. And you still may have had to Google his name. Let me tell you, you are not alone. However, that changes as of today. Watch.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana.
Low profile no more. Louisiana's Mike Johnson.
Duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress.
Now stepping into the speakership after serving 7 years in Congress. Solidly conservative and to some, controversial. Johnson voted into office to represent a ruby red district in 2016, rising through the Republican ranks, at one point chairing the Republican Study Committee before joining GOP leadership, although not at its highest levels until now. The new speaker has the backing of former President Trump, who encouraged House Republicans to vote for Johnson.
I just want to congratulate Mike Johnson. He will be a great Speaker of the House.
But when Mr. Trump lost the election in 2020, Johnson was one of the key players working to try to keep the former president in office anyway, backing his election fraud lies.
We must vote to sustain objections to states of electors submitted by states that we genuinely believe clearly violated the Constitution.
President Biden won the 2020 election, and so far this week, Johnson has avoided questions about his own election denialism.
Mr. Johnson, you helped lead the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Will you
Johnson's an anti-abortion advocate and has introduced a proposal slammed by critics as a national version of Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. He also voted against federal protections for same-sex marriage. One LGBTQ+ advocacy group labeling Johnson Jim Jordan with a jacket and a smile, referring to the ultra-conservative firebrand. It's not clear that he has much of a relationship with President Biden yet, or with Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, all as he and his chamber face urgent issues like avoiding a government shutdown next month and sending additional funding to Israel. Johnson's rise to power, uniting a fractured party, signaling just where the conservative conference really is.
If you don't think that moving from Kevin McCarthy to MAGA Mike Johnson shows the ascendance of this movement and where the power in the Republican Party truly lies, then you're not paying attention.
That, of course, as you see the new label there, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. That was Congressman Matt Gaetz, the one who Sahil Kapoor just referenced, the guy who initiated the ouster of Kevin McCarthy all those weeks ago, describing the new speaker as MAGA Mike Johnson. So we will have much more on those Capitol Hill developments as we get them. But we also are covering the other huge story tonight, and that is, of course, the international crisis, the war between Israel and Hamas, with what's happening in Gaza reaching what the UN calls an unprecedented point. As that agency tells NBC News that if Gaza doesn't get fuel ASAP, that their aid workers are going to have to stop operations tonight, at some point tonight as we speak. Keep in mind that without that fuel, trucks can't go back to get more supplies. They can't do things like deliver wheat to bakeries or desalinate water for hundreds of thousands of people. That all becomes impossible now. Some world leaders have called for a ceasefire to try to get more help in, but Israel says that is not an option. And the U.S. has said it doesn't support that either. Instead, the Israeli prime minister says his country's troops are getting ready. They are preparing for a full-on ground attack. Listen.
When we enter Gaza later on in our fighting, we're going to take the toll, the full price from those terrorists who carried out those atrocities of Hamas, ISIS.
Officials say Gaza's health system has completely collapsed there. With some hospitals, you see it here, they're taking in patients in the dark. It's just dark. There's no power, so this is how they're operating here. Some first responders ended up using, do you see them? That's their cell phone flashlights to try to light the way. That's what's happening. In just the last few hours, Al Jazeera is confirming that the family of its Gaza bureau chief was killed in an Israeli strike. His wife, his son, his daughter, all dead. The news agency says details of what happened are not clear at this point. And you're about to see the aftermath at a refugee camp in southern Gaza. We've got to warn you that some of what you're about to see is very difficult to look at. Today, people, children were still getting pulled out of the rubble, including two sisters, just 8 and 11 years old, with families grieving the lives lost. More than 6,500 people are believed to have been killed in Gaza, more than 1,400 in Israel, and some 200-plus hostages are believed to have been kidnapped in that Hamas terror attack on October 7th. Our team on the ground is covering every angle. Hala Garani in Tel Aviv, Keir Simmons in Doha, Raf Sanchez is in Ashdod in Israel. Hala Garani, I'll start with you here. And Keir, because Keir, we just talked about the potential for hostage releases, right? Where does that stand with some of these high-level talks happening where you are in Qatar?
Well, for the first time today, the Qatari government said publicly, predicted that there might be a breakthrough, quote, sometime soon, hopefully soon. So there does appear to be progress, positive progress. We've been hearing that over recent days. And of course, we had those two releases of those two pairs of hostages, first on Friday and then on Monday. Just as an example, they were released into different places, one into Israel, one into Egypt. It's just an example of the complications in these negotiations. It's not always a straight road, to say the least. Another example, a diplomat with knowledge of the talks tells NBC News that in order to release a larger group of hostages, they would need to be gathered by Hamas, they would need to be brought out in a convoy. It's a war zone. That diplomat says there would need to be a pause in the bombing. Look, a convoy of hostages from around the world, including children and people who've been injured, that's not been seen in recent history. Not easy.
Not easy at all. Hala, let me go to you on the humanitarian crisis that we laid out here just a minute ago here, with so much concern about the fuel piece of it. There is obviously pushback from Israel. They have concerns that if fuel does get in, Hamas could use it for purposes other than what it's intended for, even as obviously the healthcare system, as we'll talk about later in the show, is collapsing.
Right, and that's been their argument from the beginning, though when I speak to UN representatives in Gaza, they tell me that they are very capable of receiving fuel at the border and of putting that fuel to good use, using it to power vehicles, to power buses, to get wheat and flour to the bakeries and medicine to medical centers. The UN Relief Agency on the ground is telling me that it's now lost 38 staff members. It says were killed since the bombing began, half of them teachers. I wanted to add one thing about Wael El Dahdu. This is the Al Jazeera reporter in Gaza whose family was killed. He also, we understand, lost his grandson. So his wife, his daughter, and his son and a grandson in this bombing. This is something that was tweeted by Al Jazeera just in the last hour, just adding to that. As far as the humanitarian needs, you outlined them. It's about powering also plants, water plants. It's about helping hospitals operate with generators. And the more this water situation endures in Gaza, the more you have these intestinal diseases that are hitting children very hard, you know, gastrointestinal issues, diarrhea, cholera might take hold, etc. So you have illnesses here that are not life or death, but that eventually will become very, very severe, and that doctors just don't have the time or the equipment to handle right now. Hallie.
Keir, to Hala's point here, it is such a complicated, dynamic and multi-fronted situation. And by that, I mean there are so many layers to this. Obviously, one of it is some of it is the diplomatic layer, but there's so much to this tonight.
Well, there really is. It's very complex. There's an awful lot of cynicism. There are questions. Just as an example, I'm standing here in Qatar. There are questions about whether Qatar should have the Hamas office here. Qatar is saying now, well, look at the mediating that we're doing, and look how useful it is to have that door open. But at the same time, people question why Qatar didn't know about these attacks, these terror attacks, prior, since they have that apparent diplomatic useful relationship with Hamas. And then you have these fierce arguments at the United Nations with fury and anger from Israel towards the Secretary General for comments that he made, then him coming out and defending those comments. One point about that, and it makes a point about all of the noise and anger and bitterness and polarization that we're now seeing. What's not being looked at is the difficulty the United Nations and the Security Council is having just coming to a vote in order to find some kind of united position. And that's because the world isn't united. And this is all happening in a world that is far more polarized than in the past. And that's another aspect, a very difficult aspect of how this is playing out internationally.
Keir, thank you. Hala, before I let you go, I want to ask you about something that's developed in just the last couple of minutes here, because we're learning tonight that back here in this country, the biggest Muslim civil rights and advocacy group here is calling on President Biden to apologize for what he said about civilian casualties in Gaza during a news conference today. Can you give us some context here? Help us understand this.
President Biden, in a White House address, said, I'm sure that innocents have died, but it's the price of war. I'm paraphrasing here, President Biden. And the largest human rights advocacy group for Muslims in America, the Council on American Islamic Relations, is calling on the president to apologize for what they called dehumanizing and shocking remarks on Palestinian civilian casualties. So obviously this situation here that's unfolding in the Middle East is making waves very far away from where this is all happening, including in Washington, D.C., where we're seeing the remarks of the president roundly criticized by this organization, CARE, which is the Council on American Islamic Relations, calling on the president to apologize. Hallie.
Hala Garani, live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. I want to bring in Raf Sanchez now, who's in Ashdod, Israel. So, Raf, we're so grateful to you for joining us tonight, because I know it has been a difficult and grim day for you, and that is because you went to a screening that the Israeli military put on for some journalists today. 46 minutes of a nightmare, right? 46 minutes of a horrific attack, the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. I know that the military is not releasing that footage, and I know that you've been kind of talking through here what you saw. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, Hallie, so this was raw, uncensored footage from October 7th. It came from GoPros that Hamas terrorists carried into Israel, filming the massacre themselves. Some of the footage came from CCTV. Some of it came from Israeli victims who filmed sometimes in their last moments. And yeah, you know, this was some of the most difficult footage I've ever seen. I watched those ISIS beheading videos back in 2014, 2015. Those were horrible. They were a couple minutes long. This was 3/4 of an hour, and it was just one scene of terror after another. And I got to tell you, Hallie, the most difficult 2.5 minutes out of those 46 was a sequence that played out in an Israeli kibbutz. You see a father, 2 young sons, they're in their underwear, they run out of their house early in the morning to the bomb shelter, and a Hamas terrorist follows them into the shelter and throws a hand grenade. The blast kills the father, it wounds these 2 little boys, and they kind of carry each other back inside the house. And one boy says to the other, "Dad's dead. This isn't a joke. This isn't a prank. He's dead." And the younger brother says, "Why am I still alive?" And then one boy is tending to the other, and he asks him, "Can you see out of this eye?" And this little boy says, "I can't see," because he's been blinded by the shrapnel. And the whole time that this is happening, there's a Hamas terrorist standing in their kitchen looking at these 2 wounded little boys, and he opens up the fridge and he takes out a bottle of Coke and he drinks from it. And as we are seeing these truly horrific images coming out of Gaza, this spiraling death toll, many, many civilians being killed, Israel wants the world to remember what happened that actually sparked this war, what happened on October 7th. Hallie.
It is brutality. I mean, it is brutality by Hamas in that attack there. And it feels of a part and parcel of why President Biden issued kind of a, I don't know, warning, but sort of suggested, hey, do not give into an all-consuming rage because of what happened, as much of a living hell it is and was for those boys and for so many other people. And I just think it is significant that the Israelis wanted you to see that, Raf. Not just you, Raf Sanchez, but you as a representative of the international community that has descended on this region now to tell this story.
Yeah, exactly. They're very conscious of the media narrative. They're very conscious that we are focusing rightly on the unfolding humanitarian disaster inside Gaza. Hallie, there was a general who briefed us after this video, and I asked him, the whole world can understand your rage at what we just saw, the brutality meted out against Israeli civilians. Is there a danger that what you're doing in Gaza is revenge, that it is not thought out, that you are falling into the trap that President Biden warned about? And he was very adamant. He said, this is not about revenge. This is about ensuring security for Israeli citizens who are living in the south, living inside of Green Line Israel, not in occupied territory. And this is about making sure that what happened on October 7th never happens again. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez, live for us in Israel tonight. Raf, thank you. More international news now, including in Mexico, where the popular tourist town of Acapulco is facing such a challenge ahead, trying to get help after a record Category 5 hurricane made a direct hit almost out of nowhere, catching so many people there, even catching experts off guard. Look at this. This is video from inside a hotel. Looks more like a construction site. Key roads, important roads, are totally not passable. You can't drive down them. It means you can't get help to the people who need it right now. Airports are also largely cut off, and we're just starting to get a clearer picture of what has happened here, considering that most communication is still down in Acapulco. That's after the power was knocked out to some 500,000 people in the area. At one point, you saw officials using just megaphones. You see it here, just using a megaphone to tell people, stay where you are, shelter in place. This hurricane, Otis, unleashed what's been called a nightmare scenario. It got humongous so fast and so unexpectedly, increasing its power by something like 115 miles an hour in just 24 hours. So in just a day, it just blew up, coming onshore at the most dangerous time, the middle of the night. It's the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall, not just on the Pacific coast of Mexico, but in the entire Eastern Pacific. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with more on the climate connection. But I want to start with Guad Venegas, because, Guad, I think part of the challenge here is we don't actually know, right, how bad it is, how bad the damage has been from Otis, because it's so hard to access the area, to talk to people there.
Hallie, it's been 16 to 17 hours since the hurricane made landfall in Acapulco, and we still don't have a report from local authorities in the Acapulco area, a report that should have gone to state authorities in the state capital in Chilpancingo. And then, of course, that sent to national federal authorities. The president this morning said they had no way to communicate with them. A lot of those videos that we saw in images were shared last night when the rain began, when the hurricane was approaching. A lot of people shared these images on social media. But after that, the power went out, the internet went out, radio antennas were damaged in the area, and very little communication was able to get out. As of this morning, the power company said that more than 500,000 people had been affected. They did say at some point, Hallie, that about 40% of the state had power restored. We don't know what that means for the Acapulco area. This is an area, just the Acapulco municipality, that has about 700,000 people living there. We are now getting some videos that are being shared by Mexican news outlets of what's happening today. Major damage in some of those areas. Now, these are a few videos and photos of the downtown area of Acapulco. We can see some videos of the roads. And by the way, the only way to get to Acapulco today was using this highway that goes from Mexico City, which had damage and was not able to get passed by the vehicles that were bringing some of that help. The president also said today that he was unable to go using helicopter or airplanes because of the weather there. So very, very difficult to communicate with them.
Guad Venegas, thank you so much for that. Let me bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns, because, Bill, I am just so struck by what happened 24 hours ago. If people were watching our show then, right, they knew when that 5 p.m. Eastern National Weather Service update came in. We talk a lot on this show. Bill, you were shook. I think that's fair to say. I mean, It was like such a stunning thing that happened. And you said, you said, like, this is going to be so critical and so critically important to follow for people in this area here. I mean, how is it that it came out of nowhere so quickly?
It was. I had trouble falling asleep last night, just knowing the order of events that occurred. You know, waking up, knowing that there was a storm, possibly going to be a tropical storm, maybe a low-end hurricane, heading to maybe somewhere near Acapulco, and then in 12 hours later, watching the eye of a Category 5. You know, less than 5% of hurricanes become Category 5s, and most of them are over the ocean. So it's like, how unlucky was all the people in Acapulco? So, you know, it was over very warm water. You know, anytime we have storms over very warm water, you can never count them out. We thought maybe there'd be gradual intensification. You need 80-degree water temperatures to have a hurricane begin to strengthen. This was over about 86-degree water, and that's why when the atmospheric conditions were perfect aloft, it just exploded, and it just so happened. At anywhere on the coast, it would have been better. It literally went inland at the worst possible place.
The climate connection here is important, as you're also seeing this storm bring some, you know, less than ideal other pieces here, other weather to some people here in this country too.
Yeah, this storm would have happened with or without climate change. El Nino probably made it a little bit worse. And then, because we've warmed our planet up and the water is a little warmer than it should be, that adds a little extra fuel to it. So it all adds up to making the storm stronger and stronger and stronger. And yes, so there is a climate connection, and also having that El Nino in the warm waters is a big deal too. And when we go and take a look at what's going to happen in the days ahead, tomorrow we're going to see this area. Today we saw the damage from the downtown area. Tomorrow we're going to see the damage from the dangerous right quadrant where the airport is located. This is where all the most significant damage is. And by the way, the storm is now just a remnant low, and all of this moisture, notice it's all streaming northwards. It's adding to our flow of moisture here in Texas and Oklahoma. We have a lot of heavy rain, and we have about 10 million people under flood watches. It's over. We're going to be heading towards Fort Worth tonight, Dallas later on tonight. So we'll watch some of this. It's a moisture associated with Otis, but not Otis itself, that's heading into Texas.
Bill Cairns, thank you. We're glad to see you. Really appreciate you staying on top of this one for us tonight. We've got a lot more to get to here on the show, including what made former President Donald Trump storm out of court today, plus a pretty creepy case in Taiwan. I'm sorry to do this to you. I will explain what that is and why it's going to haunt your dreams. Come on, just a second.
story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The now disgraced former founder of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, is set to take the stand and testify in his own defense, according to his attorney, setting up perhaps one of the most explosive and important moments of this incredibly significant financial fraud trial. Prosecutors have already called some of SBF's top former executives, like his ex-girlfriend, who ran FTX's sister hedge fund. Now, remember, Bankman-Fried is on trial for a bunch of federal fraud charges related to his former crypto company and for using money from FTX customers to do things he wasn't supposed to do. That includes donating something like $100 million to political groups. He's facing a potential life sentence and has pleaded not guilty. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins me now. So if we had talked like maybe 2 months ago, Danny, and I think we may have actually had this conversation, I think you would have told me no chance or very little chance that SBF's defense team will let him get up and speak here, will let him testify on his own behalf, because there are real risks, especially on cross-examination. So what's the benefit here for SBF to try to speak in his own defense from a legal strategic reason?
For literally centuries now, the default position for criminal defense attorneys is never, ever, 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 ever let your client take the stand. But in the last several years, that trend seems to have changed. We've seen in high-profile cases defendants taking the stand and taking a chance, because that's really what it is. It is a roll of the dice. You see there Alec Murdaugh. You see Elizabeth Holmes, Jussie Smollett. Kyle Rittenhouse is yet another one who took the stand. Mixed results. Alec Murdaugh lost his case. So did Elizabeth Holmes. But there's a good argument to be made that their cases may have been hopeless, irrespective of whether they took the stand. That may be the situation with SBF. He's got to try something. This may be that something.
So here's a question, Danny, because, you know, SBF, if people remember and know this from, like, our coverage of it, et cetera, he was out there after FTX collapsed talking a lot, talking to members of the media, talking with reporters, talking on, like, you know, I think it was like a Twitter space or something along those lines. He was like super vocal, even though he was facing these potential charges here. This feels in some ways like it could potentially, and this is speculative, so I just say that, could potentially, though, be driven by perhaps SBF's desire to continue talking, maybe.
Actually, what I think you're right, and I think what's happening here is that SBF's teams realize that there is so much out there that he said to the media that the government can use against him, that now he needs to get on the stand and say, no, 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 when I was saying that, I really meant this. But at its core, his testimony is a bit of a paradox. He has to take the stand and convince the jury that he was ignorant, that he basically was clueless when all these things were happening. Despite all of his statements out there and despite all the paper, it is an uphill climb and a risk, but a risk this defense appears willing to take.
And just real quick here, we're getting some new details in the last few days of court about some of the money that he donated to some different political groups. How much in the scheme of things, the grand scheme of things, does that matter? What's the significance there?
Not much. Maybe if he's convicted at sentencing, you can make the argument that, look, I mean, he didn't take the money and do anything extravagant like, say, I don't know, move to an island in the Caribbean. Oops, he did do that. So that may not be as helpful when it comes to sentencing if he's convicted. But in terms of his culpability, it doesn't matter that you use your ill-gotten gains for good or bad. The fact that they are ill-gotten is enough for the government.
Danny Savalos, thank you, as always. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a judge is fining former President Donald Trump $10,000 for violating a gag order in Mr. Trump's New York civil fraud case. It's the second time the judge fined him for going against the same gag order. Mr. Trump telling reporters earlier today that the person sitting next to the judge was, quote unquote, very partisan, even though this gag order instructed the former president not to talk about the judge's court staff. Number 2, officials say the estranged son of Nashville's police chief was found dead last night. Remember, police had been looking for him for days after he was accused of shooting 2 officers. Police were near a shed where the suspect was hiding when they heard a gun go off. They believe he shot himself. The state's Bureau of Investigation is looking into what happened. Number 3, a Minnesota doctor and poison specialist is accused of killing his wife by poisoning her. Back in August, his wife was admitted to a hospital after getting sick and died days later, according to a criminal complaint. The doctor allegedly tried to have her body cremated, but a medical examiner put a stop to that, considering her death suspicious. An attorney listed as representing the man in court documents did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Number 4, court in Australia is ruling that Carnival Cruises was negligent during a COVID outbreak on one of its ships back in March 2020, right at the start of the pandemic. This is part of a class action lawsuit alleging the cruise line did not keep passengers safe. Nearly 700 passengers got sick and 28 people died in that outbreak. The plaintiff was awarded nearly $3,000, and her lawyer says other passengers could get larger payouts. Number 5, the Arizona Diamondbacks are headed to the World Series for the first time in more than 2 decades. They beat the Phillies last night. You probably already know that. It means they're going to face the Texas Rangers Friday night in Texas for Game 1 of the series. When we come back, we're taking a look at a different case in Texas where the state Supreme Court will essentially decide whether religious freedom should carry more weight than marriage equality. The impact it could have coast to coast, coming up. Stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Israel has condemned Hamas's brutal terror attack on innocent people on October 7th as war crimes. Even as people in Gaza, civilians there, point their fingers at Israel, accusing them of committing war crimes with its retaliatory airstrikes. So what actually constitutes a war crime? What does that mean? And how do these rules impact what we're seeing right now in the region? NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden takes a look in tonight's breakdown. And we want to warn you, some of what's covered in this piece is disturbing.
While it's fair to say bloodshed has plagued us since the dawn of time, the laws of war, a group of international treaties and conventions signed over the past 150 years, are an attempt to lessen the civilian toll. Born out of the horrors of European conflicts, the American Civil War, and 2 world wars, what's known as international humanitarian law, or IHL, relies on 5 basic principles. Military actions must be necessary. They must distinguish between civilians and legitimate military targets. They must be proportionate, meaning they must avoid, to the extent possible, incidental harm. They must avoid unnecessary suffering, sometimes referred to as humanity. And finally, the actions taken by the military must be honorable. When combatants break these principles, we generally call that a war crime, but there are few absolutes, as you will see. Question: did Hamas commit war crimes on October 7th when they attacked Israeli villages and a music festival, taking hostages and killing civilians?
It was an intentional attack on Israeli civilians for no appropriate reason. Hamas committed a war crime.
Professor David Crane spent 3 years prosecuting war crimes committed in Sierra Leone. He says that while Hamas's attacks against Israeli military posts on the border can be condemned and criticized as wrong, attacking military posts are generally not war crimes. However, he says, the killing of civilians and taking of hostages is a different story.
Taking civilians and using them for purposes other than to protect them and remove them from the battlefield is a war crime.
Question. But what about Israel's response, dropping thousands of bombs in Gaza? Israel has the right to defend itself, says Ambassador David Sheffer, who played a critical role in the development of the first permanent war crimes tribunal, the International Criminal Court. However,
Israel has to try to follow the principle of distinction, namely distinguishing between civilians and armed Hamas militants. Those are decisions where you should have a military lawyer involved.
Question. If Israeli airstrikes hit civilian buildings, is that a war crime? Schools and hospitals cannot be targets, says Ambassador Sheffer, but there are exceptions.
If it were a hospital building that had almost no patients in it, but actually was housing 300, Hamas militants, then sure. I mean, that's a legitimate military target.
Question. Israel cut off food, water, medicine, fuel, and electricity to all of Gaza. Is that a war crime? Both experts say blockades are legal, but there are limits.
If Israel said we're going to temporarily blockade so that we can try to get the hostages back, well, then that is still lawful. But they took it one step further and said we're going to do this blockade to basically starve them out. That's wrong.
Question. Final advice from the experts? As Israel seems poised to launch a ground war, and as humanitarian observers from the UN say there is no longer anywhere for civilians to stay safe in Gaza.
President Biden rightfully is now cautioning Israel, saying, take a step back, take a deep breath, try to understand the strategic results of what you have done with the blockade, but also what you're about to do, and that is physically go in.
Or, as Ambassador Schaefer put it, Israel must be able to defend itself without abandoning its own principles. If it fails to do so, it may find itself in a militarily superior position, but ostracized on a risky perch. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News.
NBC News covers hundreds of other international stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our international teams around the world have done it for you. Here's some of what they're watching in a segment we call The Global. Out of Japan, the Supreme Court there today struck down a rule requiring transgender people to get sterilization surgery in order to legally change their gender. Human rights groups have been very critical of this law, saying it was discriminatory. Some people say they wish the ruling went further to get rid of a separate gender transition surgery requirement. Out of Taiwan, and I have to warn you, this video is, it's a gross one. This is a spider. This is a spider in somebody's ear. A woman went to a clinic after having trouble sleeping, and this is why, because she had a spider in her ear canal. It molted. Ugh, I'm sorry. New report says doctors used a tube to suction out both the spider and the exoskeleton. Well, that happened. And out of Brazil, water levels are down to record lows in the country's worst drought in more than a century. But it also exposed this. Look at this. Human faces carved into stone along the Amazon River something like 2,000 years ago. One area has some grooves that apparently experts say seem like the spot where people used to sharpen arrows and spears. Pretty incredible. Coming up here on the show, much more to get to, including some stunning new NBC News reporting tonight out of Mississippi about a mother's search for her son. Why she says police kept the truth from her for months. Next.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some new NBC News reporting tonight is giving us more insight on a story of death and mystery and anger over an apparent lack of good police work and accountability in Jackson, Mississippi. I'm talking about the story of Dexter Wade, who we now know was killed less than a half hour after leaving his home back in March. But his family only found that out this month. Wade was struck and killed by a Jackson police car, apparently, as he tried to cross a highway nearby. And even though police knew exactly who they hit within days of that accident, officials say, his mother, Betterson Wade, would spend the next 7 months. She would spend 7 months looking for her son. It wasn't until 172 difficult days after Betterson last saw Wade that they came together again, this time at his unmarked grave in a state-run cemetery. NBC's John Shoup is the reporter with this story. John, we're glad to have you with us today. The details here are just extraordinary, right? Because essentially what happened here is this 7-month-long mystery for this family, despite police apparently, according to official accounts, knowing for months who they hit, where he was buried, and not reaching out to the family. How did this happen?
That's one of the questions that we have, is how exactly it happened. But we know some details and a sketch of what happened. It began, as you mentioned, on March the 5th when Dexter Wade, he's 37 years old, left home and never came back. It turned out not far from home, not long after he left, he was struck and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer. A coroner's investigator arrives at the scene, takes his body back to the examination table, finds a prescription bottle of pills that has his name on it. The coroner's investigator calls the hospital where he got the pills, gets the next of kin, who's his mother, Betterstein Wade, and forwards that information on to the Jackson Police Department's Accident Investigation Squad. Meanwhile, the mother, Betterstein, has no idea that any of this has happened. On the 14th of March, reports him missing to the missing persons unit, and for months is checking for updates and searching for him and gets no answers. Meantime, it's not clear why, but she was never told that they had him in the morgue the entire time. So ultimately, someone figured it out within the Jackson Police Department and let her know, and that's when she realized that while she was looking for him, they had assumed in the coroner's office that he was unclaimed and arranged for him to be buried in a pauper's field. And so as you showed the pictures just earlier, a minute ago, that moment came a couple of weeks ago where she finally got to see the grave marked only with a number of where her son is buried.
I know, John, that you and the team pieced this together from interviews with his family, the coroner's investigator, court records, documents provided in response to your request, a crash report, incident reports, other documents, office records. I mean, so much of this. It took a lot of putting some puzzle pieces here just to get, I think, some sense of what happened. And yet through it all, as of tonight, have you gotten any response from the police department itself?
None. As soon as just before leaving to come talk to you, I was reaching out to the city. They're preparing some sort of response, but I'm not sure that they fully comprehend of how this mistake was made. We have notes, internal notes and documents that show what they knew. It's just not clear yet about why it was shared.
What does accountability look like for this family? Just quickly, John, what does that look like?
I think for Betterstein Wade, the mother, is just somebody to acknowledge that there was a mistake. She can accept if an accident was made, but just an acknowledgement and an apology.
Okay. She just wants to be heard, it sounds like. John Shoup, thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing us this story tonight.
Thank you.
To Texas now, where the Supreme Court in that state may be open to siding with a local judge who is publicly sanctioned for refusing to marry same-sex couples. This is after oral arguments today in a case surrounding a so-called justice of the peace. That's a judge that handles, like, petty crime and traffic offenses, and, of course, marrying people. It's a case that tracks back to around 2016, when Diane Hensley started turning away same-sex couples when they came to get married by her. She says she was doing that because of her religious beliefs. It was her response to that landmark U.S. Supreme Court decision from that year legalizing same-sex marriage across the country. Fast forward then to 2019. Hensley was publicly reprimanded by a state commission for seeming to violate state law. She then sues the commission. She says the state's warning was a violation in itself against Texas's laws about religious freedom. So now this is the back and forth. The case is ping-ponged, the lawsuit ping-ponged up through the Texas judicial system, now reaching the state Supreme Court. In doing so, in ruling on this particular case, it's, in essence, a ruling, essentially, on whether religion trumps marriage equality. NBC's Morgan Chesky is following this one for us live in Dallas. Okay, Morgan, so that's the stakes of this here, right? Do we have any sense of where this could go in the Texas Supreme Court and what kind of a ripple effect it would have, not just in the state, but even beyond the bounds of Texas?
Yeah, Hallie, all great questions, and I do have to commend you, because to understand what happened today, you have to understand what's happened since 2015 with the federal Supreme Court's decision, then 2016, then when this lawsuit was filed in 2019. So now that we've brought everyone up to speed, the hearing as it was heard today, both sides had their chance to argue before the state Supreme Court in Austin. As for where they stand, they did not say anything at the end of this other than that they were going into recess. No timetable on when they could potentially rule. But I do want to show you the makeup of the Texas State Supreme Court right now, and that might give us some of an idea as to where things go from here. All of them are currently Republican, just like Texas State Governor Greg Abbott. And so when we look at what could potentially come next, there has been some reporting, Hallie, that one of the justices did question whether or not the Texas State Commission of Judicial Conduct, which reprimanded this justice of the peace back in 2019, if they were the correct forum to be discussing these delicate matters when it comes to rights of religion in particular. So that might give us some sort of an idea as to what would come next if it goes up before potentially the federal Supreme Court. We do not know that yet. What we do know is that we had a chance to hear some from what both sides said earlier today, and I would like you to take a listen.
What really matters to Judge Hensley going forward is, will she be subject to sterner sanctions in the future if she continues doing what she's doing?
She has chosen to marry some folks and not others. She has chosen to discriminate between some folks in the state of Texas in favor of other people.
So as it stands right now, Hensley remains in her position as Justice of the Peace, and all eyes go to what the Texas State Supreme Court will say. Hallie?
Morgan Chesky live for us in Dallas. Hey, Morgan, quick question. Timeline, when do we know when the ruling will come down? Will that be like sometime next year, we think?
Could have been today, could be in weeks or months from now. They did not really share any particular details, Hallie. We'll be keeping an eye on what comes out of Austin, though.
I know you will. Thanks, Morgan. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, Bud Light's big deal, how it's hoping this new sports sponsorship could boost the brand after, months of controversy. Stay with us.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Bud Light making a new move to trying to get out of its sales slump with this mega deal today to become the official sponsor of the UFC in what is reportedly the UFC's biggest ever sponsorship. This will be the only beer that's going to be served at fights, replacing Modelo, which is kind of ironic because, remember, Modelo dethroned Bud as the top-selling beer in America, Bud Light. Okay. Company, I know you remember this, faced so much controversy when it partnered with, among other influencers, this one, trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney, just ahead of March Madness. This is earlier this year. People posted videos, conservatives, steamrolling cases, shooting cases of Bud Light, chopping it with an axe, like all of this stuff. People didn't like Bud Light. They didn't want to buy it. And it turns out it had like a real impact on Bud Light's bottom line. Sales are still going down 30% year over year for the month, ending earlier this month, according to some Nielsen data. Crisis PR management expert Molly McPherson is joining us now. So this is Bud Light. We saw them they didn't say much about the controversy right when it happened. Then they came out, then they put out an ad that was like all about Americana patriotism. They got dethroned as the best-selling beer, Bud Light did. But now this UFC deal. Is this going to be like the magic thing that helps Bud Light regain its beer supremacy?
I think this is a power move straight out of the octagon itself. It's a brilliant move to try and win back not only their base, but a new base of young 18 to 24 males who love to watch UFC fighting. It was a brilliant move.
And the demo is important here, too, right? I mean, because this is, there is when you look at the Venn diagram between UFC viewers and people who like to drink beer, like there is definitely a core there.
Yes, I mean, they're certainly going to, cause the ire of a lot of conservatives. They're still going to complain about it. But they're breaching into a new area of a brand of these males, 18 to 24, that love UFC fighting. I mean, that is slightly different than the core audience, that Kid Rock Bud Light brand that we saw before. I think this is a very powerful move that not only shows that they're not going into hiding after what happened with the Dylan Mulvaney partnership, but that they want to command a brand new demographic, and I think it's going to work for them.
If you had to give Bud Light a crisis management grade on how they did in 2023, what's on your report card, Molly?
It depends on when we're doing the grading, which semester.
Now,
I mean,
today.
Certainly at the beginning of it. Right now, I'm going to give this a solid B+.
Molly McPherson. I know that grade probably looked a lot different maybe 6 months ago. Molly, we're always glad to have you with us. Thank you. Lots of twists and turns in this one. Appreciate it. That does it for us for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up right now.
Tonight, we're live once again on the tense Israeli-Gaza border. The aerial bombardment, which we've heard for the last 2 hours now, destroying the Strip, now leading to growing calls for a ceasefire. Those calls being met with defiance. Hellfire on Hamas. That is what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says is in store for the terror group. Explosions laying waste to Gaza. More disturbing scenes of people pulled from the rubble. This young girl trapped by concrete. International demands for a humanitarian pause to the bombings, calling for more aid into Gaza. President Biden walking a tightrope, condemning Hamas for using civilians as human shields while telling Israel it has to protect innocent Palestinians. What we know about Israeli plans for a ground operation. Tonight, Netanyahu indicating it's only a matter of time. Inside the terror attack, the Israeli military showing the chilling and graphic moments that set off this war with Hamas. Militants shooting from pickup trucks, targeting people as they were fleeing the music festival. Israelis shot and burned beyond recognition. How Israel is trying to keep the focus on that horrific day. Monster hurricane hits. Otis making landfall as a Category 5 beast. The strongest storm ever to barrel into Mexico. Unexpectedly strengthening from a tropical storm in just 24 hours. 1 million people trapped with no way to escape. Caught on camera the moment power goes out cutting off communications, flooded streets becoming rivers overnight, intense winds ripping buildings apart, the latest on where it's heading. New speaker, congressional Republicans rallying behind Louisiana's Mike Johnson after 3 weeks of chaos on Capitol Hill. What we know about the new leader and his fast rise from obscurity to power. Trump storms out of court. The former president getting up and leaving in the middle of his fraud trial after the judge orders him to take the witness stand, then fined him $10,000. The judge's warning, more serious punishments could be ahead. Plus, poison murder plot. An expert in poisons behind bars, accused of killing his wife. The medical examiner stopping the cremation. The suspect's online search history about how much it would take to make a lethal dose. And close call, a massive cliff collapsing onto a beach. Underneath, a man and his dog enjoying the day directly in the path. Amazingly, the dog sprinting out of the way, getting to safety. Top Story starts right now. Good evening. I'm Ellison Barber reporting live from the Israel-Gaza border in for Tom Yamas. Tonight, the international cries to halt the bombings to allow more aid to get into Gaza are growing louder. Those calls so far being ignored as Israeli airstrikes are crushing cities throughout Gaza. Fuel running out there as Israel says a pause would only help Hamas regroup. Tonight, the Prime Minister of Israel standing by the relentless campaign in an address to the nation, to his nation, saying, quote, "We are raining down hellfire on Hamas and that this is only the beginning." Netanyahu adding that the war cabinet will determine the timing of a ground invasion when conditions are optimal. Tonight, the leader of Hezbollah meeting with the senior leaders of Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The group meeting in Beirut as tensions rise across the region. President Biden today casting doubt on death toll counts out of Gaza and the numbers released by the Hamas-controlled health agency. But the president admitting civilians have been killed and need to be protected by Israel. The images from Gaza painting a grim picture. Smoke filling the streets after a strike in the southern city of Khan Yunis. People running to safety as dust makes it impossible to see. In Gaza City, people digging through the rubble after rockets rain down. Casualties filling hospitals, many of them children, crying as they are led through packed hallways. Doctors treating them on floors, medics cutting clothes off of an infant, rushing to check for injuries after a strike. Right now, seemingly nowhere is safe in the Gaza Strip as Israel shows no intention of slowing down its air attacks. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel starts us off again tonight.
The Middle East tonight is on the edge of disaster. Gaza is being flattened. Horrific images are stoking rage across the Muslim world. Tonight, President Biden tried to pull the region back from the brink, saying Israel has a right and responsibility to target Hamas, but that it has an obligation to protect Palestinian civilians.
Israel has everything in its power, as difficult it is to protect innocent civilians. It's difficult.
He condemned Hamas for using civilians as human shields and says he has no confidence in claims by the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry that 6,500 Palestinian civilians have been killed in the last 2.5 weeks.
I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war.
Israel's allies in the Middle East were more blunt. Jordan's King Abdullah saying stopping the war on Gaza is an absolute necessity and that the conflict can lead to an explosion in the region. The president of Egypt, the first country to sign a peace accord with Israel, delivering the same message alongside French President Macron. In Gaza today, our crew filmed building after building destroyed by Israeli airstrikes. Israel today said it's targeting Hamas tunnels that run under homes, schools, and hospitals. In one building, we saw this little girl inside of what's left of her apartment. Rescue workers tell her to stay calm, that they're nearly done removing debris. Her leg is trapped under concrete. They try to free her without collapsing the pocket she's in. Finally, she's saved. Hamas's backer, Iran, today blamed the United States for what's happening in Gaza. Pro-Iranian militias have already carried out probing attacks against U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq.
My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond, and he should be prepared.
Richard joins us now from bringing humanitarian aid into Gaza, has said it will run out of fuel very soon and will have to halt operations. We know Israel is against any fuel being brought into Gaza because they say they think it will end up in the hands of Hamas militants. Is there any wiggle room here? Is there a scenario you could see where a limited amount of fuel could get to these aid groups inside of Gaza?
Yes, I think that Israel saying it doesn't want to let in fuel because it doesn't want to go to Hamas is part of the reason. But Israel is also just trying to pressure Hamas, is trying to pressure the entire region, all of the Gaza Strip, to turn against Hamas. Israel wants people in Gaza to answer the leaflets that it's been dropping, asking for tips from the people in Gaza who have information or might have information about Hamas leaders, about the hostages. So it is a pressure campaign, but you can only push people so far. And now there is an enormous amount of pressure on Israel from human rights groups all around the world, from friendly governments, Egypt, Jordan, countries that have long peace treaties with Israel, to find some sort of reprieve for the civilians in Gaza, because if they don't, there is we talk about it all the time, but now we are really at a risk of drawing this into a massive conflict all across the Middle East, which these countries around Israel don't want, and the United States doesn't want.
Richard, Prime Minister Netanyahu used incredibly strong language in his speech tonight. What did you make of it? I mean, you have covered so many wars in your career. When you were listening to that, did that sound like the final speech a leader gives before a ground incursion?
No, it didn't. It sounded more like Netanyahu asserting his own authority. Israel has been very embarrassed by what has happened. Israel has been wounded by this terrible attack, the 1,400 dead. The basic promise that Israel and any government gives to its people is that it will protect them. And Netanyahu, as the prime minister, failed to do that. And then there's been so much talk over the last several days that the United States is dictating terms to Israel, that the United States is telling Israel when it should go in and how it should go in, and then maybe it should have a pause. So what I heard from Netanyahu tonight was him saying Israel is sovereign. Israel will make decisions when it will go in and when it won't go in. Israel is still in charge after this very traumatic and blow to this country's credibility.
Richard Engel in Jerusalem, thank you. And turning to the delicate negotiations for the release of more than 200 hostages being held by Hamas inside of Gaza. Joining us now is Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons from Qatar. Keir, yesterday you reported there were ongoing talks about the release or the possibility of the release of a larger group of hostages. Is there any update on those talks?
Qatari government here for the first time publicly predicted a breakthrough and said hopefully, quote, hopefully soon. So that was by the Qatari Prime Minister, who's also the Qatari Foreign Minister. And so that was, I think, significant. I am told by a diplomat with knowledge of the talks that are going on between Qatar and Israel and Hamas, that one of the challenges is that in order to bring out a larger group of civilian hostages, 50, 60, 70 perhaps, you would need to have a pause in the bombing, because Hamas would need to gather them and then bring them out in some kind of a convoy. I mean, imagine a convoy of international civilian hostages, including children and people who've been injured. We haven't seen the like of that in recent history. It's a formidable challenge. So there are two parts to this. One is the talks, the negotiations, although certainly the Israelis, for example, wouldn't call them that, over exactly whether to do this, how to do this, what agreements to make, and then the actual logistics of doing it. The two things are separate, related, of course, and both is tricky.
Keir, is there a sense that Hamas might not want to release a large group of hostages for fear that if they have any leverage still, that they might lose it?
I think one thing that's being missed is it's worth pointing out is that, and this has been said to me by many different sides, that there are two groups here, really. There are the civilian hostages and there are what Hamas views the military hostages. And so what we're really talking about is the potential to try to bring out the military hostages, the civilian hostages. When you think about just more than 200, that maybe half of them, it's been suggested tonight, might be the civilians. So to put it bluntly, Hamas would still have a lot of hostages. I mean, clearly there are calculations being made. President Biden today saying that he is encouraging, not urging, not telling, but encouraging Benjamin Netanyahu to try to secure the release of the hostages before launching a ground invasion. So that you can see the pressure there, and you can also imagine the calculations by the Israelis. If you launch a ground invasion and you kill civilian hostages, particularly, for example, American citizens, what impact does that have on world opinion? So as much as Israel, as Richard was rightly saying there, is asserting its independence, there's also a reality to this. There are, whether this is going to happen is the big question, and I can't answer that because it's happening behind closed doors. As we talked about yesterday, it was so fragile and fraught just for two, and then another two, and a much bigger group, even harder.
Keir Simmons in Doha, Qatar. Thank you. We are continuing to monitor the escalating violence on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. Hezbollah announcing more than a dozen of its militants were killed in what they say was their deadliest day in weeks. The group claims it is deterring Israel's ground assault on Gaza, but questions now growing about how powerful that group really is. Matt Bradley reports from southern Lebanon.
Here in southern Lebanon, the rhythm of a widening war. Hezbollah is burying yet another of its fighters, and the mood here is fatalistic.
It's very sad to lose somebody we like, somebody nice. That's normally the life. Nobody can stay forever.
Still, they come in their hundreds, this small community united in grief and fury, chanting death to Israel and death to America. This is a celebration of martial martyrdom, even for the young and the even younger. But Hussein Naeem's family members say they didn't know he was a member of the group.
We know him as a guy. He's a very nice, well-behaving, very nice, and people like him very well. He's very cool, quiet, hard-working, as I told you.
But his death is just the latest in a string of losses for Hezbollah. Today was the group's deadliest so far. It said it lost more than a dozen men in the past 24 hours. 47 militants have died in more than 2 weeks of small-scale fighting, while Israel has lost only 7, according to Reuters.
Another day, another funeral for Hezbollah. The group is hemorrhaging men. This war hasn't even begun.
Ever since Hamas launched its bloody attacks on Israel more than 2 weeks ago, Hezbollah has positioned itself as a kind of deterrent, standing alongside an Iran-led, quote, axis of resistance in the way of Israel's much-anticipated ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. But it's unclear if this axis will ever take action, and if it does, if it will have the strength to prevail. Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, hasn't been seen since the latest crisis began, but he met other leaders from the axis of resistance recently, releasing this photo today, huddling with heads of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But if these groups suffer losses like Hezbollah did today on an even grander scale, the death toll could be catastrophic. Ellison, well, I briefly mentioned Hassan Nasrallah. He's the head of Hezbollah, and he's been conspicuous in his absence. Now, normally, he would take any opportunity to address his adoring public, followers of Hezbollah, but now it's been nearly 3 weeks. We've heard from every leader and luminary in the Middle East addressing this topic, but we haven't heard from Nasrallah. Now, that's remarkable. We don't know what it means, but it just goes to show how weighty this is. There's clearly a lot of deliberation, consideration going on behind the scenes. Ellison?
Matt Bradley in southern Lebanon, thank you. As global attention turns to the rising death toll in Gaza, Israel tonight, working to shift the focus to the brutality of Hamas. Officials here showing reporters some unreleased and incredibly graphic videos from the day of those initial terror attacks that launched this region into war. Raf Sanchez was there and has the details tonight.
It felt like there couldn't possibly be new horror left to see. No brutality that hadn't already been shared or live streamed. But tonight, with global attention turning to the spiraling death toll in Gaza, Israel's military trying to keep the focus on the massacre that sparked the war, inviting NBC News and other journalists to a screening of raw video from the October 7th Hamas terror attack.
I have some sense of what's in this footage, and I've been trying to prepare myself, but I'm still anxious about what we're going to see.
For 46 minutes, we sat in stunned silence, watching video filmed by Hamas and filmed by their victims. Much of it had never been seen before. And while Israel's military is not releasing the clips because they're so graphic, they allowed us to describe what we saw, including a terrorist throwing a grenade into a bomb shelter where an Israeli father is shielding his 2 young sons. The blast kills the father and wounds the little boys. One of them howls, "Why am I alive?" and tells his brother, "I think we're going to die." A Hamas gunman stands over them, drinking Coke from their fridge. It's not clear what happened to the boys.
I'm sure that you can figure out that they are worse than ISIS, the way they behave.
The military released this video from a Hamas dash cam exclusively to NBC News, saying it shows a terrorist using a heavy machine gun to mow down survivors fleeing from the Supernova Music Festival.
Because I knew I just have to survive, I just have to run.
Millet Ben Haim was among those running for their lives.
When I was growing up, there is this movie about the Holocaust. There is this scene that they're running and there is people shooting at them, and there is also like bombs on the ground. And I remember really thinking about this scene because it was so similar.
She hid in a bush with friends for hours waiting for rescue.
I don't know who I am, and I feel like a ghost most of the time.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Ashdod, Israel. So, Raf, the details in your piece are devastating, gutting, just beyond words in so many ways. Talk to us about what you witnessed today.
Allison, this is some of the most difficult footage I've ever seen. I watched those ISIS beheading videos back in 2014, 2015. Those were horrendous, but they were only a couple of minutes long. This was 3/4 of an hour. It was one scene of horror after another. And while we described what we could see, there were many times when there were images on that screen we couldn't understand what we were looking at. We knew that they were human bodies, but they were so badly dismembered, so badly burned, we didn't know what we were seeing. And as we are watching this spiraling death toll in Gaza, these absolutely horrific scenes from the Gaza Strip, the Israeli military wants the world to remember what happened on October 7th with that massacre, which actually sparked this war. Elsa.
Raf, I understand you also have some new reporting that Israeli officials released a letter recovered from Hamas, a new letter. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, that's right, Ellison. So this is a handwritten note that the Israeli military says was found on the body of a Hamas terrorist. NBC News has not been able to verify it. But in this note, it reads in part, "Your enemy is a disease for which there is no cure except cutting their throats and ripping out their hearts." Ellison.
Raf Sanchez in Ashdod, thank you. We appreciate your reporting. For more on the global reaction to the Israel-Hamas war, I want to bring in former CIA Director John Brennan. Director Brennan, thank you for joining us tonight. I want to start by asking you about some new NBC News reporting. We have a U.S. official telling NBC News the White House is now backing the idea of a pause of indeterminate duration to allow for more aid to get into Gaza and to help those trying to gain safe passage out of the enclave. Do you think Israel will listen to that?
I think they will listen. It's a question about whether or not they will agree to do it. But I must say, with the increasing footage of the airstrikes that Israel is carrying out in Gaza and more civilians who are dying, the pressure is building to see whether or not there's some way to be able to get Israel to relent a bit, because it is giving the impression of collective punishment, as has been said by a number of foreign leaders. And so I think the United States, seeing that there's a prospect to get more of the hostages out, particularly American civilians, that it's asking and putting some pressure on Israel to not move forward with this impending ground offensive, but also maybe to cut back on these airstrikes. That footage of October 7th showed just how detestable and despicable those horrific attacks were, atrocities of epic proportion. But I think over the last 18 days or so, Israel is starting to lose some of that moral high ground because of the footage that they see of Palestinian children, women, elderly, who have been killed in these airstrikes. And this is an impossible balance for Israel to strike, but it's a question of whether or not these strikes now are being counterproductive and whether or not there needs to be some different approach that the United States now is discussing with Israeli leaders.
Do you think the timing of this new footage that Israeli officials allowed some journalists, including our Raf Sanchez, to see, do you think they decided to do that right now because they're trying to shift attention from the airstrikes in Gaza?
I think that they recognize that Hamas's public relations effort by releasing some of the hostages and getting some of this footage out of the strikes in Gaza, that they are winning sympathizers, not just in fellow Arab states, but around the globe, including in the United Nations. And so I do think this is Israel's way of trying to remind the world about what actually started this conflict. That said, the strikes in Gaza are ongoing. Every day, there are hundreds of Palestinians who are reportedly killed by these strikes. And I'm concerned that increasingly the United States is going to be seen as allowing this to happen, given our relationship with Israel. And so I think what is happening now is there's increasing anti-Israeli sentiment as well as anti-U.S. sentiment in the region, which is very worrisome.
I'm curious what you make of Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech he had tonight. At one point, he reiterated that a ground incursion will happen, saying when Israeli forces go into Gaza, quote, we will exact the full price for the murderers. When it comes to the stated goal of this, at least for the part of the next phase in this war of dismantling Hamas, Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to have the support of the Israeli public. What matters more in moments like this? Is it perceptions at home or perceptions of allies like the United States?
I think for Bibi Netanyahu, it's more important than perceptions at home. But I will say that I think that even sentiment within Israel is really starting to turn a bit, because they're concerned that if Israel goes in with this major ground assault, that could, in fact, put the lives of these hostages at risk. And with the Qataris saying publicly that they are hopeful that there's going to be a larger number of hostages released, I think the pressure is building on Netanyahu domestically as well, not to just go in and to disregard the prospect that there could, in fact, be some way to get these hostages out before he launches this invasion.
All right. Former CIA Director John Brennan, thank you so much. We appreciate your time and analysis tonight. Now, for the other major news we are following tonight, let's head to the Top Story studio in New York, where my colleague Valerie Castro is following it all. Valerie, good evening.
Good evening, Ellison. We turn first to the weather. Hurricane Otis making landfall near Acapulco after exploding into a Category 5 storm overnight. Forecasters calling the rapid intensification a nightmare scenario. Miguel Almaguer on the impact, catching many off guard.
Making landfall as the most powerful storm to rake across Mexico's Pacific coast as a Category 5 hurricane, Otis tore through Acapulco overnight, battering the resort town popular with Americans. A dangerous combination of whipping winds and relentless rain severed communications in the beachside city.
Perdido las comunicaciones.
All communications have been lost, says Mexico's president. The storm has atypical behavior. In just 24 hours, a tropical storm with 50-mile-per-hour winds explosively intensified into a Cat 5, packing 165-mile-per-hour winds and 26,000 lightning strikes, with an increase in rapidly intensifying storms often linked to climate change. The hurricane caught most by surprise. Luisa Pena says, all I could ask for was one more chance. I hid in my closet and prayed. With hundreds of thousands in the dark, landslides have cut off supply roads, and now a 4.4 earthquake has struck the area.
Por favor, amigo.
Tonight, amid a national plea for help, the storm is weakening, but not before leaving behind a trail of destruction and misery.
With so much extensive damage, there is growing concern tonight about the death toll, but first responders are still struggling to make it in to the hardest hit areas. Valerie?
Okay, Miguel Almaguer, thank you. For more on this historic hurricane, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins me now. Bill, we know you were watching this intently yesterday. Last night you told us how fast the storm was strengthening. What is the latest on Otis's track now?
Yeah, we don't have to worry about Otis doing too much more significant damage, maybe a little bit more rain. I think most of the mudslide action is even finished, too. All the video and all the pictures that we showed you was not from the hardest hit area. So Acapulco's here, and this is Acapulco Bay. So the eye went right over the top. We saw a lot of the pictures today from where the major hotels were. The right side quadrant is where the worst of the weather is with all these hurricanes when they make landfall. That includes where the airport is, which the military today said is unusable. They were only 6 to 8 foot elevation. They had the storm surge. They had wave action on top of that. So all of the hotels and structures to the southeast of Acapulco, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting to see just how bad that devastation was. The storm went into the mountains today, obviously caused the mudslides, but the mountains tear the storms apart. You can't even really see a little spin left here. But all of this moisture is heading northwards, and it's actually being sucked up into a storm system in Texas at this time. So we already had a storm, and now it's adding additional moisture. We've had a lot of heavy rain today. Some areas breaking rainfall records. About 10 million people are under flood watches. So it's going to continue to rain tonight, right through tomorrow. It does include the Dallas area to Oklahoma City. So in this area, we could see some isolated flash flooding. This area is in a drought, a lot of this region. We do need the rain, but still, we don't need flash flooding. Possibility even in Dallas area, around 2 to 3 inches of rain. But we'll see tomorrow. Today was just a day in the dark. We couldn't communicate with Acapulco. Tomorrow, hopefully, the military can get in there and we get a better idea of just how bad it is and how much help they need.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see those pictures and video come tomorrow. Bill Cairns, thank you. Now to Capitol Hill and the Speaker of the House battle ending after weeks of GOP dysfunction and chaos. House Republicans unifying to elect Representative Mike Johnson of Louisiana, a relative unknown. Garrett Hake has the latest on his rise to power.
After 3 chaotic and leaderless weeks, tonight the House once again has a speaker.
The Speaker-elect Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson elected on a party line vote with the support of every Republican, every Democrat opposed. A stunning rise for the Trump ally and low-ranking member of the GOP House leadership team, now second in line to the presidency.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
Johnson is a staunch conservative on issues like abortion and government spending. He also played a key role in efforts by then-President Trump to overturn Joe Biden's electoral victory in the 2020 election. History noted by Democrats today.
Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election. No amount of election denialism will ever change that reality.
Are you worried that a Speaker Johnson would again attempt to overturn the election?
No.
Johnson's election caps a turbulent month for the House, beginning with the ouster of former Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the elevation and withdrawal of 3 other GOP nominees before the party settled on the relatively unknown Johnson late last night.
If you don't think that moving from Kevin McCarthy to MAGA Mike Johnson shows the ascendance of this movement and where the power in the Republican Party truly lies, then you're not paying attention.
The 8 Republicans who led the effort to remove McCarthy declaring victory.
The only way to change Washington is to change who's leading Washington, and that is what we did today.
Johnson jolting the chamber back into action.
I believe we're going to be able to get this team to work together.
With the House voting hours after his election on the first bill of any kind in nearly a month, a resolution supporting Israel, which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support.
Garrett Haig joining us now from Capitol Hill. Garrett, so do we have any sense of how Johnson emerged as the frontrunner here?
Well, Johnson always had the ambition to be a higher-ranking member of leadership, but it wasn't clear how fast and how far he'd be able to move so quickly. I think he became, after Tom Emmer flamed out yesterday, kind of the most acceptable, plausible choice to a lot of different people in different elements of the Republican Party. And also, he was acceptable to Donald Trump, which I think was one of the key things that also doomed Tom Emmer. A lot of folks were also simply exhausted by this process. They were ready to move on. There was nothing so objectionable to them about Mike Johnson as to block him. So the party said, okay, sure, we'll take a chance on the new guy, and now off we go.
And Garrett, Johnson is arguably the most ideologically conservative person to serve as Speaker since Newt Gingrich in the 90s. So how is that going to influence his role as Speaker?
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see whether his ideology affects how he defends those kind of more moderate members, those ones in Joe Biden districts for whom things like votes on abortion bans or on gay marriage might be political losers. Traditionally, the Speaker's job is in part to make sure that those most vulnerable members get reelected. But if Johnson makes them walk the plank on really difficult votes to please the social conservative base, that'll be much more challenging. We know what Johnson, the Republican member of Congress, believes, but we don't really know much about what Johnson, the leader, believes about how to run the House and how he views those parts of the jobs about kind of member management. We're all going to find out in real time whether his personal views will weigh on how he views defending and trying to expand the House Republican majority.
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you. Still ahead tonight, murder charges in Malibu. 4 Pepperdine University students killed when a car speeding over 100 miles per hour struck them on the Pacific Coast Highway. What we know about the suspect now being held on $4 million bond. Plus, poison murder plot. A husband arrested for the sudden death of his wife, what he does for a living that drew suspicion. And a salmonella outbreak tied to a popular kind of bagged onions. At least 15 people hospitalized. The label you should be looking out for. Stay with us. Top story is just getting started on this Wednesday night.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And we have breaking news to tell you about. Ford Motors and striking auto workers have reached a labor deal. Sources familiar with the matter have confirmed to CNBC it would still need union leadership approval. The move would end a nearly 6-week strike at the automaker. Brian Chung joins us now to break down this possible deal. Brian, we know those workers were getting anxious for this. Can you tell us the latest on this tentative agreement?
Yeah, Valerie, this just breaking a few minutes ago, as you mentioned, our partners at CNBC noting that there has been a deal between Ford and the UAW. There are a number of moving parts here. First, we have to remember that this deal would need to be ratified by the 57,000 members of the UAW if it is indeed agreed to in tentative terms. Now, after that, they would also then have to take this deal to the other two automakers that this union has been bargaining with as well, that being Chrysler maker Stellantis as well as General Motors. So there's still a lot of moving parts to get this done, and this is relatively unprecedented. The last time that the union struck, which was prior to the pandemic, they were targeting one specific automaker with the intention of essentially copy and pasting that agreement with the other automakers as well. This time, the UAW decided to strike against all three at once, and it appears, based off of Wednesday night, as far as we know right now, that they've at least made an agreement with one of them. Whether or not they can get the deal across the finish line with the other two remains an open question. Again, Shawn Fain, the president of the UAW, has set the standards high. What are the terms of this agreement? We don't yet know as of Wednesday evening. We'll have to continue to find out, and we'll, of course, bring those updates as we get them. But for right now, it sounds like there's a deal with Ford with a lot of questions about how they'll be able to apply any sort of agreement to the other automakers as well, Valerie.
All right, more to come. Brian Chung, thank you so much. Next tonight, to a major update on a tragic story out of Malibu. 4 Pepperdine University students killed after they were hit by a car on a dangerous stretch of the Pacific Coast Highway. The LA County DA now charging that driver with murder, saying he was speeding at 100 miles per hour at the time of the crash. NBC's Liz Kreutz reports.
A week after a violent car crash that killed 4 Pepperdine University seniors, tonight LA's district attorney formally filing murder charges against 22-year-old Frazier Michael Baum, who authorities say was driving the car that slammed into those young women.
The investigation revealed that the defendant knew his actions were dangerous to human life and deliberately acted with conscious disregard.
The crash happened on a stretch of California's Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, just 4 miles from Pepperdine University. Investigators say Baum was driving at 104 miles per hour in a dark BMW around 8:30 at night when he lost control, sideswiped several parked cars, and then rammed into the 4 sorority sisters who were walking in the area. Baum's attorney claims he was being chased at the time of the crash.
There was a road rage incident that started at Duke's, that this person chased him and tried to push him off the side of the road, and when he accelerated to get away from him, that's when the accident occurred.
Baum was initially arrested on suspicion of vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence, but was released pending an investigation. A week later, on Tuesday, he was rearrested. The DA now charging him with 4 counts of murder and 4 counts of gross vehicular manslaughter. Baum has pled not guilty.
You must understand that when you're driving with complete disregard for the life of others, severe consequences can occur.
The devastating incident now prompting calls for safety along the famed Pacific Coast Highway. Locals have dubbed that stretch where the crash happened Dead Man's Curve.
You said Malibu's safe. It's not safe.
At this heated city council meeting, residents in the beachside community demanding more enforcement, speed cameras, and potentially a redesign of the highway.
Why does it take something like this for anybody in this city to do anything? Why?
On campus, students and faculty mourning the senseless loss of their beloved friends, Neve Royalston, Peyton Stewart, Asha Weir, and Deslyn Williams.
I met all 4 of them freshman year and quickly realized how much better life was about to get.
Each remembered as bright, fun, and loving. Their lives cut too short. Another community left shattered.
And Pepperdine University says those 4 young women will posthumously receive their undergraduate degrees. As for Baum, he is currently being held on $4 million bail. If found guilty, he could face decades in prison. Valerie.
Okay, Liz Kreutz, thank you. When we come back, the shocking scene at a Manhattan courthouse, former President Trump storming out after the judge handed down a $10,000 fine. The comments he made that landed him in hot water. That's next.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with Representative Jamal Bowman charged with a misdemeanor for pulling a fire alarm on Capitol Hill last month. A screen grab of a security video appears to show the New York congressman pulling the alarm on September 30th, just before a vote on the government shutdown. In a statement to NBC News, Bowman says he will plead guilty. The D.C. Attorney General's office says he has agreed to pay a maximum fine of $1,000 and provide a formal apology to Capitol Police. A health alert. Onion products sold nationwide have been linked to a salmonella outbreak. California-based company Gill's Onions recalling all fresh diced onion products due to possible salmonella contamination. The CDC says so far more than 70 people across 22 states have been sickened and at least 15 people have been hospitalized. The affected products have use-by dates in August of 2023. You can find the full list of recalled products at NBC.com. And a key drug to prevent RSV is in short supply as cases begin to tick up. The CDC alerting doctors about a limited supply of doses of a newly approved antibody drug given to infants to prevent RSV infection. The agency telling doctors to prioritize getting doses to infants at the highest risk of RSV, including those younger than 6 months or with underlying conditions. Now to the bombshell scene at former President Donald Trump's fraud trial, the judge slapping Trump with a $10,000 fine for violating his gag order. His comments being made just minutes before he entered the courtroom. Take a listen.
This judge is a very partisan judge, with a person who's very partisan sitting alongside of him, perhaps even much more partisan than he is. So we are doing very well. The facts are speaking very loud. He's a totally discredited witness, and you haven't seen anything yet. This goes on for a long time, and he's a totally discredited witness.
Okay, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Cinadella. Angela, you heard what Trump said there in the courtroom, but when he was called to the stand, he said he was talking about Michael Cohen. Now, the judge did not buy that. What are you thinking if you're his defense team right now?
Yes, the judge did not buy that. And as the defense team, I mean, that was a Hail Mary. In listening to those words, it does not really sound like he was talking about Michael Cohen. But the judge in this regard has total discretion to make a credibility call. I mean, that's what the judge, especially in a trial with no jury does, decides if the person on the stand is lying, what evidence he will trust. So if I am his defense team, I am going to say, Mr. Trump, please stop talking. This is not a question of advancing his political campaign. This is talking about a member of his staff, allegedly, or I'm sorry, of the judge's staff, which is something that is not relevant to any campaign efforts.
As a result of these comments today, the judge fined Trump for violating the gag order that was issued earlier in the trial. That's after the president made a negative post about his law clerk on social media. What happens if he continues to go down this road? Could he possibly face jail time?
He could absolutely possibly face jail time, but I'm going to say even the judge doesn't know the answer to this question. And that is because judges live and die by precedent. They don't just make gut decisions. They like to go by past rulings. But there's never been a situation like this before where even the ACLU is arguing on behalf of the president, saying that these gag orders are unconstitutional because they violate the First Amendment right. So there are so many massive issues at play. Whether or not the judge will put him in jail, even though he has every right to, will depend on how he feels about the larger constitutional issues.
All right, we'll see what happens the next time. Let's turn to reporting from ABC News that came out last night that Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was granted immunity in the special counsel's federal election fraud case. Could we see him make a similar deal in the Georgia fraud case?
Everything's on the table, Valerie. I expect to see so many deals being made, but I do think we have some amount of time. When we saw all of these plea deals happen with lawyers, it's that domino effect that started right on the eve of their trials. But there was no trial date set for Meadows or for Mr. Trump, and so we have some time. Also, the people who are closest to Trump, like Meadows, are the biggest dominoes to fall and often will be the last. So only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Angela Cinadella, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Coming up, a scary moment caught on camera as a cliff collapses onto a beach. How a dog and owner caught right under the debris got away unscathed. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Back now with an alleged murder plot. A Minnesota doctor who's an expert in poisons is behind bars for allegedly poisoning his wife and killing her. A criminal complaint says it could have all been part of a scheme to pay off mounting debt. NBC's Rahima Ellis reports.
Tonight, a Minnesota doctor accused of poisoning his wife is in jail. Dr. Connor Bowman, a poison specialist, is charged with second-degree murder of Betty Bowman after police say they got a tip that his wife's death in August was suspicious.
It was devastating and it was so sad, and I just couldn't believe that somebody as young as Betty and as generally healthy as Betty could possibly happen.
Betty's friends now reeling with agony that her death might have been caused by her own husband. Police telling NBC News investigators collected evidence that suggests Connor, who once worked for Poison Control, may have given Betty a drug for an ailment she did not have. According to a criminal complaint filed against Connor Bowman, after Betty's death, Bowman wanted to cremate his wife, but the medical examiner's office halted the cremation. They determined her death was suspicious. The complaint also states police found internet searches about the drug colchicine and determining what a lethal dose would be by entering his wife's weight. Colchicine was found in her system in her toxicology report.
The state's going to have to show that this drug is toxic and that the toxicity level is what caused the death. And they're going to have to explain why this drug should not have been in her system and that it had potentially fatal side effects. Because if the drug wasn't dangerous, then it's going to be hard to prove that she was given a dangerous drug.
The complaint also states the couple had separate bank accounts because Bowman was in debt, and that police spoke to a woman who said Bowman claimed he would get $500,000 in life insurance as a result of his wife's death. Betty's friends say Connor showed some people the lab reports at her funeral and asked if anything stood out.
At the time, nothing seemed out of place or unusual, but I start to look back now and you think, well, maybe. Well, what was that about?
An attorney listed as representing Bowman in court documents did not return NBC's request for comment. Bowman's next court appearance is set for November 1st, and his unconditional bond is set for $5 million. He's facing a maximum 40 years behind bars if convicted. Valerie?
Rahima Ellis, thank you. Now to top stories. Global watch. Mexico deploying 300 National Guardsmen after a deadly ambush on police officers. The troopers will go to the southern state of Guerrero to help deal with the escalating violence there. On Monday, the bodies of 13 police officers, including the local police chief, were found on a highway with gunshot wounds. That same day, at least 6 more people were killed in 2 other attacks on the region. And a close call caught on camera for a dog and its owner in the UK. New video shows the moment part of a cliff on the Isle of Wight begins to give way, crashing onto the beach and narrowly missing the dog. His owner eventually grabbing the dog and getting it back on a leash. The public has been warned to stay clear of the area for now. Before we go tonight, pro hockey dropping a controversial ban on the ice, now letting players support pride with rainbow tape. How one player's public protest might have pushed the league to change.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
And finally tonight, the NHL will once again allow players to promote social causes on the ice with their sticks, and the about face may be thanks to one brave player.
Pride back on the ice after the NHL reversed its ban on colorful stick tape, which included rainbow-colored pride tape. Writing in a statement in part, players will now have the option to voluntarily represent social causes with their stick tape throughout the season. The reversal coming just days after Arizona Coyotes defenseman Travis Dermott defied the rule, wrapping his hockey stick with the rainbow tape before this Saturday game against the Anaheim Ducks. The move receiving praise across social media.
This is what a true ally is. It's doing stuff that matters, regardless of the consequences.
Travis Dermott stood to lose a lot, and he stood for what was right.
But also drawing some negative feedback.
Oh, I'm virtuous. Look at me.
Dermott telling The Athletic, quote, "The fight's not over. We're going to continue to talk about this." And adding, "Hopefully I'll have a positive impact on some people that needed that positive impact." Reigning league MVP Edmonton Oilers' Connor McDavid also expressing disappointment with the rule when it was first announced.
Whether that's pride tape or pink tape or anything, you know, it's like I said, it's always something that I've enjoyed. In terms of a league standpoint, you know, is it something that I'd like to see put back into place one day? Certainly.
The controversy following a year of policy changes from the NHL, first announcing no theme jerseys of any kind would be allowed after some players refused to wear pride jerseys. In January, Philadelphia Flyers player Ivan Provorov made headlines after he sat out of a warm-up because of the jersey, citing his religious beliefs.
I respect everybody's choices. My choice is to stay true to myself and my religion. That's all I'm going to say.
Several teams, including the New York Rangers and the Chicago Blackhawks, then opting out of wearing pride-themed jerseys in warm-ups. Earlier this month, the league going a step further, banning the stick tape, putting out the memo first reported by ESPN, adding that players could still, however, take part in themed celebrations off the ice.
The latest step is they banned pride tape, which to me is really crossing the line. It said this one particular community, these are all the rules for that one community, but this one particular community, LGBTQ plus community, you can't be celebrated by wearing pride tape. I don't get it.
The specialty jerseys are still banned for the season, but players will once again be allowed to stick to the issues and causes that matter to them.
And thanks for watching Top Story. For Tom Yamas, I'm Valerie Castro. Stay right there. More News Now is on the way.
Good evening, I'm Jake Ward in for Gotti Schwartz. We are watching breaking news right now out of Detroit, where the United Auto Workers Union is expected to announce a tentative labor contract with Ford Motor at any moment after being on strike for 6 weeks. We'll keep monitoring the situation in Detroit and bring it to you as it develops. But first, let's begin with the latest in the Israel-Hamas war. Today, the Israel Defense Forces showed journalists a gruesome 46-minute montage of extended footage from the Hamas attack on October 7th. It includes body cam video that the IDF says is from Hamas militants, along with CCTV footage from the day. The IDF gave NBC News exclusive access to some of that video, but we have not been able to immediately verify all of it ourselves. Still, dashcam video shows confusion at the site of that deadly music festival massacre. Here's part of that footage, but we have to warn you, it is disturbing.
في سيارات بيجي من هناك سريع بس ما المفروض عملنا كمين للسيارات المدنية. احنا انا وياك والسلم غادي ايش؟ بالسلامة. ألف سلامة يا أبو خليل.
The release of this extended footage by the IDF comes amid continued international scrutiny of Israel's response to the attack. It also comes a day after Israel spat with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who said the Hamas attack, quote, did not, pardon me, he was describing the possible justification of these attacks, but Israel officials were outraged by this. They've accused the UN Secretary General of justifying terrorism and even canceled a scheduled meeting with him. This is what the Secretary General had to say in response.
I am shocked by the misrepresentations by some of my statement yesterday in the Security Council, as if I was justifying acts of terror by Hamas. This is false. It was the opposite.
Meanwhile, calls for a humanitarian ceasefire are growing by the day, especially as the death toll in Gaza continues to rise, climbing to over 6,500 people, according to the Hamas-controlled health ministry there. President Biden is now calling for more aid into Gaza and says his administration is working with friends in the region to make that happen. NBC's Ellison Barber joins me now from the Israel-Gaza border. Ellison, tell us what you are hearing about the ground invasion. There is reporting that Israel is delaying it so that the U.S. can get its own missile defenses in place. But Netanyahu appears to continue his saber rattling today. He says it is still coming. What can you tell us from where you are?
Yeah, I mean, and in his speech tonight that aired on TV here for the Israeli public, I mean, he was specifically addressing in his speech Israeli citizens. He made very clear at one point saying that they will decide what happens next here. He talked about what they are doing right now, which he described as raining hellfire on Hamas. And then he said, and this will continue. This is only the beginning. He talked about a ground incursion, saying it will happen, and saying that Israel and the war cabinet here will ultimately decide exactly when that happens, saying that they will do it when they decide that conditions for the ground incursion are most optimal. I mean, he was very strong and forceful in the words that he had to say tonight about what they plan to do next, not at all backing away from the anticipated ground incursion and not at all backing away from the airstrikes that are happening inside of Gaza right now. He seems resolute on the position that they are doing what they believe is best, that they are working towards eliminating Hamas entirely from the Gaza Strip, and they have no plans of changing course. Now, that being said, there is new NBC News reporting that, according to a U.S. official, the United States is asking Israel to delay a ground incursion so more humanitarian aid can get into Gaza and also more people, foreign nationals, can get out. It's one thing for them to make that ask. It's another to whether or not Netanyahu will listen. There is a lot of support amongst the public here in Israel for this war to escalate and to continue. There's some division amongst families who have loved ones being held hostage inside of Hamas as to whether or not the ground incursion is the right move. One person I spoke to yesterday said they want to see it delayed because they are afraid of what it could mean for their loved ones. But generally speaking, most Israelis here support the war effort and the ultimate goal of ridding Gaza of Hamas. But at the same time, Jake, and there was a report in local Israeli media today about this, about a new poll that said that public support for this government and Netanyahu in particular is at an all-time low. But it's not because of what they're doing inside of Gaza right now, but because of the failings to stop and deal with the terror attack that took place on October 7th. Jake.
Now, Ellison, a moment ago, I tried to describe the UN Secretary General's comments and flubbed it. He said, quote, it did not happen in a vacuum. That was him describing the events of October 7th. And, of course, there's been a lot of fallout from those comments yesterday. How is Israel reacting? As I understand it, they are planning on refusing visas now?
Yeah, I mean, they're enraged. The reaction from Israeli officials was swift and not at all forgiving. At one point, Minister Benny Gantz, who is the leader of the opposition party here in Israel, but has joined with Prime Minister Netanyahu to form a unity government while they are at war, he called the UN Secretary General a terror apologist for those remarks. Then you had the UN envoy for Israel saying that Israel plans to deny visas for UN officials wanting to come into Israel. Then you had the Secretary General issue that clarification, if you will, where he very pointedly, not naming Israel specifically, but clearly speaking about Israel and Israeli officials, saying that his words had been misrepresented and taken out of context. After that, though, you had the UN envoy for Israel doubling down, posting on Twitter saying that the Secretary General should resign immediately, saying someone who justifies a group or people or says there are legitimate reasons for a terror attack to occur has no business leading the United Nations. Jake.
Ellison Barber on the Israel-Gaza border. Ellison, thank you so much. Possible signs of hope for the families of some 200 hostages still being held in Gaza. The complicated process of negotiating their release is largely in the hands of Qatar, one of the few countries that has open lines of communication with both Hamas and Israeli leaders. Qatar's prime minister seemed to strike a notably optimistic tone earlier today. Have a look.
The negotiations are still ongoing, and at any moment of time, I think that if we will be able to get along between the two parties, I think we will see some breakthroughs hopefully soon.
NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Qatar's capital city of Doha. Keir, he said their breakthrough hopefully soon. That would mean something very different coming from any other nation. Where does that leave things tonight? And what would a ground invasion mean for these hostage talks?
Yeah, it's significant, Jake. It's actually the first time that we've heard a Qatari government official publicly predict a breakthrough like that. Hopefully soon is slightly open-ended, isn't it? So it leaves space for these negotiations, or these talks, as they are called more often when people talk to me. These talks to have problems, have hurdles. As we talked about last night, there have been a number of hurdles just in terms of trying to release 2 and then 2 more hostages. To try to release a lot more, you can imagine just how much more fraught that is. I'm told by a diplomat with knowledge of the talks that in order to release a large group of hostages, it's going to need Hamas to gather them together. They're going to need to be brought out in a convoy. That is going to need a pause to the bombing, and that's something that Israel would have to agree to. But just think about it. A convoy of international civilian hostages, including children, the injured, being brought out of a war zone. We haven't seen the like of that in recent history.
And Keir, obviously complicated enough, but Israel said today that more than half the hostages have foreign passports, including more than 50 from Thailand alone. How does the international nature of who these hostages are complicate things?
Well, I think it complicates things for the Israelis. I think there's a clock ticking, clearly. But what we heard from President Biden today, where he said that he is encouraging, not urging, not telling, being very careful in his language, but encouraging the Israelis to try to secure the release of the civilian hostages before launching a ground invasion, just tells you something more openly, again, more publicly than we've heard, about America's stance. And of course, Israel is going to be making a calculation. If you launch a ground invasion, you kill international hostages, what impact does that have on international opinion? So all of that is one aspect. Another thing I think that hasn't been understood necessarily by everyone, and it's worth pointing out, is some of these hostages are civilians, and some of them will be considered by Hamas to be military hostages, people taken, people in the military, in the Israeli Defense Force, held. And Hamas considers those to be different. So if we do see the release of a large number of hostages, it won't be all the hostages, not the more than 200, and Hamas will think that it still is able to negotiate and will expect to trade, because that's what's happened in the past, trade those military hostages. Although everything changed on October 7th, of course, so history is no guide.
Keir Simmons for us in Doha, Qatar, the country, of course, through which so many of these complicated negotiations are going to take place. Keir, thank you so much. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a breaking point. The largest UN agency there said it will have to cease all operations as soon as tonight if it doesn't get fuel immediately. Fuel is, of course, needed for everything from delivering flour to bakeries to critical life or death functions, like providing electricity in hospitals for life support machines. Plus, the United Nations says without fuel, they will not have the power for water desalination plants, which could leave the nearly 600,000 people in their shelters without clean drinking water. NBC News correspondent Hala Garani joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hala, a United Nations spokesperson said they'll have to make, quote, tough decisions if fuel runs out. What kind of tough decisions face people on the ground there?
I spoke today with the representative for UNRWA, which is the United Nations relief agency in charge of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and she told me that they've already started rationing, that they have a fleet of 300 vehicles, but they certainly can't operate at full capacity, and that if they do not receive fuel shipments soon, they have not received, she says, any fuel shipments since October 7th, then they will have to stop operations completely. As you mentioned there, they need fuel, not just for their vehicles, but they need fuel for generators in some of the medical centers that they operate. They need fuel to be able to make deliveries of supplies, of flour to bakeries. And one of the big issues, this spokesperson told me, is that because they're not able to fuel these desalination plants or this ability for these plants to pump water into the system, people are drinking dirty and unsanitary water, and this is causing widespread issues, not life or death issues right away, but especially for children, some gastrointestinal problems, diarrhea, and all of these are things that doctors and hospitals dealing with the wounded from the airstrikes just don't have the time or the medicine in some cases to treat. So that can really cause a much bigger, longer-term issue for the civilian population in the Gaza Strip.
And yet, in spite of all of these civilian effects, Israel says it won't allow more fuel into Gaza for fear it will end up in the hands of Hamas. I mean, help decode this for us. I mean, can you explain the politics of what is going on here?
So, Jake, from the beginning, Israel has said we will not allow fuel in. Well, in the beginning, you'll remember the defense minister said we won't allow anything in. It's a total siege, but we've seen a few trucks trickle in from the Egyptian side through the Rafah border. But fuel has been off the table. Now, when I asked the UN agency spokesperson about these accusations or these concerns that Israel has, that if fuel goes in, it will simply just go to the Hamas militants and that they'll use it to power rockets. She said, well, in her words, that is, quote, nonsense, because we are quite capable of receiving these fuel shipments at the border and then driving them to where we know they need to go. So that's the response from the UN agency, saying it would be perfectly possible for us to get the fuel we need to where it needs to go and out of the hands of the Hamas group, Jake.
Hala Garani on the deepening desperation of the situation in Gaza. Hala in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. And in Lebanon today, the leader of Hezbollah met with senior members of Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. These three Iran-backed militant groups say they discussed what their next steps should be as the war in Gaza rages on. NBC's Matt Bradley has more.
So the decades-long Cold War on the border behind me between Lebanon and Israel is truly heating up today. It was the deadliest day so far ever since those attacks by Hamas on October 7th for Hezbollah. Hezbollah, distinct from Hamas, it is also an Iranian-backed group, but it is not Palestinian. It's based here in southern Lebanon. It's the dominant paramilitary power here in southern Lebanon. And it's, like I said, backed by Iran, but it also has its hands in government. It has ministerial posts, members of parliament. It controls ports and airports. It is a powerful group. But right now, while it has had some tit-for-tat fighting with the Israelis across the border, it has not yet erupted that border into a full-on war. But yet, it is still hemorrhaging men. It's now lost 47 fighters in just the past 2.5 weeks. Now, that has raised questions. How will this group do if it goes on a full-fledged fight with the Israelis? Now, so far, it's taken the posture of deterrence, where it seems to be waiting in the wings, seeing what Israel will do with the Gaza Strip with regards to that much-anticipated ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. Now, we don't know the extent to which Hezbollah takes its orders directly from Tehran, but it could be waiting for some kind of action, some kind of decision from the Iranians. Now, that's something that a lot of people are waiting for, mostly the Lebanese public, but also the leader of Hezbollah himself, Hassan Nasrallah. He just made his first appearance, not on television as he normally would, addressing his public, but in a still photograph, speaking to other members of the so-called Axis of Resistance that are backed by Iran. And we don't know exactly what that means, but it could mean the decision is in the offing in terms of how Hezbollah is going to behave in the coming days and weeks.
Matt Bradley, thanks so much. And coming up, we finally have a new Speaker of the House. We'll tell you more about Congressman Mike Johnson, who secured enough votes for the seat after 3 long weeks. That's straight ahead.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back to that breaking news. The United Auto Workers Union expected to announce a tentative labor contract with Ford Motors at any moment. The UAW has been on strike for 6 weeks at Detroit's 3 major automakers. The strikes led to work stoppages at 3 Ford factories. NBC's Brian Chung is joining me now. Brian, thank you so much for being here on short notice. What do we know about this newly announced possible contract, and what do we think the union might have won here?
Yeah, a little bit of late breaking news here on the UAW front with CNBC, our partners over on that side, reporting that they do have a tentative agreement with Ford. The UAW, the United Auto Workers Union, has been striking for almost 6 weeks now, not just against Ford, but against the other 2 major Detroit automakers as well, that being Chrysler maker Stellantis as well as General Motors. Now, as far as what we know about the deal, we don't have the fine print just yet. But we did know from earlier in the week that there were discussions around a 25% wage increase. As you'll recall, Jake, the UAW had been targeting something a little bit closer to 46% compounded over the next few years. So indeed, it does seem like we're going to have to see what the announcement would be. Right now, we don't have any sort of contract in writing from the UAW. But you do have to remember here, Jake, there are a lot of moving parts on this front. First, any sort of tentative agreement, even if agreed to by the leaders of the UAW and Ford, would have to get ratified by the union's 57,000 members. They would only need a majority, but again, they still need to go through that process. And then they would have to take this contract and see if they can get similar agreements at the other 2 automakers, Stellantis and General Motors, as well. So this isn't necessarily across the finish line, but encouraging to see that there is at least an agreement with one of the automakers. Maybe that points to an agreement with the other 2 as well.
Well, that was my next question here, Brian, is there any historical guidance when it comes to how a breakthrough with one of the 3 automakers might affect the other 2? I mean, do you have any sense or any predictions for us about what this might mean for talks with GM and Stellantis?
Yeah, well, the answer is that we do and don't have precedent for this. On one hand, we don't have precedent for this because we've never seen the United Auto Workers Union take a stand against all three of the Detroit three automakers at the same time. The last time that they struck, which was prior to the pandemic, they targeted one of the three, and then after they made an agreement with that one automaker, copied and pasted essentially their agreement with the other automakers as well. That's the part of this that could play out similarly in this scenario. Because of the fact that they did make an agreement with Ford, they could then essentially take that agreement and then apply it to the other automakers as well. What makes this a little bit more challenging, though, is that there are unique idiosyncratic factors to their discussions with the other automakers, like, for example, at Stellantis, where there is an auto assembly plant that's been closed that UAW has been trying to negotiate for potential refitting so that they can get the auto workers that formerly worked at that plant back online somewhere else. So this is very much going to be a complicated matter. And again, you have to remember, this is not necessarily a done deal just because the leaders have agreed to it. That's when this makes the 57,000 members very much important to this process, because, as I mentioned, they need to ratify any deal that's made, not just with one automaker, but all three.
A possible breakthrough with one, but obviously possibly a long way to go. Brian Chung jumping on this for us. Brian, thanks so much. After weeks of chaos, the House has finally elected a new speaker. Here he is, Republican Congressman Mike Johnson from Louisiana. Here is some of what he said once he took the gavel.
Let the enemies of freedom around the world hear us loud and clear. The People's House is back in business.
So who is Mike Johnson? Well, NBC senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake is here to explain.
22 days, 4 nominees, 4 votes, and a lot of political pulled teeth later, we do finally have a speaker. Not that I'm still counting, but it's done. Mike Johnson of Louisiana, who came into Congress in 2017, will be the shortest tenured member to become speaker in the modern era. He's basically a new guy who just walked in, and that was part of his appeal, I think, in some ways to the Republican base. He's been around long enough to make some friends, but not so long as to develop the kind of intractable enemies that has doomed several of the Republicans who came before him. And the things to know about Mr. Johnson, for the uninitiated here, he's very much a social conservative on issues like abortion and on same-sex marriage. And he's very tightly aligned with Donald Trump, including being one of the foremost promoters, some have said the architect of some of the election interference theories, the stolen election theories that Donald Trump was promoting in 2020. It's such a big issue for Johnson that even the president was asked about it today, although he wasn't particularly troubled by Johnson's past remarks. Listen to what he said.
If you win re-election in 2024, are you worried that a Speaker Johnson would again attempt to overturn the election?
No.
Why not?
Because he can't. Look, just like I was not worried that the last guy would be able to overturn the election. They had about 60 lawsuits and all the way to the Supreme Court, and every time they lost.
But, Jake, Democrats have made Speaker Johnson's past election denialism kind of core to their argument against him. You heard some of it in the nominating speeches today and in the speech from Hakeem Jeffries, even after Johnson won the speakership, that no election denialism would ever change the fact that Joe Biden is the president of the United States. And you're seeing in some of that how Democrats are preparing to run against House Republicans next year. They're going to try to link Johnson to Donald Trump, a much easier thing to do with this speaker than it might have been with some of the other potential nominees, and they're hoping that his social conservatism comes out in the things he makes these other House Republicans vote on. If there's a national abortion ban vote or another vote on gay marriage, something like that that's never going to get signed by President Biden but can be used against moderate Republicans in the future, that's something that Democrats would like to see. But in the meantime, the House is back to work. They've already passed their first piece of real legislation in nearly a month, a resolution supporting Israel, passing today with more than 400 votes in favor. Jake?
Garrett Haake, thank you so much. It was a tough day for Donald Trump. He's in New York for that $250 million civil fraud trial, and today he was called to take the stand to explain comments he had made earlier in the courthouse hallway. Now remember, there's a gag order that blocked Trump from talking about the judge's staff. Well, the judge ruled Trump violated that order, and he fined the former president $10,000 as a result. Here is what Trump said.
This judge is a very partisan judge, with a person who's very partisan sitting alongside of him, perhaps even much more partisan than he is. So we are doing very well. The facts are speaking very loud. He's a totally discredited witness, and you haven't seen anything yet. This goes on for a long time, and he's a totally discredited witness.
Joining us now is NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella. Angela, thank you for being here. Break this down for us. What happened, and how often have you seen something like this?
Well, Jake, first of all, this never happens. Gag orders in themselves are rare, let alone violations, and obviously, especially with the former president on trial. But let's break it down. So there was a partial gag order that prevented President Trump, former President Trump, from making any disparaging comments about the judge's staff. Now, as you saw in the comments that were just played, he didn't technically name a person. He just had the person standing next to the judge. Now, the judge then brought him in, put him on the stand, and asked him who he was referring to. Was he actually violating the gag order? And Trump said in his defense that he was talking about Michael Cohen, who was sitting in the witness box, not about this clerk. But the judge, well within his rights, well within his discretion, decided that Donald Trump was lying on the stand. He made a credibility call and then ruled that he had violated this limited gag order and thus fined him $10,000. But look, this was not even all of the chaos that happened on the stand today. There was Michael Cohen, who, as a star witness, really walked back on his credibility, made some errors with his story, and the defense jumped on it. The defense then asked the judge for a directed verdict, meaning they asked the judge to just end the trial right then and there because they said that there was not enough evidence. But the judge said, nope, I'm not allowing this directed verdict to happen. There is enough evidence, and so I am denying your request. Donald Trump then stormed right out, and he had another press conference where he made more comments. So let's take a look at those comments.
Admitting that we won the trial, and the judge should end this trial immediately. Thank you.
Now, if there's a question here of could this impact the trial in other ways, it's probably not going to impact it very much because these gag orders are supposed to be separate from the evidence in the trial. So, look, this is a very experienced judge, and you expect that the judge will be able to separate a gag order and violations from it with the determination of the trial. That said, any defense attorney will always tell their client it is not in their best interest to make disparaging comments about a judge, let alone a staff, let alone violate gag orders. Judges, like juries, are humans. And in that regard, you have to take that into consideration when making accusations or allegations towards anybody, Jake.
And Angela, you know, Trump, as we know, is not someone who tends to keep his thoughts to himself. And he's also a billionaire, right? $10,000 isn't that much for a billionaire. But does the punishment escalate over time if he keeps talking in contravention of this gag order?
Jake, you're absolutely right. So with gag orders, the violations really have progressive punishment. So first we saw a $5,000 violation, then we saw a $10,000 one. Now we know the judge has threatened to throw Trump in jail, which again would be well within his rights if he continues to violate this gag order. However, there is this bigger constitutional issue at play. We saw the ACLU already arguing on behalf of Trump, saying that this could violate the First Amendment right of a president who is trying to run for the presidency, a former president who's trying to run. So whether or not the judge will throw him in jail is unclear. But yes, the violations and the punishments attached to them will certainly escalate if it happens again, Jake.
Angela Sanadella with the escalating stakes for the former president. Angela, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jake.
It was promised as a new era of transparent pricing. No more surprises at checkout, and you'd see the full cost of many online ticket purchases. It should be clear up front. But a U.S. senator is saying that promise by Ticketmaster's parent company Live Nation is falling short. New reporting from NBC News shows that hidden fees are still adding a hefty chunk to your final bill for most of those concert and sports tickets you buy online, sometimes 30 or 40% on top of the advertised price. In fact, we found most events on Live Nation's site initially advertise only the base ticket price, leaving consumers in the dark about the true final cost. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar is pushing to speed up efforts to end what she calls drip pricing tactics, telling NBC that she believes consumers have a right to see the full cost up front without hidden fees popping up later. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky joins me now. Noah, great to have you here. What did you find while looking through these sites, and what can lawmakers do to achieve true transparency?
So Amy Klobuchar is worked up about this. In fact, we had kind of a back and forth today between Amy Klobuchar and Live Nation, which, you know, merged with Ticketmaster back in 2010. And it all comes down to this big summer event at the White House where the president said this is a new era. The price you see is going to be the price you get. And Live Nation was there, but Klobuchar says they aren't living up to the spirit of the deal that they promised. Live Nation tells me today that they weren't really promising full upfront pricing for everything on Ticketmaster, just events at Live Nation-owned spot. So I want to show you, let me walk you through here actually how this works. So for most events on Live Nation or Ticketmaster, you go to the event, you select your event. Let's pick a Kiss concert here, Hollywood this week. You shop around for your ticket, $99 here. Yep, all right, great. We've got a ticket here. It says $99. You click on it though, and it says $99 plus fees. You don't know how much those fees are yet. So, all right, you want to find out. You actually have to log in. So then when you log in, we see now that price is $131, 32% higher than it originally was. So if you actually know where to look, there is a filter where you can toggle on the all-in price. It's up in the corner, but you have to know where it is. And Klobuchar says that just isn't good enough. She wants to see more. Here's what she told me today.
One of the things they promised at the White House, they promised, and I read their own press release, they said that they will lead the industry with new all-in pricing. What is all-in pricing? All-in pricing means that you see the entire price.
So this comes down to the original summer pledge. Live Nation says it is only for venues that they own and operate because their hands are basically tied by contracts for all of the huge majority of events on Ticketmaster. Live Nation also called on Klobuchar and her fellow members of Congress to do something about this. They say the ball is in their court. They would actually support some federal, laws on this stuff to make things transparent.
Well, no, on top of this federal effort, I mean, there are some state laws that require Ticketmaster to show the full price. How effective has that been, and are there more states looking to do the same? How can we expect that to perhaps expand?
It's actually been really effective. So, when Congress can't get anything done, leave it to state legislatures often. 3 states have passed legislation that requires the price you see to be the price you pay. Those states: Connecticut, New York, Tennessee. So if you go on Ticketmaster or Live Nation to an event, the price you see will be the all-in checkout price right away. It's a great thing for consumers. California also just passed this law. It won't go into effect till next year, but California is so big, what we often see something called the California effect. When 20% of the population lives in one state and that state changes its laws, sometimes that is enough to push a company to change its ways across the entire company. I know consumers I know who buy tickets are hoping that will be the case when it comes to this all-in pricing. Jake?
Noah Pransky, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, all communication is down in Acapulco after Hurricane Otis made landfall earlier today. The Category 5 storm is the strongest to ever hit Mexico. We'll get to more on this historic storm after the break. Stay tuned.
come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we are watching tonight. We've been following the manhunt for the estranged son of Nashville's police chief, who was wanted in the shooting of 2 police officers. Today, 38-year-old John Drake Jr. was found dead after a police chase from what officers say appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. A full autopsy will be performed as part of that investigation. Hollywood icon Richard Roundtree has passed away after a brief battle with pancreatic cancer. Roundtree is best known for playing the title character in the award-winning Shaft franchise. He was 81 years old. Some not-so-sweet news for chocolate lovers, especially so close to Halloween. A new Consumer Reports report warns that some chocolate products may contain heavy metals. The report found lead and cadmium in things like chocolate chips, brownie mix, and even hot cocoa from major retailers. 1/3 of the products tested had, quote, worrisome levels of at least one of those metals. And your World Series matchups are all set, with the Arizona Diamondbacks heading to its first fall classic since 2001. After beating the Philadelphia Phillies last night, they will go on to play the Texas Rangers, who are in their first World Series since 2011. Game 1 is set for Friday night in Arlington, Texas. And just in time for the holiday season, there is a new owner of the house from the 1983 classic A Christmas Story, which is a tentpole of my childhood. The sale not only includes Ralphie's home, but also the Bumpus' house, a museum, and gift shop. The previous owner announced the news on social media, teasing that the new owner will be revealed once all of the contracts are finalized. This comes ahead of the film's 40th reunion, where cast members are reuniting in Cleveland next month. Tonight, Mexico's popular beach town Acapulco is facing what is being called a potential humanitarian disaster after Hurricane Otis made surprise landfall overnight as a Category 5 storm with wind speeds as high as 165 miles per hour. The storm's rapid intensity gave folks there just hours to evaluate or take shelter. This is how officials warned residents on such short notice. They did it through megaphones. That howling wind you hear there is what people were also hearing as Otis made landfall. This video taken inside a hospital. You can see people there forced to take shelter in the hallways, beds and all. Another video inside a hotel shows extensive damage. Mexico's president confirmed the storm knocked out all communication in the region and left hundreds of thousands of people without power. Now, getting aid to Acapulco has become an additional challenge. The Mexican military says storm damage left the airport inaccessible and landslides left a main highway blocked. And just as fast as it intensified, Otis has now dissipated. But it is still going down in history as the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. NBC's Guad Venegas has the latest on recovery efforts in Acapulco tonight.
Jake, it's quite difficult to assess the damage in Acapulco today because local authorities have not sent a report to state authorities, and that's because there's no communication between the Acapulco area and its surrounding towns and state authorities in Chilpancingo, the capital of Guerrero. This morning, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador said that they were aware that there was damage to the roads that go from Mexico City into the Acapulco area. They were working to repair those roads and get some of that federal help in, but they had no way to communicate with authorities in Acapulco. It's been almost a day since this hurricane made landfall. It happened just after midnight. So it's been more than 18 hours now since this happened, and we still don't have a report of the damage to infrastructures or if there were any injuries in the area in Acapulco. Now, Mexican networks, news networks, have gotten the first images, photos, and some videos of the damage inside of Acapulco today. Some of these have been shared on social media, and we see extensive damage in the downtown area of Acapulco. This is the area with the five-star hotels, with shopping centers, multiple buildings damaged. And of course, we did have water come up and damage some of that area. Now, these are the new structures. These are the wealthy neighborhoods. We can only imagine what kind of damage could have been caused to the outskirts, the lower income neighborhoods, smaller homes, in many cases in the small towns where people live in structures that are made made of wood and metal sheets. We still don't know what kind of damage was caused there. This morning, the Mexican president was asked if he would visit the area, and he said there was no way to travel into Acapulco this morning by plane or helicopter because of the weather. Now, we know that the weather has been clearing out throughout the day, so it's expected that more federal help will be arriving. But the last report indicated that federal authorities had sent convoys to bring in some of that help to the area, but they were not able to get in until those highways were cleared, and still no information from local authorities in the Acapulco area. This is an area of more than 700,000 people that is surrounded by mountains and is, of course, on the water, and that's why it is so difficult to get there and to assess some of that damage. Jacob?
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, you have been reporting how rare this storm was, and this is what we come to you for, right? Not just what's happening, but why it's happening. What factors played a role here in how quickly this thing intensified?
Yeah, so many things made this exceptionally rare. Now, first off was the forecast fail that none of us knew or expected that we were going to be dealing with a Category 5 landfall last night, let alone into a major metropolitan area like Acapulco. So, I mean, that was the first thing that made it exceptionally rare, was how unprepared everybody was for that storm. And then we have to get into the science of it. Why did it happen, and why didn't we know it? Well, our computer models just were not good enough. They were not specific enough. They don't have the resolution for this storm. It was a small storm, and it didn't really... all of our computer models did not grasp a hold of the intensity, the inner workings, I should say, the core of the storm. So they came up here, and it was over about 80 to 86 degree water. You only need about 80 degree water for it to intensify, and that just, you know, just the fact that how unlucky was Acapulco. It made it direct landfall right over the top of the city. It could have been anywhere in the Mexican coast, and it wouldn't have been as bad as what we're dealing with now. And here's what happened. It was at 50 mile per hour at 1 a.m., and then 1 a.m. later, last night, it was up to 165. That's an incredible leap, one of the fastest that we've ever recorded. And in the Acapulco area, it had been almost 70 years since they've even been hit by a hurricane. I mean, this is extremely unusual. This isn't South Florida. This is an area that's not used to this, Jake. So we have El Nino that made the water warmer and made the storm more stronger. And we also have, of course, climate change. We've warmed our planet up, which warms the ocean up. So those two things supercharge it. The storm would have happened anyways, but it was stronger than it probably likely should have been because of climate change.
And Bill, you know, with Otis now dissipated, you know, that is a coastline that has had a lot of trouble with flooding and rain damage in the past. I mean, where is all that rain and moisture going now?
Yeah, they need a break, and they need to get those highways, all those landslides and mudslides cleared out so they can get the trucks and the supplies to the people that desperately are going to need it over the next week. So you can see the circulation here. This is the clouds we're looking at. Anywhere you see the bright reds, that's where we have areas of rain. So even though the storm has moved to the north, you can still see areas of showers and storms. It's not going to be enough really to make it horrendous or that much more damage, but it may just delay the recovery a little bit. And all that moisture is heading northwards. We have a storm in Texas that's dragging up moisture from the south, and some of that tropical moisture is going to be added to this storm. We've already had tremendous amounts of rain in areas of Oklahoma and Texas today. That'll continue tonight. About 10 million people are under flash flood watches, including the Dallas area. And it does look like during the day tomorrow, especially in the morning, is when we'll get that heaviest rain, and then it will shift eastwards. We need rain in this area, but we just don't need like 3 to 4 inches all at once, Jake, because then we're going to have to deal with problems with flash flooding. And just, you know, for everyone knows, we have not even come close to seeing the worst pictures of what Otis did in the Acapulco area. We've seen just the very top layer. As we go throughout the next couple of days, we'll get a better feeling of what a Category 5 hurricane does. All we've seen so far is what it does to these hotels that are built of concrete. We haven't seen what happens to those small villages and towns outside of the downtown area.
Bill Cairns, with the professionalism to admit when the systems all get surprised that we rely on in this changing world. Bill, thank you so much. Now, in tonight's temperature check, we highlight some news, well, it's not great news for the planet. A new study suggests that no matter what we do to combat fossil fuel emissions, and no matter how aggressively we do it, melting ice in parts of Antarctica are at this point unavoidable, which means sea level rise could be worse than scientists first predicted. And although that is likely decades away, it's still in our lifetimes, and we are seeing what the implications of global sea level rise could be right now. National climate reporter Chase Kane has more.
A viral video shows the ocean swallowing a home in North Carolina last year. And the federal government just bought others nearby to demolish them, preventing a similar fate. The $700,000 price tag might seem small until you consider that 800,000 homes also risk collapse over the next 30 years. They are worth roughly $500 million. Sea level rise driven by human-caused climate change continues to eat away at beaches, dunes, and cliffs, threatening an Amtrak line in California, homes in Florida, Delaware, Massachusetts, and most recently in New York.
I've been coming out to the Pines for 25 years. I have never seen the beach look as bad as it does today. It is absolutely terrifying. Even after Superstorm Sandy, the beaches were not as bad as they are today.
Fire Island, the primary barrier island for the 7 million people who live on Long Island, got a 1-2 punch from recent storms, leaving houses on the edge of collapse.
And then there is a less obvious but even bigger concern: emergencies, because you can see how high the water is coming in. Before this beach was washed away, fire trucks and ambulances could actually use the sand to get back and forth between different communities more quickly. Now that's just not an option.
It's really putting lives at risk here in this community. If we let this go, if we let it go, the cost to the community, the cost to the taxpayers is going to be infinitely greater.
The price tag, a major question. Building back beaches can cost upwards of $1 million per mile. Seawalls aren't cheap either, nor popular. Miami scoffed at this plan along its scenic waterfront. Nationally, Western Carolina University projects we spent more than $13 billion to restore beaches, tax dollars. But even choosing to do nothing has cost, because a certain amount of sea level rise is already baked in from the fossil fuels we've burned.
By the end of the century, we basically have to plan for about 3 feet of global rise in sea level from those temperature and the ice volume components. We can do that. I mean, we can adapt, but it's going to be costly.
A problem which will gain more attention in the coming weeks and months as king tides, the highest high tides of the year, give an unsettling preview of what normal high tides will look like as our oceans continue to rise. In New York, I'm National Climate Reporter Chase Kane.
Chase Kane, thank you so much. And after the break, we will take you inside a Gaza hospital. Why doctors there say this hospital is well past its breaking point. Stay tuned.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're following breaking news right now in Maine. Police there confirmed they are investigating an active shooter situation in multiple locations. Police say a number of people have been shot and hurt in 3 separate locations in Lewiston. Schools in the area were quickly put on lockdown, and people in nearby Auburn have also been told to shelter in place and lock all doors. Police have released a picture of the suspect. You see him there. He appears to be holding a long gun. This is all that we know at the moment. We will update you over the course of the hour as soon as more information becomes available. Retired ATF Special Agent and NBC News terrorism analyst Jim Cavanaugh is with us now. Jim, give us some sense of what you think authorities are doing as they respond to this evolving situation.
Well, it's chaos for him up there right now, Jake, with 3 scenes, multiple people shot. They're trying to locate the shooter. You have him on the screen there, male, Caucasian, long gun, looks like he's got a big scope on there. Maybe some extra ammo packs down in his pants BDU leg. I mean, a weapon like that in a shopping mall can cause, devastating wounds and death. So is it one shooter? When you have 3 scenes, you have to decide, the commanders have to find out, is it one shooter or multiple people acting in concert? So very dire situation.
And knowing what we do, obviously, in that photograph, he's obviously carrying a very powerful weapon. Will there be an effort to somehow make contact with him, take him in alive, or is this a situation in which law enforcement is likely to come at him with deadly force?
Jake, if he's holding a rifle like that when an officer encounters him, is going to be a shootout. He'd have to drop that rifle awful fast under the police orders. When they see a man like that, they're going to activate all their SWAT teams, the Lewiston, Maine Police SWAT, Maine State Police SWAT. If the sheriff has SWAT, even federal agencies, they're all going to be activated to try to find them. The key thing right away, of course, is you got to help the injured, the wounded, respond to those scenes, but you got to locate the guy, because if we have 3 scenes, and is there more than one shooter? These are all unknowns. But so you have to locate, isolate, and then eliminate the threat. And the biggest task is finding him. If it is one and he's moving between scenes, that's a very, very, rapid moving situation for the police, because he can get in a car and drive a few blocks away and kill again. If it's multiple shooters, it's even worse. So Lewiston, Maine's on lockdown. They need to stay on lockdown until this man or men or people are caught.
Yeah, and Jim, we understand at this hour that as of this moment, the governor of Maine has been briefed, and we will bring our viewers whatever she has to say about the situation. But as we think about, as you say, the possibility that this might be more than one person and that he might be moving between these locations, what is available to police for actually trying to track him down? Do you have, in theory, something like license plate readers or closed-circuit footage that might give them some idea of where he is before he can do further damage?
You do have those things, Jake, all those tools, video, license plate readers. The patrol officers on the street that are responding in mass is a big resource. But the biggest resource is always the public, because the public is everywhere. They have their cell phones. When the alerts go out, if this guy's spotted with a rifle, if the gunshots are heard, and they're calling in and the police are out in mass, they can deploy to the last reported sighting or shooting quickly and hopefully engage him and stop him. So the biggest thing that you can leverage on your side is the public, and put those alerts out, leverage the public to call 911 if you see the man, see or hear the shots, anything like that, so the police can get to him, locate him, isolate him, and eliminate the threat.
And as I understand it, Lewiston is the second largest city in Maine, but still a pretty small town, only a little more than 30,000 people. Is a police force in a city that large equipped to handle someone with a long gun intent on doing damage? What do you think it is like for a law enforcement agency the size of one attached to Lewiston to handle something like this?
Well, we don't know the scope of the assailants here, but if it's one man with a rifle, Lewiston PD would be able to deal with it for sure. All patrol officers, even in the smaller communities, carry long guns in the trunks of their cars now, patrol rifles we call them. They're trained on them, they know how to use them. When they get a call for an active shooter, they're going to get to their trunk, put on their body armor, get their tactical rifle, and they'll be able to deal with the guy. Now, If it's a case with multiple shooters or many multiple shooters, you know, any department can be challenged by that. But you're also going to have layered on, you know, sheriff's deputies and Maine state troopers. So they have the law enforcement resources to handle it. The key always is, can you get to him before he kills again or kills more? I think the dire thing we're looking at here is the 3 scenes. It's either one guy traveling or it's multiple shooters, and either one of those is not a good scenario for law enforcement.
Well, Jim Kavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us. So again, just to reiterate for our viewers, in Lewiston, Maine, the second largest city of Maine, it's about halfway between Portland and the capital city of Maine. We have an active shooter possibly moving among 3 possible locations. The governor has been informed, and we have we will bring you whatever details we can. We do not at this hour have an exact report of how many people have been affected, but we know there have been more than one victim. This is a mass shooting, an active shooter situation, and we will bring you whatever details we can. I understand we may have Frank Figliucci on the line with us now to talk about. So, Jim, let me actually, we don't have Frank yet. I apologize. Let me bring you back, Jim, just to find out a little bit more about the procedure at this point. I mean, it is. I just think you would know more than almost anybody just what a singular American tragedy this is. This is such a unique law enforcement responsibility here in this country. Talk for us for a moment just about what it is to respond to something like this as regularly as law enforcement officers who entered the job, presumably to deal with law and order, you know, on a small town level. The fact that they have to respond to something like this. Tell us a little bit about what that is like for officers on the ground.
Well, you know, even calls for man with a gun or a shooting call are always challenging calls for police, but they're trained in it, they're trained for it, they're trained for active shooter. They run active shooter drills all the time, and so they know just how to respond to it. So what's happening in Lewiston now is patrol cars are racing to the scenes. Of course, medical, EMTs and fire department personnel are also racing there to, you know, help the injured, see if they can save anybody. Hospitals are all on, you know, alert for mass casualty events. State troopers are pouring in. Federal agents are pouring out into the streets. Everybody's responding, and they're asking the public to shelter in place and report what you see. So that's kind of the current scenario, yeah. Mm.
Right, and I mean, one of the most horrific things about this, of course, Jim, right, is just the damage that a long rifle can do. In past reporting, I have spoken with trauma surgeons here in the United States who say that their expertise here in the U.S. is truly unique to the U.S., that this is the only place in the world that sees as much violence of this type as they do, and as a result, they're some of the only people who have training like they do to respond to this. I wonder if you think that there's something sort of similar to that. I mean, in your experience as a law enforcement officer and in all the law enforcement officers that you speak with, if they go abroad and speak to police officers in other countries, I wonder what it's like to compare notes with them. How unusual is it around the world for them to have to respond to something like this?
Well, yes, it is unusual. It does happen around the world, but it's very anecdotal and sporadic, not like it is in the United States. Myself, I've been with police in other countries, you know, London and Rome, in Jerusalem even, and talked with them about things they encounter. And we have that unique problem here because, you know, we just have a large country, and we have, you know, more guns than we have people, and we've had this, you know, contagious virus of active shooter going for the last, you know, 25 years. And so police are trained for it, but it's always just a devastating thing to a community that someone can get a rifle that, you know, fires around at 3,000 feet per second that can come through and just rip a person apart. Rounds that are coming out of this rifle will go through a normal police ballistic vest that a patrolman would wear on duty. It'll go through the vest, it'll go through the officer and out the back of the vest. So they have to put on a larger vest, a tactical vest, and maybe with a ceramic plate or steel plate, just to be able
Jim,
to
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but absolutely,
rifles.
it is such a unique and terrible thing. And just to reset the stage here for everyone tuning in, it is 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock in the West Coast, and we are following breaking news in Maine. Police there confirmed they are investigating investigating an active shooter situation in multiple locations. Police say a number of people have been shot and hurt in 3 separate locations in Lewiston, Maine. Schools in the area were quickly put on lockdown. People in nearby Auburn have been told to shelter in place and lock all doors. Police have released a picture of the suspect. We'll show it to you here. He appears to be holding a long gun, and according to experts we've been speaking to, there's a scope attached to it. This is all we know at the moment. We know that the governor of Maine has been informed and will be making, I'm sure, a statement shortly, but we will bring you more information as we get it. NBC News national security contributor Frank Filiuzzi joins us now over the phone, and I really appreciate your time, Frank, jumping in with us. Give us your assessment of the situation right now. Of course, we do not know how many people have been injured, but the photograph we are looking at on the screen here shows a man very heavily armed and obviously capable of doing terrible damage. What is your assessment of what you've heard so far?
Yeah, good evening. I'm sorry we have to join like this, as we often do, but I see in the imagery here a long gun, but certainly what looks like an extended magazine, so that gives this shooter multiple rounds to really hold off law enforcement and really do some damage, unfortunately. And, you know, this is small city America, and you're going to see the state police already responding, local police, but businesses locked down. And before we even get to motive and all of that, this is a containment challenge. This is finding this individual and containing and neutralizing him. And that's what this is all about right now. So it's all hands on deck. But for those in the Lewiston area, this is about complying with police instructions to absolutely take this seriously. Stay inside. If the image means anything to you, the photo that's going around now in the news, please, by all means, contact the police, call 911, and say that you seem to know this person. That would be extremely helpful. But right now, it's about public safety.
And Frank, I mean, given what you see in that photograph of how this suspect is armed, what do you think the police response is likely to be? Is this a situation in which one tries to make contact with this person in some way, or is this something in which law enforcement is going to bring deadly force as soon as they find him?
Well, you know, the police don't, ideally, the police don't change their deadly force policy, but rather they react to the known facts. The known facts appear to be, at least according to some local reporting, that people are injured. We don't know how many, but rounds have already been fired. So you have a subject with propensity to fire his weapon. You know that going in, and that will already apply to your active, your deadly force policy, which is that you fear imminent bodily harm or death to yourself or another. So we've kind of checked that box off. Of course, there'll be attempts to have him surrender. Of course, they'll identify themselves. But knowing what they already know, it sounds like this could lead to a deadly force situation upon the encounter, unless he surrenders.
And Frank, given what you know of law enforcement's access to technology, what do we think they can rely on now to try to determine whether or not this is a single shooter, multiple shooters, and where he might be going and where he might be right now?
Well, this is where camera, you know, we sometimes kind of smile at how often we're on camera today in this day and age, but this is where this can become very helpful. I'm not familiar with whether the city of Lewiston has connected, many cities have connected business and commercial security cameras together so that they can view them and actually kind of trace the movements of people. I don't know if that's the case in Lewiston. Right now, this is so emergent a situation that they may not have all of the time in the world to actually sit down and do that, but they're going to be doing witness interviews for sure. As we even speak, they're talking to people, saying, how many did you see? Can you describe the clothing and the individual? And if they get different descriptions, which sometimes happens in the confusion of these things, then maybe there are multiple shooters. But right now, the gut feeling I have, 25 years of experience, is this is likely someone who is extremely desperate, moving about multiple locations, and may be willing to die in an encounter with police officers. This is someone now who has gone beyond a one single target, one beef with somebody, but now is moving about to multiple locations, and that's a problem for law enforcement and for public safety. The other concern you have to think about is the possibility of hostages if the person becomes so desperate and cornered by law enforcement that he could grab hostages.
Frank Figliuzzi, the NBC National Security Analyst, thank you so much for being with us on short notice. And joining us now over the phone is Carmen Beth. She's the retired Chief of Police for Seattle and also an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Chief Beth, thank you so much for being with us. I want to understand from you what it is like to respond in an urban setting to a report like this. These incidents, of course, are far too common here in the United States, and I'm wondering what you can tell us a little bit about the choreography that goes into responding to this and what the experience is like for officers like the ones you commanded on the ground when they're responding to a mass shooter situation.
Yeah, absolutely. These situations are, highly intense for the officers responding. As any chief will tell you, it's one of the worst things that you can have to go to in terms of the number of casualties that may be in place. There's a lot of unknown information to start, and you'll want to start finding out as much as you can about the suspect or potential suspects in this circumstance. They'll take a look at any video, anybody who has any information that's called into 911, any descriptions from that as they deploy in the area and attempt to locate the suspect wherever they are. So it's going to be all hands on deck, as you heard earlier, with everyone responding. There will be multiple jurisdictions that will come out and support one another. They will set up communications and communications teams so that they can adequately search for the suspect and gather any information they can from news reports and anything else that's available.
And Chief Best, Central Maine Medical Center is reporting at this point, confirming that there is a mass casualty event that it is responding to. That suggests, of course, that there are multiple victims here. Given what you know of the potential damage done by the sort of long rifle that this shooter seems to be holding in the photographs we've been showing on screen as we've been speaking, what kinds of injuries do you think we are looking at? How dangerous and deadly could this man have been?
Needless to say, with the capacity of these long rifles, we're looking at catastrophic injuries and most likely some fatalities. The likelihood of survival is very low when struck by one of these types of weapons. So I don't know the number. Obviously, information is still coming in, and we're early on. It's very preliminary. But, clearly there are going to be some very significant injuries, and I would not doubt that there'll be some casualties and some death in this situation. Extremely dangerous, that is, for the officers responding as well as the community. Since this person is at large, we don't know their mental state or what they have in mind. So it's a very volatile situation at this point.
And Chief Best, thank you so much for being here. We're going to now turn to our local affiliate in Maine that has been covering this and bring you a little bit of their coverage as they work to get on top of what is happening across Lewiston. Again, a mass casualty event is taking place in Lewiston right now. Here's what they have to say.
Also pulling into the scene right there. As we pulled in there, like I said, law enforcement told us that this is an active situation. That's one of the scenes that they are looking at right now, in addition to the Walmart distribution center in Lewiston, and along with that bar called Shemengen. Now, the lockdown means stay inside, do not drive around, lock your doors, and be on the lookout. Now, we do know that there is a staging area shelter where people are linking up who don't have anywhere else to go right now. And I believe we have had Alex at that scene now for a while. But for now, we're here live outside across the street from the Spare Time Recreational Center, which is one of the scenes where police tell us that they are looking for this active shooter.
Jack Molman live in Lewiston for us tonight. And Jack, you mentioned still an active scene happening behind you. Are you seeing kind of people who were bowling there, or is it just police? Has everyone kind of been evacuated from that scene?
No, Amanda, it appears everybody there has been evacuated. We did not see one single car there that was not a law enforcement vehicle. It seems that it's pretty much on lockdown right now with several dozen law enforcement vehicles there. And again, like I said earlier, it's obviously a very tense scene right there, as when we pulled in, they asked us to leave, as that it's an active situation.
All right, Jack Molman, we'll check back in with you in a minute.
Right, and one of our colleagues here at News Center Maine shared with us that there was a personal connection to one of our colleagues here who had a family member at Spare Time this evening.
And they are currently in surgery from what we're hearing. And again, I think this is something that's going to impact a lot of people. We're hearing a number of people are injured out of this situation. Again, police are not confirming any deaths at this point. They're not giving us a number on how many people are injured because I'm sure they're also still trying to figure all of that out. It's a very, very active situation.
Of course, and they continue to look for this man. Please take a look at your screens there. I know it is hard to look at seeing a man with a gun walking into that Spare Time recreation facility. If you know him, if you even think that you know him, police do ask that you give them a call. If you see him in public, you should also call police, but do not approach him. Police are still looking for that shooter, and they say even possibly shooters this evening. We're hearing from several people weighing in, including our politicians. Governor Mills weighed in earlier. We just got a statement in from Senator Angus King's office. Do we have that to pull up for you? Here it is. That's Governor Mills' statement saying, I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement. Going on to say, I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials. Senator King saying he is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He is receiving regular updates and awaits further information and will be headed directly home to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. Given the shelter in place currently underway, he asks all in Androscoggin County to allow first responders to address the threat, stay indoors, and report any suspicious behavior to the local authorities. Again, that's Senator Angus King there sharing that statement tonight.
And of course, the local authorities agreeing with that sentiment. Lewiston Police, we're hearing from State Police, we're hearing from Androscoggin County, all saying, please stay off the roads, stay where you are, just lock everything up because they are trying to find this active shooter or shooters.
Yeah, and it sounds like that mission is even more complicated because of just the sheer number of scenes. Right now we have 2 scenes, the Spare Time facility as well as Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, but it seems like there could be even more that they're dealing with, that senior living facility as well as several other places in the Lewiston area tonight. So again, reports of an active shooter in Lewiston tonight, multiple people injured. We still don't know specific numbers, but police are working to share that information as soon as we know more.
And like you said, that does complicate things to have multiple scenes. We heard from Mary Ellen Davis, who was at the Seniors Plus Center, kind of across from Spare Time Recreation there on Mollison Way, and she said that police showed up, told them all to stay inside, but then when they realized that there was another door somewhere else that was unlocked or open, then they made everybody evacuate so that they could clear the building. So obviously it's a complicated situation for law enforcement who are involved in this investigation, but we have seen just a sheer number of law enforcement agencies responding to this.
That we have, and I want to pull up that photo again. I know, again, that this is hard to look at, but this is who police are looking for right now, and it is critical that if you know who this man is entering the Spare Time Recreation facility there with a gun, you contact police. I believe we have an email address
yes.
for dispatch.
Dispatch at androscoggincountymaine.gov. Again, dispatch at androscoggincountymaine.gov. They also say you can respond to them right there on Facebook. They are actively monitoring that as well. Now, we talked about the hospitals. We called St. Mary's Hospital, and obviously they were very, very busy. They said, we are in an emergency meeting right now. We can't speak about what's going on. We did also hear from Central Maine Medical Center. That's a trauma hospital in Lewiston, and they said that they are reacting to a mass casualty, mass shooter event. At this time, there are no specifics to share on the number of casualties. Central Maine Healthcare is coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients.
So again, this is an active shooting situation in Lewiston. This is the gunman that police are looking for right now. Police are asking that you stay inside, stay off the roads. If you do know who this is, please contact police. We are continuing to get more and more statements from Maine's political leaders tonight as well. Shelley Pingree, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree sharing this statement. I am closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I am holding the affected community communities in my prayers.
Our Alex Haskell has been at Lewiston City Hall, which is sort of the meeting place for law enforcement, for everyone to sort of group and figure out exactly what's going on. Do we have Alex ready to go, guys? Can we talk to Alex?
It doesn't look like we have him right
Okay.
now, but we could pull up that picture of City Hall. It's likely that this is the kind of situation where, because it's so active and because police worry that reporters will be in danger out in the field, that they ask them to go to city locations. In this case, Lewiston City Hall here, State Police, we are just hearing State Police are expected to make a statement here at City Hall shortly. So that's why we're there right now, because that's where that information will be coming from, as reporters, obviously from across the state, are gathering there tonight to keep everybody safe.
We also have our Jack Molmed, who is live in Lewiston. He's right outside of Spare Time Recreation, which is, again, one of the two active scenes that we know of that police are investigating. And Jack Molmed, you mentioned that it has been still very much an active scene where you are.
That's right, Amanda. Like you said, I'm across the street from Spare Time Recreation. And if you look over my shoulder here, you could see that this is very much still an active scene. As we pulled in there, looking to get some better picture of what's happening, police told us that we need to leave. They said that that was very much an active situation. And like we've been hearing all this time, this location at the bowling alley, the Spare Time Recreation, along the Shemengen Bar, and then the Walmart Distribution Center in Lewiston, not to be confused with the Walmart store in Auburn. This is the Walmart distribution warehouse in Lewiston. Those are all areas in which law enforcement are searching. Now, when we were in this parking lot, we did see several dozen law enforcement cars there. And while we were driving up this road here, we did see several dozen people waiting outside the Central Maine Medical Center. There were dozens of people there talking amongst themselves, looking just for more information about what's going on. And then across the street from Central Maine Medical Center, we saw more than a dozen ambulances on standby. And as we've been saying all along, this is still very much an active shooter investigation. Law enforcement has told us repeatedly they're looking at 3 different locations. And as we've been saying all this time, again, we are still waiting on some more information from law enforcement. If they have any more updates to give us, we're still on standby for that. And they said that this is still very much an active situation. They say that people must stay inside, do not drive, lock your doors, and be on the lookout. There is a staging ground located in the city of Lewiston for people to regroup with one another if they do not have anywhere else to go. And I know that we've taken that shot a few times to see what developments could be there at that point. But what we do know is that we are here across one of the locations where law enforcement is investigating where this active shooter has been, along with the Walmart Distribution Center in Lewiston, and along with that bar in Lewiston that's called Shemengen Bar. So this is where we are across the street, still very much an active situation. You can see there is an officer here standing by to make sure, looking like nobody else can go in there at this moment. And like I said, there are a few dozen law enforcement vehicles within there. So like I said, Lewiston is asking people to stay indoors, to lock their doors, don't go outside, don't drive, be on the lookout.
And Jack, it is admittedly dark there, so it is tough to see. Can you paint that scene for us a little more? You're saying a few dozen police cars, but are there any people milling about aside from police tonight?
We did not see any people there at that moment, but while we were driving in through the main downtown strip off Pine Street, we did see quite the scene with officers. It was looking like, as we were pulling in, officers were scattering wherever they could to look for the potential suspected shooter. We even saw them draw guns on somebody. We ended up talking with those people later, and they said that they didn't really have anything to do with this, and police quickly moved on from there. So it's still very much an active situation. We saw police lined up on Pine Street and that area off Pine Street and Lisbon, but they quickly moved out of there. So you could see that the Lewiston police and other law enforcement agencies are scaling the town up and down to look for the suspected shooter as this is still a very active situation at this time. But no, Zach, to answer your question, looks like this place is all on lockdown. It's all law enforcement vehicles, bright lights everywhere. I can't say I've ever seen this many police cars in one area in my life.
Jack Molmed, thank you. And yes, we are hearing that it is very much an active scene. Again, Schmenge's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street, Spare Time Recreation, where our Jack is, that's on Mollison Way. And as Jack mentioned, also now Walmart Distribution Center is an area that they are focusing on. And Lewiston Police have released a photo of the car. We're working to get that up for you so that you can see the car that they are looking for, that they believe this suspect was using. Again, they are asking everyone to stay where you are, lock the doors. Do we have the photo? We have the photo. There we go.
All right, there you can see on your screen. It looks like a white car there, possibly a Subaru. If police say that they believe the front bumper may be painted black. So they are asking that if you recognize this vehicle, they aren't saying specifically whether or not this is the shooter's vehicle or whose vehicle it is, but it's obviously critical to their investigation. If you recognize this vehicle, you're asked to contact Lewiston Police at 513-3001, extension 3327. So again, take a look at your screen right now. Police are looking for this white car. I believe it may be a Subaru, that they say the front bumper is painted black. If you look closely at your screen there, you can see it. If you recognize this vehicle, Lewiston Police ask that you call them 513-3001, extension 3327.
They are also now releasing more photos of the suspect that they are looking for. We do have one photo from surveillance video from Spare Time Recreation. This, I'm not sure, this could also be from Spare Time Recreation, but this is these are photos that police are releasing of who they believe is the shooter.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's possible for us to zoom in at all on this man's face, but compared to that first photo, this shows more of that man's face. It appears to be that that's in a parking lot of some kind with a crosswalk behind him, but he has a large weapon, and police are still looking for this man. Please take a look at your screen. If you know who this is, even if you think you might know who this is, please contact police.
Lewiston Police are asking that you call them. Yes, if you recognize that man or that what we believe is a Subaru. It's a little hard to tell, but that white kind of SUV with a black painted bumper.
And as you can see, we are literally taking photos from Facebook here as soon as police put them out. So if you don't quite catch it on your screen, feel free to pull out your phone and go to Lewiston Police Department's Facebook page where they're sharing these photos, not only of this suspected shooter, but also of the car they are looking for as well. And we do want to remind you through all of this that we understand that this is a difficult time. This is a difficult thing to look at happening in our state. At the end of the day, your safety is of the utmost importance. Police are asking you tonight to please stay inside. If you don't have to go on the roads, don't go. Keep your family safe and your loved ones safe tonight.
Certainly something that has affected a lot of people. We know that there was a bowling league that was happening at Spare Time Recreation tonight. We have a sales manager who mentioned to us that one of our coworkers, her brother-in-law, was one of the victims. He's currently in surgery, so our thoughts and prayers to him and everyone involved in this. Now, there are some news stations that are reporting numbers, but at this point, we do not have anything confirmed in terms of how many people are injured or whether anyone has been killed here. But we do know from Lewiston Police that a number of people have been injured out of these active scenes. Again, we know Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way. We know Schmenge's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street, and we know of Walmart Distribution Center in Lewiston.
Right, and you know that area perhaps better than I do. It's a busy area. There's all sorts of different places like that to go, and a bowling alley, a place folks go after work at the end of the day to meet up with friends and enjoy themselves.
And we know, right down the street from there are a couple of restaurants. You've got Legends and Marco's, and you've got Subway, and right across the street there was Seniors Plus, where a number of seniors were meeting. We talked to one woman, Mary Ellen Davis. She spoke to Chris Costa on the phone a little bit earlier tonight. That was very much an active situation while he was on the phone with her. She was at Seniors Plus. Can we take some sound from Mary Ellen?
Yeah, everybody's here is fine. We're cold. We're worried. There's one very elderly woman who is doing the best she can. We're being told to leave right now. We're going to the armory in Lewiston.
Okay. Are they telling you why? Just to find a safer place?
I have to listen to the police.
Okay.
Okay. You can call me back in 15 minutes if you want.
Okay. Thanks, Mary Ellen. Be safe.
I've dealt with one of these in 27 years, so please be patient. I know you want to get out of here. We're going to do what we can to get you out of here, but I got to protect everyone. Okay?
Thank you.
Wow, that is some really tough sound to listen to. Obviously an intense moment, not only for those folks who were at that Senior Plus facility. Mary Ellen telling us that they were in there for a knitting group that was coming together. Not just folks that lived there, people from the community coming in just to spend the night together, forced to shelter in place. Yeah. And then police, apparently, according to Mary Ellen, realized a door was left open. So then they were concerned that there could be a danger, and they had to sweep the building, requiring them to move them out. And that's when she was on the phone with us there, and police trying to handle that situation. And of course, they're trying to handle situations like that in multiple parts of the city tonight. We are expecting an update from state police at Lewiston City Hall shortly. But I also want to share, we are just learning on Twitter that Boston ATF agents are responding to Lewiston. So this is having far-reaching effects, not only for the city of Lewiston, but for agencies all across the state. The local sheriff's office, as well as state police, and now Boston ATF is also on the way to the scene.
Multiple agencies responding. Again, this is from surveillance video from Spare Time in Lewiston. This is who police are looking for right now. If you recognize this person or this vehicle here, which has a black bumper, it looks like a white or a silver crossover vehicle with a black bumper, police are looking for that person and for this vehicle. If you know anything, you can call Lewiston Police. You can also reach out to Androscoggin County Sheriffs. They say they are responding on Facebook. They're also responding you can email dispatch@androscoggincountymaine.gov. Again, dispatch@androscoggincountymaine.gov. And as Zach mentioned, this is something that has affected a lot of people in that area. We know multiple bars, restaurants actually closed down. Some of them locked their doors, locked everyone in until they could figure out what exactly was going on. And this remains an active situation.
Yeah, so at this point, there still could be those people that are locked in places. But of course, we haven't received an update from police just yet to say specifically what's going on there. And I want to ask our control room to perhaps pull up that close-up shot we have of the shooter, because I think it's really important that we look at who he is tonight. Police are still searching for this man, clearly caught on surveillance camera here in a parking lot. You can see a closer shot of his face here compared to that photo we were sharing earlier. Appears to have a large gun in his hands. If you know him, please give police a call.
Yeah.
News Center Maine's Alex Haskell is standing by for us at Lewiston City Hall, where, Alex, I hear we're supposed to get more information from state police in just a few moments.
Yeah, hey, Zach, we are waiting for a spokesperson to come over here and share a few more details with us. Last I heard, the spokesperson was at the Lewiston Police Department on their way here, so we should hear from them, see them anytime. I do want to share with you kind of what the scene was like as we approached Lewiston. We got an alert on our phone, and I want to read it to you. Our phones were buzzing, and we got this alert that said, an active shooter is located in Lewiston. Avoid the area and shelter in place immediately. Lewiston officials will follow up as the situation de-escalates. So this is what a lot of folks were seeing. And as we were also approaching Lewiston, I'll never forget it. We were crossing over a bridge into the city, and I just saw a gentleman who was probably out for a walk with his headphones, just sprinting into the city, and the fear on his face, as I imagine he was hearing the news and was going to safety. So that is something that will stick with me. And then after that, there was, of course, multiple police cruisers passing us, ambulances. I believe my photographer also mentioned that he saw a SWAT vehicle. So just a many officers in this area, and of course our thoughts are with them during this dangerous time. But we are here in City Hall and just waiting for the State Police spokesperson to get here and hopefully share some more details with us. But that is all we have right now. We are here, we are safe, and just waiting to get some more details. Amanda and Zach, I'll toss things back to you and let you know right away when we hear anything new.
Alex, you mentioned, seeing that man with his headphones, really heart-wrenching. Can't imagine what people in the area are feeling, how scary things are right now, how tense things are right now. Did you also happen to see, a lot of police activity, a lot of ambulance activity?
So we saw a lot of police cruisers, a lot of ambulance pass us, I think about 10 as we were here in Lewiston. We were told to get to City Hall as quick as we can. So that was our main mission, but we had to pull over many times to allow police officers pass us. We do stories here in Lewiston at nighttime. It's fairly active city, and it was quiet on the sidewalks, and that was a new experience. So very active with police, but many people are staying indoors and listening to the advice given to them.
Absolutely. Of course, a tough, when we talk about these kinds of things, we talk about them in other parts of the country.
Right.
And we always say that line, it could never happen here. And unfortunately, it looks like it has. That alert going out on cell phones across the greater Lewiston area tonight.
Right.
Must have been tough.
And I'm from the area. Brian Yacono's from the area. We have family and friends, a lot of family and friends out in that area. Obviously, our hearts go out to everybody out there. But it's something, again, that affects so many people. Obviously, it affects the entire state of Maine because we haven't seen anything of this magnitude before. But also, it affects, they had a bowling league happening at Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston. That was one of the scenes. There are restaurants right there where families with their children are out to dinner. You had kids who were playing hockey at the rink in Auburn who had to stop playing hockey, who had to go home. You have people in restaurants that were just completely locked down in the area. So glad to hear that the streets are clear, that people are taking heed, that they are listening to police and staying where they are.
Meantime, this is all, of course, because this is an active situation. They are looking for this man right there on your screen. If you know who he is, please give police a call. It really doesn't matter how you get a hold of them. You can call them on the phone. You can reach out to them on their Facebook page. I believe we also have a photo of the car police say they are looking for. We are, as you can see, just pulling up this information right on Lewiston Police Department's Facebook page. So if you don't catch it here on air, feel free to pull out your phone and go there. But this is that car they're looking for, a white vehicle. It appears to be a Subaru of some kind of wagon SUV crossover type. Police say the front bumper is spray painted black, as you can kind of see there in that photo. So if you know whose car this is, please, or if you see it, please give Lewiston Police a call at 513-3001, extension 3327. Again, that's 513-3001, extension 3327.
This, of course, is affecting area schools as well, despite the fact that they're clearly not in session tonight. But we heard from Lewiston Public Schools earlier tonight. They said if anyone was out, that they urged them to stay inside. We also just heard from the community college out there, Central Maine Community College, saying due to the active shooting situations reported in Lewiston and that the suspect or suspects currently remain at large, CMCC will be closed Thursday, October 26th. Students living on campus will be provided additional guidance. Our thoughts are with our entire community this evening.
And you can see in this video here people running from the scene, police cars all around. We are working to get some more information for you. State police are expected to give an update at Lewiston City Hall any moment now. And of course, as soon as they speak to the media, we will have that live here on air and online. And as Amanda said, this has far-reaching impacts. So tonight, this isn't just impacting Lewiston. When something like this happens in Maine, it affects the entire state and communities surrounding Lewiston. We're also hearing agents from as far away as Boston. ATF agents are headed to Maine. State Police, Androscoggin County, Lewiston Police, other local police departments, all train for this. We have covered those stories where they train for every situation and how to respond to this situation, and they all jumped into action tonight, and they are at several scenes in the city of Lewiston tonight, just trying to make sense of what happened. This video, you can just see the sheer number of people.
Yeah. And what's been most helpful to them through this investigation is having people stay where they are. Shelter in place is what they're calling it. They are calling this a manhunt. They're asking people to lock the doors, stay inside, stay off the roads, keep things clear for them to move around and do what they need to do. They obviously have leads that they're following, and I'm sure they'll update us on that when we hear from them when they step into Lewiston City Hall to brief us. Now, you mentioned this affects the entire state. We heard from Governor Janet Mills a little bit earlier. She had released a statement, and she said in part that she is aware of and has been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. She said, I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement. I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials.
And we also have something else just in from a senior White House reporter for Bloomberg, the news agency Bloomberg, tweeting out the president has been briefed on what's known so far about the mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, and will continue to receive updates. Again, we're working to confirm that independently, but a reputable news source, Bloomberg, a White House reporter, saying that even the president has been notified of this incident in Maine tonight.
Again, just to reiterate where this area is, the active scenes, we know Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way in Lewiston, and then about 4 miles from there, Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. And as our reporter Jack Mulmid told us earlier tonight, they are at Walmart Distribution Center in Lewiston as well, all active scenes. And we do believe that Jack has moved locations. I don't know if he's prepared to speak with us at all, or it looks like he's in the midst of talking with somebody now, so we'll give him a moment before we go back to him. But these are...
In the meantime, we really should, I know it's hard to look at, but pull up that photo of the shooter again for folks, because if you know who he is, police need you to give them a call tonight. They're looking for any information on this man who, as you can see here in this surveillance image, walked into Spare Time with a large gun and injured numerous people, and we are still working to learn those numbers. You may have seen on other national news outlets, numbers have been put out, but we have not independently received numbers. We want to make sure we get those numbers right for you, so we are waiting to hear from state police on specifics any moment now. And again, it's about getting it right in a situation like this for you, so please stay with us. We will give you the most accurate information as soon as you can. This image here, a closer, better shot of that gunman's face, so that you can see him. Please give police a call.
And certainly, as Zach mentioned, we know these are difficult images to look at. It's hard for us to look at these images, but it's important that if you do recognize this person, that you reach out. Lewiston police are asking you to call them. Again, they are also looking for a car that is, we can't tell, it's either white or silver with a black bumper. We do have an image of it. There it is, right there on your screen. Police are looking for that vehicle as well. So again, if you know anything about this, and that vehicle has a black front bumper.
Yeah, I believe Jack Mulmid moved to a new location. He was outside of Spare Time earlier, and if he can hear us, he's talking to someone.
He's busy right now. Yeah, he's in the midst, but he looks like he's right outside of Central Maine Medical Center. Looks like the emergency department that he's at. So we'll let him, he's in the middle of an interview right now. We'll let him finish that up, and then we'll certainly hope to get more information from him while he's there. But we saw images from Central Maine Medical Center earlier tonight, and just the number of ambulances lined up there.
Yeah.
Just difficult to see. We also heard from Central Maine Medical Center. They said they are reacting to a mass casualty, mass shooter event at this time.
This is an NBC News special report.
Of course, Central Maine Medical Center, obviously the biggest hospital there, where they have the training for this, the trauma center.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where at least 15 people were killed and dozens more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston. Police there saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Police have released photos of a man with a rifle with the caption, "Suspect for identification." A local medical center said it was responding to a mass casualty event. A shelter-in-place order is now in effect, with police asking people there to stay inside and off the roads while they search in what they're calling a manhunt for the shooter. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead in our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, and good evening.
Just to recap where we are at this hour, it is 9:40 in Maine and 6:40 here in California. And at this hour, we have news of a mass casualty event. At least 15 people dead in the area around Lewiston, Maine. That's about halfway between Portland and the state capital, and a terrible scene. We do not yet have news of the capture of a shooter or whether it is even one shooter or multiple shooters. And so things are still very vague and very scary at this hour. One colleague of ours at NBC in Maine says that this is almost an entire year's worth of homicides for the entire state of Maine in a single night. There were 18 murders in 2021, 10 of which were domestic per state statistics. So the idea that this could have been as awful as the early reports suggest makes it especially awful and traumatizing in the context of Maine. This is also, we would point out, we have had more than 500 mass shootings in the United States at this point in the year, and the idea that we are coming up on yet another one is just absolutely heartbreaking. I believe we have Liz Kreutz with us here to join us. I apologize. Liz is not with us quite yet. Well, we do have Carmen Best. She is the retired chief of police for Seattle and an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Carmen, obviously things are moving very quickly here, and the details are still sketchy, but Lewiston, Maine Police Department said, quote, "We are currently dealing with an active shooter incident. We believe that there are at least 2 locations involved. By my read of the map, they're about 10 minutes apart. Police are also saying, please stay off the roads to allow emergency responders access to hospitals." Schmengi seems to be a restaurant, and I wonder, knowing that there may have been many people there, how serious is this situation in your estimation?
This is Carmen Best from the former Seattle Police Chief, and just weighing in on what is an ongoing and evolving situation there in Maine. As you can imagine, multiple resources are responding from all over Maine and elsewhere, including federal agencies, for this shooting. The information, as with all of these cases, is when it's preliminary and ongoing, can be, somewhat changing as the situation evolves. But we are hearing multiple locations, multiple casualties, most likely due to the picture that I'm seeing with the weaponry that suspect has. Some fatalities, obviously I don't know that, but I would surmise that is most likely, and that the medical personnel and law enforcement personnel is on all hands on deck at this point, trying to, 1, save the victims, and 2, locate this at least one person we know of at large, and potentially more.
And Carmen, I have to assume that police would, of course, be telling people to stay inside and clear the area as much as possible, no matter what firearm a suspect was armed with. But we're seeing photos, of course, we now have it from 3 different angles, that this is a man carrying a long rifle, one that seems to be equipped with a scope, possibly with a military-style underbarrel attachment, a flashlight of some sort attached there. Considering what he seems to be carrying, how much does that raise the stakes, and how important is it that everybody stay inside at this hour?
It's critically important, and it raises stakes very, very high, even for the responding personnel, because they're going to have to make sure that they have the type of weaponry that is to match what they're up against in this situation. clearly it's very dangerous. With the scope and other things that we're seeing, people should, not only lock down indoors, but, stay away from windows and any place where they can be seen from a distance for their own protection and safety. And for the first responding or the responding officers, incredibly dangerous. There'll be heightened, adrenaline as you're trying to locate this person with that level of firepower.
Former Seattle Chief Carmen Best, thank you so much for being with us. Just to reiterate, at this hour, at least 15 people are dead, and as many as 50 to possibly 60 are injured after a man fired in several locations, including at a bowling alley in Lewiston, Maine, according to 4 law enforcement officials who were briefed on the matter. So far, and it is very early in the investigation here, and so, of course, we have to be careful with this, but there are no initial signs of terrorism. There is no signs that this was targeted against any particular population. We think that this may have simply been, and it is a terrible phrase to say, but a random act of violence, as far as we can tell right now. Joining us now is Frank Friedluzzi. He's NBC's national security analyst. Frank, given what you are seeing here as the numbers of dead come out, and it's clear that at least 15 were killed, as many as 50 or 60 may have been injured, what is your assessment of this situation at this hour?
Yeah, the numbers are approaching, unfortunately, record numbers. I mean, there are some NBC News reports that we're at least 22 dead now, 50 to 60 injured. This speaks to the ability of long guns, extended magazines, high-powered weaponry, the possibility that he has multiple weapons, and certainly the possibility that he changed magazines in the middle of this, because when you're talking about 50 to 60 people injured, you're likely expending the capacity of a magazine, even an extended magazine, and you're changing. And so we're at the 2-hour mark, if I have my facts correct, from initial police calls. That's a lot of time to do a lot of damage, and apparently that's what's happened. I also note that President Biden has been briefed. Reportedly, that is an indication of the gravity of this situation. And so I realize it'll be time later to talk about magazine capacity and whether this was a lawfully purchased gun or not. Right now, we still need to contain this subject. We still need to ensure that the injured are brought to hospitals. And this is going to challenge and tax the resources of a relatively small city. We're talking somewhere between 35 and 40,000 people. The entire state of Maine, and maybe beyond, quite frankly, will be called into service here. Perhaps with rescue, people will be life-flighted because they will have maxed out on hospital emergency response capacities. Law enforcement, it's a big state, but not a populated state. So the state of Maine has a very good active state police force, but those troopers will be driving in from long locations. Similarly, while the FBI and ATF do have a footprint in Maine, they answer to their headquarters cities, likely in Boston or other cities in New England. So those resources are hitting the road now. But again, if there's any bright spot in this, the imagery and photographs released by the police of this shooter are extremely helpful in the public helping to identify this person. We've seen imagery of a vehicle associated with this person, also extremely helpful. And now that this much time has passed, even technical techniques are being utilized to see if the similar electronic signature of devices he might be carrying is appearing in all of the target locations. That's also being done behind the scenes. So you've got rescue, you've got immediate police response for containment, and then you have this investigative side where witnesses are being interviewed. Who was this guy? Do you know him? Was it different people at different locations, or was this the same guy with the brown jacket and the facial hair? If they start getting reports, which can be confusing in this chaos, no, that wasn't this guy, it was another guy. And you can't figure out initially, is this accurate or not? Do we have one shooter or do we have two? All of this going on simultaneously.
Frank, is there any help to the fact that this is such a small town when it comes to the law enforcement response? The idea that a population of only, let's say, 35,000, does that in some way, do you think, assist the police in more quickly identifying someone like this? I can't help but notice that in the footage we've been seeing over the course of the last half hour or so, people are, for instance, coming out of one building with their hands up until they are identified by police and then let on, passed on. I have to assume that a city this size perhaps knows this man and the identification might happen a little more quickly. Do you think the fact that this is a relatively small city might help in his identification in any way?
Yeah, history and analysis of previous spree shootings, and that's what we're dealing with here is a spree shooting as opposed to a serial killer, tells us that they're probably from that area. And yes, a smaller population does mean that it's more likely that the citizens will say, I know who that is. And in fact, there may already be people talking to the police saying, look, I know what set him off today. I know the beef that he's had with this location or that location, or he's been articulating this, or we've been dealing with the concerns with him maybe for weeks or maybe for months. So yes, the smaller environment helps. It also helps law enforcement to know each other and know how they're all going to respond.
Frank Figliucci, NBC's national security analyst, thank you so much for being with us. We may come back to you this hour. Thank you so much. NBC's Liz Kreutz is with us now. Liz, bring us up to speed as much as you can. Obviously, things are moving very, very quickly here, but we're looking to you to give us the latest. What do you know?
Hey, yeah, obviously this is unfolding right now, and the details coming in are very sad. We know now from police that at least 22 people have been killed. Dozens of people are injured. Police say that a gunman opened fire in at least 3 different locations, one of them a bowling alley. And we were looking on Facebook at that bowling alley, and it looks like a place that kids and families would gather. The hospital, the Central Maine Medical Center, is saying that this is a mass casualty event that they are responding to. Law enforcement, again, saying that the shooter went to 3 different locations and that gunman is still on the loose. They did release a picture of a suspect, a pretty scary picture of a man there holding a rifle, and that man, the gunman, is still on the loose right now. This has prompted a shelter-in-place order in Lewiston and the surrounding areas. Residents there have been told to shelter in place, to lock their doors, to not leave their homes as this manhunt gets underway. We know that the ATF Boston is now responding. A White House official says that President Biden has been briefed. The governor of Maine has also been briefed and is monitoring and telling people to heed the warnings, heed that shelter-in-place order, and stay inside. So again, this is in Lewiston, Maine, about 45 minutes north of Portland, Maine. For some reference, it's an evolving situation right now, but police are saying that at least 22 people have been killed, dozens more injured, and yet another mass shooting here in the U.S., Jake.
And Liz, as we flash through the photographs that police have released of this suspect, the man you see pictured there holding a long rifle, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, dressed in what appear to be dark pants and perhaps boots of some sort. We also, of course, have this photograph of his vehicle, and police are urging people in the relatively small town of Lewiston, population around 35,000 people, to report it to authorities if they know the man or they know anything about the vehicle he is driving. The numbers are, of course, changing as we speak. The number of dead has risen to 22, as many as 50 to 60 people injured at this point. And again, more than 500 mass shootings in the United States so far this year. This is yet another one. Liz, you've obviously been in this business a long time. You have covered these sorts of events in the past. As this unfolds, there's this just terrible choreography of trying to sort out the suspect from all of these people who we see here in the footage running here, running from the scene, coming out to present themselves to police with their hands up. I mean, the confusion and the disarray at the beginning of a moment like this is in many ways the worst part of it. And given what you have reported on in the past, what do you think police are doing at this time to try to sort victims and witnesses from the possible shooter on the loose now?
I mean, yeah, that's one of the hardest things right now. It's dark there, as you can see. It's late at night right now. And so that is going to be a very challenging part of this, which, of course, is why law enforcement is telling people to stay inside, to heed those warnings. And I think that this is just one of these nightmares that people continue to think won't happen to them. And far too often it is. It's happening, yet again, here we are, you and I, Jake, in this situation, reporting on another mass shooting. And there is a lot of sort of unknowns as these things begin to unfold. But it's only been a few hours since these first initial reports came in. And already law enforcement has been able to give that report that at least 22 dead, 50 to 60 injured. I mean, this is really, truly devastating, Jake.
And, obviously, Liz, we're seeing at this hour the ongoing tally here rising and rising. We've seen that the president has been briefed on this. Presumably, that suggests that this event, which took place, it's just been shared with me, the latest FBI data shows that Maine had the lowest rate of violent crime in the country. We heard our colleagues at the affiliate WCHS saying that they really just considered it unimaginable that this would happen in their corner of the world. And now suddenly you have the president being briefed on this situation. What does that suggest to you about how big an event this is, how notable it is nationally, such that the president, it's been brought to his desk?
Yeah, I think it clearly, I mean, obviously in situations like this, we often hear that the president's been briefed, but I think just the fact these sheer numbers, at least 22 dead and 50 to 60 injured, it's very clear that President Biden is going to be briefed. And, I think, again, you talk about states with low gun violence and states with high gun violence. Nobody is immune from this kind of violence right now, big towns, small towns, and we're seeing that unfold tonight, Jake.
We have been learning a little bit more about the places involved here. It was a bowling alley, as I understand it, and a restaurant, Schmengi's, which are about a 10 to 11-minute drive apart from one another. Schmengi's was hosting an industry night for bar and restaurant workers. We heard earlier from Frank Felucci that one of the most haunting and horrible aspects of this is that because this seems to have unfolded over a certain period of time, that the weapon the suspect was holding probably had to be reloaded in the midst of it. And there's just something, I think, particularly haunting about that idea that in the midst of this is a man who in some way paused and then rearmed himself to do more damage. And I think, again, for you and I who have covered these sorts of events in the past, the destructive force that a long weapon like that affords a single person who makes the decision to do something like this is just so particularly horrible. And I just think there is something haunting. I'm at a loss for words here, just because it is so haunting to think that a single person could make a decision that affects so many people. And I know that you have encountered that dynamic as well in your career.
Absolutely, and also covering a lot of politics. We know that this is what's going to lead to more political debate, certainly, about whether people should be able to have those types of firearms, like the firearms we see in that picture that's been released by law enforcement. And so this is going to be a story that I think we have reporters on the way. We are going to be covering very, very closely. And again, it's so sad. I remember covering the Las Vegas massacre and interviewing some of the people there, and I still kept in touch with some of them, and it's not something that goes away. And these people describe it as this sad club that they join when they become part of this mass shooting club, and it's a very sad one to be part of, Jake.
It is, and I think of time I spent years ago with a trauma surgeon here in the United States who told me that in his travels around the world, And speaking to other trauma surgeons in other parts of the world, he says that his skills that he honed in mass shooting events like the one we are experiencing tonight are considered such a rarity that they are considered almost useless in other countries. The idea that this is such a singularly American tragedy, it is hitting again tonight, and that somehow a single man has been empowered to do so much horrific damage is just terribly haunting. Liz Kreutz, thank you so much for being with us again at this hour. 22 dead and dozens more injured in this Maine shooting. 2 locations at least. They are roughly 10 minutes drive from one another. Details are still being unfolded. But again, we are coming on air. We're coming on here with the details as we get them. And the idea, you know, that a single person, again, could be in the position of doing this damage is so terrifying. You are watching breaking news coverage of a mass casualty shooting out of Lewiston, Maine. Police sources tell NBC News at least 22 people have been killed. It could be as many as 60 injured. We're going to pause here for an NBC News special report with Lester Holt.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people were killed, 50 to 60 more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, which is north of Portland. Police there releasing this photo of the suspect holding a rifle, saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Again, the suspect is not in custody, and police told people in the area to stay inside and off the roads. Let's go straight to NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz now with more. Liz, what else do we know?
Lester, yeah, this is an actively evolving situation right now. And as you mentioned, we have learned that at least 22 people have been killed, dozens of people injured in this shooting, and law enforcement saying that the shooter went to 3 different locations. One of them, like you mentioned, a bowling alley. And we were looking at pictures of this bowling alley online. It looks like a place that families, children could be gathering at. We know that the ATF in Boston is now responding, and law enforcement have released this picture here of a gunman holding that firearm in dark pants, a brown shirt. They are asking people to take a look at this picture to help identify this suspect, because there is a manhunt underway right now. The gunman remains on the loose. The city of Lewiston and the surrounding areas have now issued a shelter-in-place order. They are telling people to stay inside their homes, to lock their doors. The governor of Maine says she is actively monitoring this and is telling people to heed that warning, to stay inside. President Biden, according to a senior White House official, has also now been briefed on this. And so again, residents on lockdown right now from this shooting in Lewiston, about 45 minutes north of Portland. We know also that police have released images of a vehicle that they believe is also connected to this shooting. So a lot unfolding right now as we continue to monitor another shooting here in the
All
U.S.
right, Liz,
Lester.
let me ask you to stand by while I go to the phone and NBC News Chief Justice contributor Jonathan Deans. Jonathan, anything your sources are telling you about who this person might be or what is motivating them?
They believe they have him identified, and they are actively seeking him and the vehicle they believe he is driving. We've been told that it may be a white Subaru, but that they have a pretty good idea who this suspect is. And one source tells us that he may have a past criminal record, but as per motive, there is no indication as to why this shooting has taken place. In the bulletins and briefings various law enforcement agencies have received, the death toll has ranged from a low of 16 to the more recent number of 22 that was put out by local police officials. So I have a range of fatalities between 16 and 22 dead, and the numbers injured is also a range. We've heard dozens, as few as 30, as many as 50, and that there may have been 2 or 3 locations, a bowling alley, a bar, and either a Walmart or Walmart distribution center. Again, this is in Lewiston, Maine. Bates College is nearby. A large Syrian immigrant population is in that city, and a former industrial city. But as for any sort of motive, obviously in the front of everyone's mind is this in any way connected to the tension in the Middle East? We have absolutely no indication of that at this time. Obviously, the number one focus now for law enforcement, federal and local, is to track that suspect, track that vehicle he's in, to stop the shooting. But again, a range of victims, anywhere from 16 to, again, local police are saying it's as high as 22 now, with dozens injured, a range of injuries, 30 to 50 people wounded by this armed suspect with a long gun. Again, we are told from law enforcement they do have an identity on him, but they have not put that out publicly, so we'll wait for additional details before we name him.
All right, Jonathan Dietz. Jonathan, thanks very much. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and tomorrow morning on Today. And if events warrant, we'll certainly hop right back on the air here this evening. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good evening.
Just to recap, breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people have been killed and dozens injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, north of Portland, Maine. It took place at a bar, restaurant, and a bowling alley. Police have released this photo, one of several, of a man with something that looks like a long rifle. A local medical center said it was responding to a mass casualty event. Lewiston and Auburn, Maine, have a shelter-in-place order in effect. They are asking people to stay inside and lock the doors as the manhunt continues. We're joined now over the phone by live here with Jim Kavanaugh, who has been our expert voice on the police response here. Jim, if we have you, I'd like to ask you a little bit about what you think the response is like at this point. Have the details sharpened for you at all? And do you think the police response will shift at all now that we know that 22 people are dead, as many as 50 to 60 injured? What does that suggest to you about the danger posed by this one individual?
Well, I think the danger, Jake, has gone on a larger radius, with this killer, this active killer, spree killer. They say he's in a vehicle, maybe. They're giving a vehicle description out. Look, we just got to look at his past behavior. Look, he's gone to multiple scenes, it looks like. They're not reporting multiple shooters. They're only reporting this one guy, and he's in a vehicle. Well, look, we all know the territory in New England. Those states are very close. We're 2 hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours into this thing. I mean, he could be in another state. He could be driving in Massachusetts. He could still be in the local area too, but don't rule out that he's not mobile going somewhere else. From the pictures we looked at and Jake and talked about earlier, his BDUs look like, to me, they're chock full of stuff. He might have multiple magazines. Clearly, by the number of victims, 60 wounded, maybe 22 dead. He's fired a lot of rounds, but that's not hard to do with that rifle. He could fire a 30-round magazine in as fast as you can pull the trigger. 25 seconds or less, he can empty that magazine. And then if he had multiple 30-round magazines, if nobody's opposing him, he just keeps loading new magazines in and keeps killing and killing. And he may be hunting for a new location, another location of whoever his target is, whether it's just people, just human beings, or a certain kind of people, or he may be just looking for a crowd. So we don't know that, but I think that really the police have to widen their cordon here and widen that intelligence with the public, because it doesn't mean he's staying in his local town. He could very well be traveling around New England.
And Jim, when we imagine the police response at this hour, we have seen footage of people emerging from one of the buildings in question with their hands raised, being, it looks like, sort of analyzed, examined in some way by responding officers, and then sent to run to safety. Tell us a little bit about the process of vetting people and separating victims and witnesses from the possible shooter. How are they going about that, and what is the tension like for officers responding, considering that any one of these people might be the shooter, especially in a place as dark as it is, just past 10 o'clock in Maine?
Yeah, that's right, Jake. So what they have to do, they have to, give verbal commands to citizens who are in the area. And if the people are responding to the officers' verbal commands, the officers can be in some cover initially and get them to move, and they can observe, if they have their hands out or up, but they're not holding a rifle or a handgun, and they can move them to a safer place. And what they want to do is get between a place they think the shooter may be and the innocent civilians, and move them back behind the police lines. Police now will be setting up a family center because, as reported by NBC here, the number of deaths and wounded. So they'll set up a family center. It could be in a public building, could be in a local church, but they'll ask where anyone who is related to the victims or is searching for a victim to go to the family center. And they'll have law enforcement there, fire department personnel, usually clergy, psychologists. People are going to help family members because this is going to be a shock to any community, and certainly to the small community in Lewiston, Maine, when you have this number of people killed and wounded. I mean, this is an awful case. And now we have the active spree killer still on the loose. And if we go by past behavior, look at the number of magazines he's had to use already, we know, to do all this killing, certainly a few, and he may have many more. It looked like to me he was loaded for bear. He wasn't trying to hide his identity. And he's easily identifiable in those photographs. So once the police put that out, I'm sure they got multiple calls of who he was. And officers might have recognized him as well. Officers know who's around, and they know people. If he's ever had contact with the police and his picture's put out like that, patrol officers right away will say, I know who that guy is, that's so-and-so. So, now they're saying they have his identity, and they have a vehicle out, so, now's the chance to stop him. But he's moving, or he's hunkered down, we don't know. He could have killed himself, but he looks like a guy who's really bent on a lot of destruction here, and he may not be through yet.
Certainly that destruction evident in some of the new images we are getting from Lewiston at this hour of emergency workers loading what seems to be a victim into an ambulance, obviously moving with great urgency and presumably getting that that person to the trauma center. We, I believe, have the Auburn Mayor, Jason Levesque, joining me now on the phone. Mayor Levesque, I am so sorry to be speaking to you under these circumstances, and I wonder what more you can tell us tonight. We have heard from our colleagues at NBC, at the local affiliate there, that this is a very unfamiliar thing, they say. We know that the murder rate in your part of the world is extremely low, and I wonder what more you can tell us about what you know at this hour and how unusual this event is where you are.
No, I'm not sure how much more I can shed on this event, other than, I want to make sure I can get the word out to everybody in Auburn, Lewiston, and the surrounding area to shelter in place. Be very observant and be very cautious until we get the situation settled, and have faith that we will get the situation settled. We have everybody on board right now, from state, local, and federal officials working on this. This is something that's completely unusual. This is not to be expected in Maine. Maine is an extremely safe state. Auburn, Lewiston, Androscoggin County absolutely sets a standard in safety. This is an absolutely disturbed individual, and I hope it's just one. And we're going to find that out as the investigation moves forward.
Mayor Levesque, for those of us, I'm speaking to you from California. That's where I'm sitting. People are watching this all over the country and all over the world. They may not know your city at all. Give us some sense of Auburn and Lewiston. What is that community like? What is it like to be on the ground there? Just so we have some sense of just how unusual, as you say, this is in where you are mayor.
The city of Auburn and Lewiston, they're two separate cities, but they're connected by a river. And, Auburn has 26,000 people. Lewiston has 35,000 people. I can't go to the grocery store without running into someone who's complaining about a pothole. It may seem insignificant, at this point in time when we're talking about this situation, but that's how close this community is. This is a very tight community. We know people. And for this to happen here, and unfortunately, everybody in both of our cities are going to be touched. And we're going to know people who have, been hurt by this instance. And this is not, I don't want to say devastating. This is definitely going to be an event that will never be forgotten within this area. And we will come together, though, and we will persevere through this.
The footage we have been showing and watching over and over of people emerging from a building there appears to be the Spare Time bowling alley. I wonder if you are familiar with that place and can give us some sense of what might have been going on there on a Wednesday night, if indeed the shooting took place there, as we are beginning to believe it did.
Yeah, not to sound contrite, but bowling was going on. I go there often. My kids go there. A lot of teenagers go there. Hopefully not on a school night. They weren't there tonight. We have yet to get that data back. These are people just going out, having a piece of pizza and bowling. This is just normal American entertainment. Why this would ever be a target for anyone is beyond comprehension.
And Mayor Levesque, I wonder what you know of how life may or may not continue tomorrow. We understand that schools may be closed where you are. I'm wondering what other preparations you're going to be trying to make to pick up the pieces tomorrow when the sun comes up.
Well, first of all, schools have been canceled in the entire region. So elementary to high school, public and private. So schools have been canceled. We will pick up the pieces because, we in Maine, we pick up the pieces and we move on. That's just part of our ethos. This is going to be a challenge. This is going to be really uncharted territory for us, but we will get through this. We're going to find out the damage. We're going to find out the culprit. We're going to bring that person or persons to justice as soon as possible. And God, I hope that justice is swift and severe. And then we're going to move on as a community and supporting each other like we normally do during travesty.
And before I let you go, just so I have some sense of it, per state police data, more people have been killed tonight than in the entire state of Maine for 4 of the past 5 years. Just help us understand again how peaceful an environment this is, how unusual such a violent event is in the place where you're mayor.
Well, listen, I don't think that statistic is right at all, okay? I will say this is a cataclysmic event. It's probably close to a total of a year's worth of homicides in the entire state of 1.3 million people. 4 years, I don't think so. But I can't comment specifically on the numbers of casualties or fatalities at this point in time. So we will need to just rest and let this settle out and find out, because we owe that to the families, we owe that to the community. We cannot jump to any conclusions.
Mayor Jason Levesque of Auburn, Maine, next to Lewiston, thank you so much for being here tonight. Our thoughts are with you and our very best to you as you try to pick up the pieces after this terrible event. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Bye.
NBC's Liz Kreutz rejoins us now. Liz, I know you and I have been monitoring the hard work going on behind the scenes across all of NBC News as we try to put together both the place itself, the people affected, where these scenes happened. Can you give us any new details at this point? Bring us up to speed on what information we at NBC understand about this so far.
Yeah, and that's always the challenge, Jake, during these situations, is just trying to piece it all together. As during the chaos as all of this is unfolding. But we know that this gunman has gone to at least 3 different locations. One of them, like the mayor was talking about, is this bowling alley, and just hearing from the mayor there talking about that this is a place where teenagers go to have pizza and to hang out, and kids and families are there. We were looking at pictures online of this bowling alley, and it's all pictures of little kids. So it's just heartbreaking that repeatedly we seem to see these mass shooting incidents in these family gathering spaces. Even just earlier this year, the shooting near where we are in California, a biker bar in Orange County, and then a few years ago, the bar and grill in Thousand Oaks, and it's just the concert halls, and it just repeatedly feels like nowhere is safe for people. We do have these images that we're showing right now, as you've been mentioning, Jake, of the suspect here that police have released because they want this gunman to be identified. There's a close-up image there, and this car that they've released an image of as well, and they say that the bumper on the front is blacked out, so you can see the gunman there with that firearm. So 3 different locations. The ATF, Jake, we know from Boston, is now investigating and on their way. We know both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are briefed. The governor has been briefed, and she is telling people to heed those warnings to stay inside. And yet again, Jake, these images of people running for their lives like we're seeing right here.
At this hour, we've just learned that the Justice Department has weighed in and has given us some sense of how they are watching this. A spokesperson says that the Attorney General has been briefed and will continue to closely monitor the situation. Federal law enforcement agencies are assisting our state and local law enforcement partners in Lewiston, Maine. As you mentioned, Boston's ATF is en route to Lewiston at this hour, as we understand it, and the president has been briefed. I wonder, Liz, if you're able to give us some sense of the scale of this as compared, you may have heard me speaking to the mayor a moment ago of Auburn next to Lewiston, who, the murder rate in that city is in the teens or low 20s from year to year, and the idea that this could have all happened in one night, that kind of number may have been exceeded. I wonder if you can contextualize for us a little bit how you imagine this plays in the attention of the Justice Department, the attention of the president, in the gruesome calculus that we deal in when we think about mass shootings. Why this one, do you think, is going to perhaps stay in the minds of law enforcement officials for some time as they think about this?
Yeah, as you're saying that, it's reminding me of a San Francisco mass shooting that happened in the early 90s. I don't remember the exact number of casualties, but I believe it was less than 10, that prompted then Senator Dianne Feinstein to put forward a bill that led to the only ban on semi-automatic assault weapons in this country's history. And that was from a mass shooting on California Street in San Francisco, where you are, Jake, that had less than 10 casualties. And here we are now at a place with 22 casualties. And we, as a country, repeatedly see this. And I think as we look at the mass shootings over the past several years, this is going to be clearly one of those that has some of the highest casualties and injuries. I mean, hearing that potentially 50 people are injured, I mean, it's truly truly shocking to hear. And we do know that the president has been briefed and the vice president as well. And like you mentioned, state police have said that in Maine, which is considered a very safe state, there are 29. Last year, there were 29 homicides. Well, tonight, we know at least 22 people killed. So this shooting already almost equal to the number of homicides that this state sees in 1 year.
Liz Kreutz, please stay with us. I know you'll be closely monitoring this, and we want to be able to come back to you for any new details that come across the wire for you. But in the meantime, I want to bring back retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh. He's also an NBC News analyst. Jim, we are at this point understand from the mayor that this is a small town. People know each other in this town. This is a bowling alley where the mayor of Auburn said his children go. And as a result, it strikes me that the scale of this city perhaps could help in identifying this shooter and identifying where he is a little bit faster. I'm wondering what, to what extent you think that's true, and also what other resources are available to law enforcement to try to find this man, spot him before he can do any further damage.
Well, I think you're right, Jake. I think they did identify him early on, probably from the photograph that was released by the police. Because as you say, it's a small community. I mean, this guy was easily recognizable from the photograph. And all of us have friends and relatives and acquaintances who would recognize us if our picture was thrown up all over the news in their town. And so this guy was quickly identified. There's a vehicle in question there. We don't know if he owned that or not. But now the police have talked about looking for a white Subaru. He could have carjacked somebody. It could be his own car, but he appears to be traveling in it maybe. So he could be anywhere. I think New England is in danger tonight, not just this section of Maine, because this happened a couple hours ago, and he could travel to any location. His spree killing, going to 2 and 3 locations. He's using multiple magazines to get off all these rounds. He's wounded about 60, killed 22. I mean, even if every round was struck a victim, which is not really possible, but just in probabilities, that would be 3 or 4 magazines he's using just to get these victims shot. So he's got many more magazines, I would say, with him. He's loaded for bear. His plan, may not have an ending like escape. It may be more of an ending like a suicide by cop, shootout with the police, or just try to kill as many people as he can. That may be his goal. And he's got the weapon. He's loose. Now, your question, the second part, tracking him down. Well, they'll try cell phones, but, he doesn't need a cell phone when he's on his killing spree. He might have ditched it. So if he doesn't have a cell phone, or if he doesn't have OnStar or a tracker in his car, he may be hard to find that way. It gets back to the citizens reporting what they see, troopers and deputies on the highways looking for the vehicle. If there's any vehicle like that description traveling in New England tonight, every officer is going to be looking for it. Of course, they'll have air assets up. Night vision. They'll be contacting family members. They'll be trying to find out where he does go, where does he frequent, does he camp in the woods, does he have another residence, does he have a cabin somewhere, who are his friends, what's he about, trying to ascertain anything they can that might lead them to him. Unfortunately, we may find his location when we hear reports of more shots fired somewhere, and then police are going to have to rush there, and that could even be in a neighboring community or even a neighboring state. So I think New England just needs to be on alert now. There's an active killer loose, and nobody knows where he is, so they can't say he's still in that local community. He could be anywhere up there.
Fortunately, at this hour, Jim, Bates College, which is less than 3 miles away from Schmenges, one of the 2 locations that we know about so far, says that no shots have been reported or heard on campus. Campus is on lockdown. They have no other info at this time, but at the very least, we are not receiving reports of additional shooting, at least in that sort of early radius around this, which is something to be thankful for. Jim Cavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I hope you'll stick with us. Joining us now is NBC News contributor Cedric Alexander. He's the former DeKalb police chief. And Chief Alexander, there is obviously, the details here are sketchy tonight, but I wonder if you could give me some sense, in your long experience with a crime in this country, where does this where does this fit in terms of violence and the difficulty for law enforcement officers in trying to find somebody? How difficult, how alarming a situation is this in your experience?
Well, it's very alarming. It's very alarming to that community. It's very alarming to this country. We've been here too many times before, but the death count here is of a really significant number of people that have been killed and injured, and a subject that is still on the loose somewhere in and around that community. So this is a major alarm, and I'm quite sure every available resource in that community and resources that will be coming in from the state and our federal agencies are going to play a very significant part tonight, all the way up until the time that this subject is apprehended. This is tragic. It's very difficult to find words to describe the type of pain, of course, that community must be suffering tonight, and people across this country are suffering too as well, because 22 deaths, 55 to 60 people injured. That's what we know of this at this moment. That impacts a lot of lives, a lot of people, and that is going to be that pain is going to be shared across the country.
Well, Cedric, I mean, speaking of that pain, the affliction of this, we have heard here from a woman who says her family was affected. She was in the midst of it. I'd like to play a little bit of that right now.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmeggy's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
So, Cedric, as you heard there, this is one of the local citizens who feels entirely mystified by what has happened. As she was speaking to our affiliate there, WCSH, seems to be very much in the dark about what is happening. I mean, give us some sense of what the response, what it's like inside the response right now. If you are the top law enforcement official in charge of that scene, what are your priorities at that moment? What are you trying to make happen? And why is there, as a result, perhaps so much fog and confusion for the people caught up in it?
And certainly there is a lot of fog going on at this particular moment. There probably is a lot of confusion. We have to recognize and acknowledge that is a lot of deaths across that city, and probably in close proximity and in different locations. Those that have died tragically and those that have been severely wounded. The hospitals in that community, I'm quite sure, are overwhelmed with victims, along with family and friends who are trying to make some determination as to whether their loved ones were caught up in this mayhem tonight. And I think the lady that was talking, who was very calm about this, but imagine internally what she must be experiencing, not knowing if her loved ones are alive or injured or dead. And there are a lot of people that are asking that same question in that same place that she's in that community, and those that have extended family and friends across the country who don't know. So hopefully here sometime soon, and you can only imagine, this has to be a huge crime scene in multiple locations that's going to utilize a lot of police resources in terms of trying to put this case together and get information to the citizens in a timely manner that is very painful for some people, but yet at the same time, they have the responsibility, police does, to try to make sure that they're getting the accuracy of information that they can to people. And this is just painful to watch these images, I'm quite sure, to all of us.
And as the former police chief of DeKalb, I'm curious, what advice you might have for people responding tonight on the ground in this very small city. This is a city of 35,000 people in a state that regularly sees perhaps 19, 20, 21 murders as a whole, as a state. And so I'm wondering whether you think that law enforcement on the ground there, has what it takes. I don't mean to suggest that they're in any way, unprepared for this, but in a sense, who could be prepared for something as horrible as this, especially when you're dealing with a city as small as that? What advice would you have for them tonight? What would you be looking for in trying to assist them in responding to this terrible scene?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we have to remember that our law enforcement personnel and civilian personnel that are there on the ground tonight, they're human beings. They have family, they have friends. They may have family or friends who could be affected by this tragedy. We don't know. But if you can only imagine being on a scene such as that, where you have that type of massive casualties and that type of injury and death that's before you, that it can be overwhelming to any person, any individual. But law enforcement, and I'm quite sure no community you can compare, you can prepare only up to a certain point. And then after that, it does become overwhelming. But I am quite sure they're going to have support of each other out there on that scene tonight. And I would imagine they will very smartly bring in mental health counselors to be available as well, too, because this is a very traumatic scene without question. And it's going to have impact on the workers, and people that live in that community are going to be hugely impacted as well. These are the things we don't see when these type of events occur. And after these bodies have been taken away, it's the after the impact. That's why it's called post-traumatic, because the trauma oftentimes can take effect that night, or there can be a number of variables, and every individual is very different, that people can begin to relive, unfortunately, some of these horrible images that are going to be with them for the rest of their life. We oftentimes, as civilians, and we hear about this kind of level of tragedy in a war somewhere on the globe. But for it to happen right here in our own backyard, right here in this country, right here in any city USA, and tonight it happens to be Lewiston, Maine, it strikes us in a very powerful way. And we all are impacted by the numbers. And here again, we don't know what the final body count is going to be when the dust settles in all of this.
Cedric Alexander, former police chief of DeKalb, Illinois, thank you so much for being with us. As he mentioned there, the trauma is, of course, long-lasting, and law enforcement officers responding to this scene will be traumatized. Of course, the victims and their families traumatized as well. The pain will go on here. We know at this hour that, according to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, we spoke to a few moments ago, he said that schools will be shut down in the region tomorrow, suggesting that life will not continue as normal, or at least not right away. There will be some healing, some time that people on the ground will have to put into repairing the damage, healing wounds, and trying to get past all of this. I want to bring NBC's Liz Croyce back again. She has been thinking, has been tracking this for us tonight, alongside dozens of our colleagues across NBC, and I'd love to hear from her now. Liz, give us some sense. Are there any new details to share? Recap for us where we're at tonight.
Yeah, Jake, you mentioned that the Lewiston public schools are going to be closed tomorrow. We also have learned that Bates College nearby is on lockdown right now as well, and that shelter-in-place order has been extended now to the entire county. So a much wider area of people now have been told to stay inside. Law enforcement says make sure your homes and your vehicles are secured as this manhunt unfolds and continues. You have to imagine it is a terrifying night for so many people sheltering in their homes right now. In fact, I saw on Twitter a journalist on the ground there saying that they were at the main hospital there that's responding to this mass casualty event, and that people told them to duck down behind a cement barrier because nobody really knew maybe that the shooter could be in that area. So there's a lot of fear for people out there right now. I also have been looking into the locations. We've talked a lot about the bowling alley, also this bar, I may be saying it wrong, but Shemengi's, looking at their website. It also, like the bowling alley, is a place that seems to promote itself as a gathering hole. They say host your big events here. They have pool tables you can rent, and they even said that tonight was going to be industry night tonight. They say you work in the bar restaurant industry, you get 25% off your bill. So it makes you think that this gunman was specifically targeting these areas where maybe he knows people gather. And Jake, one more thing. I wanted to circle back to something you had asked me about before, which was sort of putting into context this shooting compared to so many of the other mass shootings that we have covered now over the years. And our team pulled together a list of the deadliest mass shootings in U.S. history. The Las Vegas massacre at the Country Music Festival remains the top one, with 60 fatalities and 544 people injured. When you look at this list, right now these numbers are very preliminary. At least 22 people dead, 50 to 60 people injured. It makes it about tied with about the 6th, 7th deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. So this is going up there as one of the deadliest mass shootings. The Walmart shooting in El Paso, Texas, 23 people were killed. Uvalde, 21 people killed. So to give some context there with this shooting, Jake.
That is such important context. At least 22 dead so far this evening. That number, of course, could rise, considering that 50, perhaps 60 people have been injured in addition. You're right. This could, Liz, rise to the level of some of the other most terrible mass shootings in U.S. history. This also explains, of course, or helps to explain why it is that President Biden was directly briefed about this event. He received an initial briefing earlier this evening ahead of a state dinner he had to attend with the Australian Prime Minister. One can imagine the scene in which he is, pulled out of his preparations for that dinner and told the terrible news. And we know, of course, again, that so many people have been brought together across law enforcement agencies to respond to this. ATF agents coming up from Boston and a federal response overall. We know that the Justice Department says that they are monitoring this. Governors the governor has responded. And of course, we spoke to Mayor Jason Levesque of Auburn about 15-20 minutes ago, in which he described, again, this is a very small community, about 35,000 people in this town. And so the people that you see in that image there of a victim being loaded into an ambulance, the web of connections between the people we're looking at in each of these scenes, whether it's the law enforcement officers responding to the scene, the way that they review the people coming out of the bowling alley in this footage, and then the people running through. These are people who know each other. As the mayor told us earlier, they know each other at the bowling alley. His own children, he says, spend time at that bowling alley on a regular basis. This is, a small community, one that sees very little violence. The state of Maine as a whole seeing very little violence. And so to see so much of this violence happen on one night is of course shocking under absolutely any circumstance, but it's particularly shocking here. Liz, I wonder if you have any thoughts here also about, the weaponry that he seems to be using. It creates, of course, the capacity for tremendous violence. And in the photographs that have been circulated of this man, he is carrying a long rifle, that he may very well have had to reload. It just seems like the capacity for violence that afforded him may have been part of why we are seeing what could wind up being one of the greatest losses of life in a community this size in American history.
Right, and it's often weapons like this that we've seen used in mass shootings, and also men have also been largely the gunmen in these mass shootings, which we're seeing again tonight. So certainly, Jake, it's likely immediately going to prompt more political debate and political discussion. We know President Biden and Vice Kamala Harris have launched new efforts to combat gun violence, something led by the vice president. So certainly, I'm sure that we will now see this taking over much of the political discussion, as there is debate over whether or not people should be able to obtain firearms that can cause this level of damage. But of course, at the same time, as things unfold right now, the focus for law enforcement is to figure out where this gunman even is, and how much more loads does he even have? How much more damage could he do tonight, Jake? And that's the big scary question that we don't know.
Liz Kreutz, thank you for being on top of this with us. Please stay with us. Jim Kavanaugh, I want to bring you back here. Jim Kavanaugh, again, everyone, is NBC's law enforcement analyst and has been helping us understand the law enforcement response to this tonight. You've been speaking to us tonight about the destructive capacity of this person. And I wonder, what is the training when, as a law enforcement agent, you are confronted with someone carrying such destructive power? What is the training in engaging someone like that?
Well, the first thing you want to do, Jake, is you want to at least match what he has. You know, if you're a patrolman coming out of your car with your sidearm, your handgun, you know, and he has a tactical rifle, you're already losing. And that's why the active shooter drills and the patrol officers around America carry police tactical rifles in the trunks of their vehicles, or, you know, a shotgun locked up on a dashboard so they can at least equalize against the people they have to face. And of course, they'll put on their body armor as well. But you want to engage him with more officers. You know, you don't want to engage him with just one officer. You'd like to engage him with multiple officers behind cover. With long rifles, and so you can, you know, win the gunfight, because it doesn't pay to come out a tie in a gunfight. You got to win, and but the officers all across New England tonight, they've got their patrol rifles close, and they've got their body armor on, and they're looking for this car, and they're looking for this guy, and you know, if they can get him somewhere and isolate him, then they can slow it down, and you know, if he's alone. Even if he barricades in a vehicle or a house or even in the woods, a SWAT team will be able to handle him and, you know, safely remove him, or, you know, have to kill him if that's what he chooses. But, you know, that can all be done. The part we got to worry about, and that the police commanders are worried about now across the region, is he picking another target? Is the spree not over? Is his bloodlust still hot, you know? He's bloodied now. He's killed a lot. He's shot a lot, and he hasn't decided to, you know, that we know of, just kill himself and go out, you know, like a burning cinder, like so many of these guys do. He's on the move, and you know, it's not like he has a plan to go back to some normal life after this. That's not in the cards. So it's possible he hasn't thought much of an ending other than just to, you know, shoot it out with the police and die or kill himself. But it's not like he's gonna, you know, run off to Acapulco and live on the beach or something. I mean, this guy has, you know, laid his cards on the deck, and now it's going to play out in the first confrontation he has with law enforcement officers. We'd rather see him, you know, have that contact with law enforcement officers who can be well armed and take him down, rather than some innocent civilians that he finds in a crowd somewhere. So that's the danger tonight in New England. I think heed all the police warnings. You know, stay in, don't go out. This guy can, you know, we just saw this week Hamas shoot people just driving their car on the road. You can do that with a tactical rifle. If you need to change cars, you can just shoot a car going down the road. Just shoot the driver. The rifle's so powerful, the car's going to stop. You drag the body out and get in it and go. And so he can change cars. He's got the key right there in the picture. He's holding it, and he can get another vehicle if that one runs out of gas or something. So. You know, where is he? You know, the citizens got to help.
Yeah.
If he stays moving, Jake, if he stays moving on the highways, then a trooper or a deputy will spot him.
Well, we can only hope that he is brought to justice quickly, and like as you say, the pursuit of him moves as fast as we would hope it would. Former Special Agent of the ATF, Jim Cavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us. I want to bring in here NBC's Tom Winter, who covers crime and terrorism for us. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I know you have been following this closely all night. I'd love to hear what details can you share with us, and do we know anything more about who this person is or what possibly might have motivated them?
Well, this hour, law enforcement certainly believes they know who did this. It is a name that we have heard, but we're waiting on a little additional confirmation before we bring you that name. We just want to double check with some of the folks that we've been speaking to, and we don't want to make a mistake to the best of our abilities before we put that name out there. Some background information. There's no indication at this stage, and it's early in this stage, and as you just heard Jim accurately describe, this individual is still on the loose. We've been told that as recently the last 5 to 10 10 minutes or so. So he is not in custody. You don't know what he's going to say when he's taken into custody. Hopefully that's what occurs. You don't know what writings or messages are on his person, what his background may be. So that remains all up in the air at this stage. So that's why we say at this time there's no indication of terrorism because we don't know what the individual might speak to if they are in fact captured. Sometimes we might know at this stage of the investigation that is leaning towards a terrorism investigation because of statements that individual may have been made during the course of the shooting that witnesses would have heard. So that's why that's the case. Of course, whenever I say this, people rightfully look at the television screen and say, what do you mean it's not believed to be terrorism? Because can you imagine being in any one of these locations where the shooting occurred? And I appreciate that, and that's all very accurate, but terrorism has a specific definition. It is described as somebody who carries out violence, roughly described as somebody who carries out violence for a specific ideological cause. That's why we say at this stage there's no indication of that. The individual, you're looking at them on screen. This is very clearly the person that police have been looking for. They're also looking for a white vehicle. This is a situation where law enforcement has to be very careful as far as what happens next. This individual has shown no compunction about killing individuals tonight, and so they're on the lookout for them, and they may have some indication that this individual has serious mental health issues. This individual may also have some specific training that could aid them in their efforts to fire that weapon. So that's something that we continue to monitor. But again, at this stage, this is where the investigation is. No initial signs that this is terrorism. 22 dead. 50 plus injured. That number could grow higher, of course. An individual that's still on the loose, believed to have been driving a white SUV at the time of this incident, and law enforcement is actively looking for this person and trying to bring them into custody at this time. He is to be presumed, according to law enforcement officials, armed and quite dangerous.
And Tom, we've been looking here, of course, at the broader context of mass shootings in the United States. There is, of course, not a single definition for what constitutes a mass shooting, but just in terms of sheer, a mass casualty event, shootings that have taken the lives of multiple people at one time. We, of course, know, right, Sandy Hook, 17. Sandy Hook, 27 dead. The Parkland High School shooting, 17 dead. I'm wondering if you could contextualize this particular shooting for us. We know that President Biden was briefed ahead of a state dinner tonight, that the Department of Justice has issued a statement about this. Give us some sense of what 22 people dead, and of course that is just the beginning number. It could go higher. What that means in terms of the national context for a nation already known for this kind of terrible violence.
Right, and just to add to that, the FBI is also assisting both on a technical capability and also a tactical capability, if so called, by the Maine State Police or the Lewiston Police to assist. So they're also involved in this. To your question, this is not a statistics game because, of course, and I know that's not what you meant, but obviously we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about husbands, mothers. We're talking about children. So it's all very, very real. Having covered almost all of the shootings, mass shootings that have occurred over the last 10 years, I can tell you that this certainly ranks up there as far as the amount of people that have fallen to this individual's actions tonight. And while it will not be the highest, thankfully, mass shooting in American history, it is a mass shooting, and so it will impact a lot of families in that community tonight. And so that's obviously just devastating for the Lewiston, Maine area, and is yet another black mark on this country. That's safe to say without any politics involved. I don't think there's anybody, no matter where you stand on any side of the political aisle, that thinks that this is a good thing or something that should occur in our communities. The solution for that is not up to me to decide. There are a number of potential solutions for it, but certainly when you look at this event, it is on the higher end of some of the worst mass shootings we've seen in this country.
And Tom, because I know you cover law enforcement and so many different agencies will be responding now. We know that Boston's ATF is responding, for instance. This is a small community, just 35,000 people, law enforcement there. I wonder what you think they will need from federal law enforcement agencies, from the ATF, the FBI. What resources do you think they'll be drawing on as they respond at this hour?
Right. So in New England, it's a little bit different than a lot of other states because New England, you have so many states in such a compact area. For instance, the Boston FBI field office handles Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, parts of other states. So they have all those places under their area of responsibilities, what they call it jurisdiction, if you want to call it for us. So that's what they handle. So the FBI Boston, the FBI, excuse me, the ATF in Boston, Maine is their area, and so they will have to respond to that. There are obviously state prosecutors in Maine, U.S. attorneys' offices in Maine. One of the things that the ATF can certainly do when it comes to this particular weapon is trace its sale. Was it legally purchased? Were there any components on this that were illegal? If so, who may have sold those? So there's all sorts of work that the ATF will do as specific to the gun. Those can sometimes be federal charges. We've seen that in the past, and so they're valuable when it comes to that, and also to trace back just this individual's movements over the past several days. So that's the ATF component. From the FBI's component, it's assist until there's a violation of a federal crime outside of what I just described that the ATF would look at. So for the FBI's purposes, if for some reason we hear about statements or this investigation changes to a terrorism investigation, they would be involved. But where the FBI is particularly helpful here, and this Boston field office has an awful lot of experience with this, are their technical capabilities as far as trying to determine where a wanted individual is. You remember this, the field office that handled the Boston Marathon bombing. They learned, they brought a lot to that investigation, but they also learned a lot as a result of it and how to kind of try to find folks. So they have a lot of technical capabilities, none of which I will describe here in case this individual is listening to us or anybody else has any horrible ideas along these lines. They also have a tactical capability. They maintain a SWAT unit that would be available to help local law enforcement officials up there. So that's something that they can do. And of course, they have investigative capabilities that are really second to none in databases and the ability to find out information that might be quite helpful here in this manhunt. So that's what the Boston FBI will kind of bring forward. And for the law enforcement agencies in Maine, they can use that information to try to attempt and find this individual, make sure they don't hurt anybody else here tonight.
NBC's Tom Winter with us tonight covering law enforcement's response to this terrible event. Tom, thank you so much for being here with us. As Jim Kavanaugh, former special agent of the ATF, was talking about earlier, the concern, of course, in a moment like this is that people, that the shooter would move from the initial area and go elsewhere. We know that the locations he was in were really only a few miles apart, about a 10-minute drive from one another. But as I understand it, there is some new police activity elsewhere in the region. NBC's Liz Croyce is back with us now to give us the latest on what she knows. Liz, can you give us some sense? Do we have any sense of where he might be or where police response has moved to at this hour?
Yeah, so police, Jake, have not said anything about where they believe he might be, but we are starting to see these images coming in from our affiliate WCSH there in the Lewiston area of a large police presence in a town just outside of Lewiston called Lisbon, and there appears to be a large police presence there. It believes that helicopter choppers are flying overhead. This is about a 10 to 13-minute drive from the bar. That's one of the locations where one of the incidents occurred, one of the shootings happened. It's outside the town of Lewiston, and as we look at this area where apparently some police activity is happening right now, and we're showing you these images here from our affiliate of this police activity, it does seem like it's not too far from some elementary schools in the area, a post office, so it seems a little bit more rural and remote of an area than Lewiston. proper, but about 10 minutes outside of Lewiston in the area of Lisbon is where there seems to be police presence right now. And again, as you've been saying and we're talking about, there is this active search for this gunman. He is on the loose, and that is one of the scariest things on top of what has been an already nightmare of a night for people, is that people are hunkering down in their homes, keeping their doors locked, their vehicles locked, trying to keep safe as this gunman is on the loose. And Jake, as you keep saying, it's unclear, what kind of damage he could continue to do with that firearm he seems to have obtained.
And at this hour, we have a statement from Maine Medical Center in Portland. This is the only level 1 trauma facility in the state, according to their website. And there are, of course, trauma centers elsewhere in the region. The Central Maine Medical Facility in Lewiston can respond. But Maine Medical Center says that it can confirm it will receive at least 1 patient transport from Central Maine Medical Center. So already we know that at a very high level, the top trauma physicians who deal in this terrible business are talking with one another and moving people where they need to go. Liz, before I let you go briefly, I wonder what you'll be watching for in the coming days when the identification comes across from this person. What do you think law enforcement will want to know about him, and what will they be looking for first, do we think?
Well, certainly, I think how he obtained this weapon. Did he obtain this legally? What were the processes in place to obtain this weapon? And then also probably this person's, their record, what their occupation is, whether there was any motive, what the motive potentially was. We do know from the locations that we know so far of these shootings, the bar and this bowling alley, that it seems like this gunman was specifically targeting places where families and people and friends gather and get together. So what was this person's motive is going to be huge. And then, of course, just the stories of the victims. I mean, that's always the most important thing. We focus a lot on the gunman, of course, because the gunman is on the loose, but the stories of the people who sadly have lost their lives, and their lives have been shattered and changed tonight. Jake.
Yeah. Liz Kreutz, who has been working late with us to keep track of these terrible events in Maine tonight. Thank you, Liz, for everything you've been doing for us. Just moments ago, a reporter with our affiliate in Maine, that's WSCSH, spoke to witnesses who say they saw a man run by with a gun. Have a listen.
I'm Jordan Sauter, Francis. I'm with News Center, Maine. What just happened?
Somebody was running with a gun. That's all we know, and then the cops came and had us all lay down.
So the cops had you all lay down?
Oh, yeah, down right here, yeah.
Guns drawn at you all?
Yes.
And they saw somebody in this area?
No, he went in that building.
He went in that building? Did they clear the building?
No. The guy, the suspect went in that building?
All right, thank you all. Yeah.
Reporters, of course, across the region doing what they can to stay on top of that. Civilians there ordered to lie on the ground to make way for the law enforcement response. Just a terrible evening, and again, in a country racked by gun violence, another terrible night. It's one that no one in that region saw coming. Just how terrible a scene, and of course, our thoughts will be with the people going into the coming days. This concludes our rolling coverage. We'll have much more ahead with our affiliate WCSH and online.
Law enforcement tonight about the person they are looking for at this hour.
So that's the one. If you go back to your teams.
Working to pull up that information again, the specific details police described.
Yep, so Lewiston Police Department released it. So the picture that we just showed you, law enforcement attempting to locate Robert Card. They've got a birth date here of April 4th, 1983. As a person of interest regarding the mass shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Rack tonight, Card should be considered armed and dangerous, and please contact law enforcement if you happen to be aware of his whereabouts. This is from the Lewiston Police Department. That's the picture, that's the description. Again, April 4th, 1983 birth date. Robert Card is who they're looking for.
So that puts him at 40. And this is the suspect they, as far as we know, are still looking for tonight. And again, with that description of the vehicle he is believed to have been in, that's on your screen right now. That's the photo of the car they say he was driving tonight. That white Subaru Outback, again, with the black bumper. You can see just the edge of it on the left side of your screen right there. So again, that info just came in from Lewiston Police, describing and identifying for the first time by more than just a photograph who they are searching for right now. And again, because of that search, that shelter in place has expanded from, first it was Lewiston, Auburn, and now it is all of Androscoggin County at this hour.
All right, let's go to Jack Mulmud, who I believe is still outside the hospital, Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. Hey, Jack.
That's right. Hey, Lee and Brian. You know, standing outside here out of Central Maine Medical Center, this is the hospital, the closest location to where that shooting took place, taking on the bulk of the victims here in this shooting that claimed the lives of 22 people here in Lewiston this evening. And as we've been talking throughout this night, much more of a tragedy than Lewiston. It involves Maine and the nation here as we reel in the loss of these 22 people. But standing outside here of Central Maine Medical Center earlier, as I said, we saw dozens of people waiting outside to find out any details on their loved ones, people giving their names of their loved ones, people working here to see if their loved one is in there or if their loved one survived or not from that shooting that took place, with the suspect still on the run there, with the entire Androscoggin County under a lockdown. And as you guys have said, that man that is on the loose, police are saying to look out for the man named Robert Card. You guys saw his photo there. And we've seen those photos. He's believed to be driving a white Subaru with a black bumper. He's around 40 years old. He should be considered armed and dangerous. Again, just a quick reminder for that. But to my left here, you could see the main entrance of the hospital. You see armed security guards there. They have been standing there now for the last 2 hours, making sure people can enter and leave safely. You can only imagine, just imagine the sensitivity and the shock that parents and families are facing as they approach this hospital to understand more about the situation and how it may have impacted their loved one. Nurses, first responders, doctors that we've seen walking in and out of here have just been it's hard to describe what's going on here because it's just been such pure shock. We've talked about this often, how you know, you prepare for this every day, but when the day comes like this, it's totally different. You know, some of those people that were staying out here are still waiting for answers to see if their loved one is safe or not. We spoke with a woman named Julie who moved to Lewiston when she was 17 years old. Last we spoke to her, she still does not know if her son is alive or dead. And she said he was in that shooting at Schmenge's bar here in Lewiston. And she said she showed up here when she heard her son was shot, and she's still waiting to hear more. Let's go in and hear a little bit of what she has to say.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmenge's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
They told us that this is an active shooting. And while so many people, just like Julie, are just trying to understand the situation, us here are also trying to understand the gravity. It's hard to wrap your head around the pure human loss of life that has happened here. All the while we're talking about this, there have been multiple life flight helicopters landing here at Central Maine Medical Center. It is one of the sources for life flight helicopters. We've seen at least more than a dozen over the last 2 hours fly in and out of here, seemingly transporting patients out of here. But as we've been talking, it's an important reminder for our audience that there still is an active lockdown here in Androscoggin County. That means lock your doors, do not drive, stay inside as much as you can, and keep following for updates from law enforcement and us here on News Center as we try our best to learn more information that's going down here. But for now, we're live here in Lewiston outside Central Maine Medical Center. We'll toss it back to you, Zach, Amanda.
Jack Mulmud live outside of CMMC, as he just said, and you know, he's talking about how difficult this is for a lot of families. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm Amanda Hill. This is Zach Blanchard.
Yeah, an incredibly difficult night for our state and for the country. We are just receiving statements from Senator King and Susan Collins saying that they've been in touch with President Joe Biden, all about Lewiston, Maine. Getting the headline tonight that at least 22 people killed in an active shooter situation. Folks just out for the night at a bar and grill in Lewiston, out for a bowling league after work.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us, this is where police have really focused their investigation at Spare Time Recreation. That's a bowling alley in Lewiston. That's on Mollison Way. Also at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, which is on Lincoln Street. It's about 4 miles from Spare Time Recreation there. We have also been told about some police activity in Lisbon Falls. We have our Hannah Kumler there. She's been briefing us on some of the activity there, but this is who police have been focusing their search on. This is Robert Card. He is 40 years old. Again, police are asking anyone to keep an eye out for him. If you do see him, obviously call your local police department and let them know. Do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous.
So again, take a close look at your screen there. This is the man police are looking for. Robert Card, 40 years old. They say he is the man who carried out the mass shooting at Schmeggy's Bar and Spare Time Recreation earlier this evening. Card is, again, considered armed and dangerous. If you know where he might be, take a look at your screen. If you know where this man is this evening, please give police a call. We are also waiting to hear more from police. They are expected to hold a press conference in just moments, I believe. We have a shot of that, the podium there, getting ready to hear from state police as well as local officials. I guess we don't have that shot right now, but as soon as state police and other agencies are prepared to speak there, we will carry it live right here on News Center Maine.
And we thank you for sticking with us through this coverage. I know this is difficult for many of you to see this coverage. It's difficult for us to report on it. Maine is obviously a small town. It's our hometown, and it's difficult to see. And this has become such a big thing. You've probably seen coverage on a lot of the national stations. The president has been briefed on what's going on. At this point, the FBI in Boston has gotten involved in this investigation. We know the ATF in Boston also joining in on this investigation. So a lot of agencies are involved in this. This is a big deal. And to put this into perspective, what we know from NBC News, they confirmed with Lewiston PD, 22 people killed in this one act of violence. Last year, Maine had 29 homicides overall. Through the year, 29 homicides in Maine. This is 22 in one night.
Yeah, you can see this video here from earlier, people just fleeing the scene. We see these images over and over again. We say repeatedly, it hasn't happened in Maine. Tonight it has. And as you at home are trying to make sense of this, trying to process this, I want to reiterate again, as Amanda said, you're not alone in this. There's help out there. If you feel like this moment is tough, please confide in your loved ones, hug your loved ones tonight. There are also, this happened early enough that there were likely kids who were awake to see this on the TV. So please keep an eye on them. Lewiston Public Schools announcing just well over an hour ago now, I guess, that school will not be in session tomorrow.
As well as Auburn.
Yep, as well as Auburn. The superintendent releasing a statement to please continue to shelter in place, of course. The Lewiston superintendent will continue to update you with information and next steps, saying our prayers go out to those who lost someone tonight. Our prayers go out to all those working to stop further loss of life. So again, several schools in the area, not just Lewiston, Auburn as well. I think there's some others coming in.
Even extending out, we know Mechanic Falls has closed, Poland, Brunswick, Gray New Gloucester. We heard earlier from Central Maine Community College. That's the college there in Auburn. They were saying that they will be closed tomorrow, and they are very aware of the situation. Earlier, Bates College was actually in lockdown. We heard from officials there. Still very much active in that area.
Yeah, and obviously this is a situation that, again, is not just impacting Lewiston, it's impacting all of these communities. And when you're talking about schools, one of the largest school districts in the state, Bonnie Eagle, even releasing a statement that they haven't decided whether or not to hold classes tomorrow, but they are awake right now. School leaders across the state really trying to make sense of this, making sure that students and families are supported as we're all trying to make sense of what happened in Lewiston tonight. Just to reiterate for you, at least 22 people killed in an active shooting in Lewiston. This is the man police are looking for. If you know who he is, if you've seen him, please give police a call. This is Robert Card. Police are considering him a person of interest in that shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Recreation earlier this evening. They still have not been able to apprehend him. They're also looking for this white car here. They say there's a black bumper on the front. They're trying to locate Card, and they say he should be considered armed and dangerous. So if you happen to see this car, if you happen to see Card himself, do not approach. This image believed to be Card earlier this evening walking in to Spare Time Recreation. Definitely a hard security footage to watch there.
Very disturbing to see, but very important to see as well. And we know our Jack Molmid has been live outside of Central Maine Medical Center. We also have someone outside of Maine Medical Center in Portland, where they're expecting at least one patient, they told us, is going there. And just to put into perspective how much this is affecting our hospitals here, that they even said, out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of the situation, Maine Medical Center and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. So, you know, people can't even go to visit loved ones who are in the hospital right now. This is very much affecting our, you know, and we know our hospitals prepare for these things.
Absolutely.
We know our police prepare for these things, but this is such a widespread event that I don't think anyone can really be ready for this.
Absolutely, and I think we have that shot now of the podium in Lewiston City Hall. Our reporters and several other reporters from across the state have been kind of stationed there, awaiting a press conference from state police. I imagine other local officials, likely the mayors of Lewiston and Auburn, are there. Perhaps even the governor likely to speak. You can see microphones there from news organizations across the state. There at Lewiston City Hall, and as soon as that press conference gets underway, we will be sure to bring it to you. Alex Haskell standing by there.
And just to reiterate what's going on here, active shooter in Lewiston, and the areas of focus have been Schmenge's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street and Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way. They're about 4 miles apart, and at this point we know that at least 22 people have been killed. That's what NBC News is telling us. You can bet a lot more people have been injured. We know the hospitals are dealing with all of that, and we have reporters in various locations. There was police activity happening in Lisbon Falls. Our Hannah Kumler was there. Our Sam Olson is around Birch Street in Lewiston. She said about 50 or so police are at a staging area there. So we're certainly keeping an eye on what's going on. But again, this all remains very active.
Right, as police from multiple agencies, state and federal, it even seems now, are trying to track down this man. Take a look at your screen. Robert Card, he's 40 years old. He is the person police say opened fire at Spare Time and Schmenge's earlier this evening. And this is really having an effect on all across the state. Congressman Jared Golden, who is from Lewiston, represents District 2, sharing a statement saying, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work.
Also, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree saying, I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement, which they have been saying, please shelter in place, lock your doors, stay off the roads, let them. Clearly, they've been very active in Lewiston and in Lisbon Falls, so just let them have reign of the roads and where they need to be, but definitely lock your doors.
Yeah, I want to actually see if we can pull up some video, because I want to focus on the human element of this. Jack Molmid was at Central Maine Medical Center center. I believe we have some video there. There were families kind of gathered outside the door. You can see even inside the hospital, it looks like they're staging hospital beds in what appear to be hallways, just because this is such a large situation for them to respond to. Family members there just waiting to hear the news, communicating with what appears to be maybe hospital staff, going through perhaps names of victims. These families just absolutely likely heartbroken, anxious. Jack even said some he spoke to were angry about what happened tonight. And to see that many people just swarm around a hospital in the state of Maine is not something we've ever seen before.
Never, never. And do we have the sound queued up, guys? I know Jack had spoken with a woman who was just waiting to hear word on her son.
A little freaked out. I want to know. You know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that. Wow. So just that sheer panic, I can't even begin to fathom what those families are experiencing tonight. Yeah. I believe we have News Center Maine's Hannah Kumler joining us now. She's live in Lisbon Falls, where there's a lot of police activity there. Hannah, what are you seeing?
Hey, Zach. Yeah, we've actually changed location. Before, when we saw you last time, we were across the street here. Now we're right in front of Lisbon High School, which you can see. But we were actually instructed to leave. An officer came over to us who was heavily armed and said, "Do with this information what you will, but we are working a scene a half mile away, and I don't know how safe it is for you to be here." When I asked, "Okay, should we get in our car or leave?" he said, "I would not be here." So Sam and I packed up and came a little bit further away. I want to tell you, though, what happened while we were waiting from my last live shot to this current one. There's a police presence, a strong one, blocking Frost Hill Ave, which is what I told you last time. It's a road that we attempted to go down, but we're turned around. We were trying to get to a boat launch at the end of that road, and now that road is completely blocked off. There is, I don't know, probably 15 police vehicles in total over there, but within like a 5-minute stretch, it really seemed like police were gearing up, loading weapons and putting them on, and then all of their lights went off. That's the only thing we observed before we were instructed to leave. Now, we have been here at Lisbon High School for a few minutes since, and we can't see anything that is happening, but we were told that it is unsafe to be where we were, and so, of course, we did leave, and we'll continue to keep you updated. For those who missed us last time, we're in Lisbon Falls here, and when we arrived, there was a chopper that's circling. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's still up there. We're going to try to see if we can capture it here for you. It has been circling now for, I don't know, upward near an hour with a spotlight pointing down. So it's definitely, as we've been mentioning this whole time, very active scene here. Androscoggin River is where that boat launch was, we told you, at the end of Frost Hill Ave. The area we're in right now is Lisbon Falls, as I mentioned, but it's the Route 196 junction. It connects a lot of major roads. Lisbon Street, as I think Brian mentioned earlier, it's a major throughway, which is shut down right now, right up at that mobile station. And then the other road is Ridge Road, which is what Frost Hill Ave is off of. So all of these roads are blocked. Every vehicle that's going through, whether it's residents or people just traveling through, are being stopped by police officers asking where they're going. There's lights being shown in cars, and police are just very, very heavily monitoring this area. What that means remains to be seen, but as we've been mentioning this entire time, it's horrible, devastating what's happening to us. It's not normal. But what is really impressive and reassuring is the response that we've seen throughout the state of Maine to make sure that we're safe. And so I think, as Amanda said earlier, if you are at home, stay at home, lock your doors, be as safe as you can be in the confines of your home. And we'll continue to keep you updated from here. But for now, Zach, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Hannah Kumler there. We want to kind of give perspective about how far she is from the original scene. We're talking about 10 miles, about a 20-minute drive from Lewiston Center. And if Hannah Kumler's still with us, we'd love to talk to her some more about what she's seeing there. Hannah, when you first got there, I think you were pushed back from the scene. Have you been pushed back even further?
No, so originally when we got here, we attempted, Sam Rogers is here with me, to drive down to the boat launch. And there was some police set up down there who instructed us to come back up towards the end of the road. So we went down Frost Hill Ave and we had to come back up to this junction area. We were up kind of staged when I first talked to you guys up by that gas station. And we've just been instructed to leave. And it was kind of like, you know, we were told, do with the information what you will, but it is not safe. And so we have crossed the street down the road a little bit to Lisbon High, and that's where we're situated for now until we hear anything else.
Hannah, you mentioned Lisbon Street, major throughway, that's closed off right now. We're seeing some cars move behind you. Are cars being let through now, or is this mostly just police presence?
I should say, yeah, that's a great distinction, Amanda, that it is closed down. If Sam, can you pan over next to the gas station there? You can see where there's a sheriff's vehicle parked. That's where it stops. So vehicles are allowed to travel up to that point, and then it's kind of, do you live around here? Are you traveling through? And there's kind of almost like a checkpoint situation that's happening. So it's really only roads that are accessible to the Androscoggin River, which is in that direction. So kind of strategic blocks for the police, I'd say.
Anna Kumler live in Lisbon Falls tonight. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Of course, the activity there is all related to police trying to track down the suspect. We want to pull that picture up for you again, if possible. This is Robert Card. Take a look at your screen. 40 years old. He's the person police say opened fire at those two locations in Lewiston earlier this evening. If you see him, police say he is considered armed and dangerous, so do not approach him, but call police right away.
I want to read this statement, too, from Senator Susan Collins. We mentioned that all of Maine's delegation has been completely keyed in on this, but she mentioned that as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from all across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. So the president clearly clued in on this. We know, again, that the FBI in Boston has offered their assistance in this investigation. A lot of agencies involved in this tonight.
Absolutely, and the president also in touch with other members of Maine's congressional delegation, including Senator Angus King. So this is having an effect not just here in Maine, but across the country this evening. I also want to point out that Bates College in the Lewiston-Auburn area is in lockdown right now as well. We're hearing about some police activity there too. We'll, of course, as soon as we get more information about exactly what's happening there, we'll keep you updated as well.
Thank you to everyone, too, who has been sending us updates and video from what they see from their homes. Obviously, very, very active throughout Lewiston this evening. We're seeing police cars in multiple areas, and we know there's definitely a heavy police presence outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where a lot of these victims have been taken. We know that at least one patient was being taken to Maine Medical Center in Portland, which is where they can handle a little bit higher levels of trauma. Obviously, Central Maine Medical Center obviously set up for trauma as well, but I'm sure they're overloaded with the number of people. We saw the crowds standing out there waiting to hear anything.
Yeah. Tough night indeed. I want to see if we have that video from outside of Central Maine Medical Center, but I also want to bring us back to where this all started. I don't know if we have that video ready. This happened again on a Wednesday night, when folks were just gathered after work for some bowling leagues out at a restaurant, when police say this man, Robert Card, who's captured on surveillance video there, entered the bowling alley and then apparently the restaurant at some point. We don't know the exact timeline. They're also looking for that white Subaru Outback you just saw. You can see people just running from the scene.
This is spare time right now, yeah, or it was a few hours ago. That was, yeah, that area was certainly cleared out. We definitely heard from Mary Ellen Davis as well, who happened to be at the senior center across the way. She was with a knitting group. They were evacuated by police. We know that in that area of Molliston Way, there in Lewiston, there are a few restaurants, and like you said, Zach, Wednesday night you have families that are out. You had a bowling league that was at Spare Time Recreation. A lot of people affected by this, and we even heard even in Auburn, across the bridge, there were restaurants and bars that were going into lockdown. There were kids who were playing hockey at the rink in Auburn who had to stop playing, and parents had to come pick them up. I mean, a very scary situation in both communities this evening.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to actually hear from Mary Ellen. Chris Costa spoke to her earlier. Take a listen to that.
The police stormed the building when we alerted them to the fact that one of the back doors had been left ajar. So we were told quite sternly to get out of the building there were about as many police officers in the building as there were knitters.
Oh, wow. Is this a big building?
Seniors Plus?
Yes.
No, it's just a one-story building. Fortunately, almost all the lights are motion censored. So if anybody had come down any of the hallways or something like that, we would have seen them coming long before we would have heard them.
Okay.
So
they evacuated you from the building to make sure that.
Right now, because we're outside standing in the cold.
Sorry, can you say that again?
We're outside standing in the cold. We're about as safe as we can be right now.
Because so they took you out of the building because they needed to search the building in case someone was hiding in there. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't find anybody.
To the best of my knowledge, the shooter is still loose.
Has anybody told you officially how many shooters there are?
No.
Okay.
Again, that was Mary Ellen Davis. She was at the senior center across the way from Spare Time Recreation, just recapping her ordeal there, where police came to their building and made them evacuate.
Yeah, and of course that was the scene across a number of buildings in that area. There are other restaurants, other venues. You mentioned earlier kids at the hockey rink. So many people had to do just what she did, shelter in place, not knowing what was going on outside the doors. Hopefully many of them have now gotten to safety if they could, as police search for that gunman. We're thinking here, some people have asked, what about blood donations at a time like this? With all these folks flooding to the hospitals, they desperately need blood when they're treating these patients. So we did reach out to the Red Cross, and they tell us they've been working to overcome a blood shortage since mid-September through its national inventory. I'm just reading right off the email here. The Red Cross can provide much-needed blood wherever and whenever the need arises, thanks to volunteer blood donations who step up every day to save lives. So they are grateful for donors. They did mention that their center in Auburn is currently on lockdown, but they are planning to adjust if there are any people who are willing to donate blood at a time like this.
Certainly worth checking in with them, I would say, tomorrow. Yes. Let things sort of calm down a little bit, but sure, the shortage, the need is definitely going to be great tomorrow. Also worth reminding people that police are looking for 40-year-old Robert Card. I know we've been sharing his photo, but he is the man believed to be, he is the person of interest in this shooting. We do know that 22 people have been killed. That's from NBC, who got that information from Lewiston Police. And again, we're still waiting to hear from police tonight. Our Alex Haskell is live at the Lewiston City Hall, where Lewiston Police, Androscoggin County Sheriffs, and Maine State Police have all gathered. And it sounds like the ATF from Boston is on their way there, if they're not there yet, to all sort of regroup and gather all of the information and let all of us know exactly what's going on, and hopefully we have a resolution to this very soon. But in the meantime, they're asking everyone to shelter in place, lock your doors.
And we've said that number 22, at least 22, over and over and over again tonight. Those are human beings. Those are moms, dads, brothers, and sisters. To put it into perspective, last year in Maine there were 29 homicides. Today alone, 22 people died.
That's a big number, and it's something that we here in Maine have never seen. And obviously, it's a big deal. A lot of national news networks have been picking this up and covering this because this affects a lot of people. We're hearing that the police are getting ready to do a press conference, so we'll get to that the minute we see them come up to the podium there. We're keeping an eye on that. But again, just to remind you that this has been a very active scene all night tonight. We first got word of it around 6:30 tonight, and so we've had reporters on scenes, in multiple scenes. We've been at Spare Time Recreation, Schmenge's Bar and Grill you see there on Lincoln. All right, we're going to toss over to police at Lewiston City Hall.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information in reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen, from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight, in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions, just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. The Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation, so the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that, and when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of, but I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think that that's helpful, because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police, to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label and list and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. These are the flyers that we were mentioning, so feel free to grab those. And we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you very much.
That was Commissioner for Maine's Public Safety, Michael Soschuk, just briefing the press on what's going on. Really, we didn't get much information out of that, except that they continue to be searching for 40-year-old Robert Card, who they are calling a person of interest in this. And they did locate a vehicle that they believed he was in Lisbon, but it was empty. So they are asking people in Lisbon to shelter in place while they continue their search. Robert Card is believed to be armed and dangerous. They are also still asking people in Lewiston to shelter in place at this point.
Yeah, the only other major bit of information there was that there is a reunification center they've opened up as well. That's at the Auburn Middle School at 38 Falcon Court, I believe. So they have opened up a reunification center for families there. And in terms of the numbers, our reporting, we just want to be clear here. We are reporting at least 22 people killed in that Lewiston shooting. This is according to NBC News through the Lewiston Police Department. But as you heard there, Michael Soschuk, the Commissioner for Department of Public Safety, was not ready to firmly say just how many. And of course, this is tough for them. We understand taking reporters' questions like that. So they're trying to make sure that information is right before they officially say it. But we just want to be transparent about where that number is coming from on our end.
And of course, we certainly recognize this is very difficult for families to be watching and unsure of whether their loved ones, whether their friends were at Schmenge's or whether they were at spare time or somehow caught up in the midst of any of this, or maybe they have people in Lisbon Falls who are being asked to shelter in place, or in Lewiston being asked to shelter in place. But again, as Zach just mentioned, that reunification center at Auburn Middle School, 38 Falcon Drive. It's going to be a very important place tonight for a lot of these families and friends who don't have any answers. They haven't heard from, their father they tried to call, or their son they tried to call. And so that's a place where you can go to get some information. You can find out more information on a loved one. They also have a behavioral health liaison there, which is going to be very, very important moving forward.
Yeah, in the days and even weeks ahead, it is going to be a process for everyone to come to grips with this, especially those families who are directly impacted. We can't even imagine what they're going through tonight. Again, I do want to pull up this picture. This is the man police say they are looking for tonight, and that is the car they say they did find empty in Lisbon. If you know anything about where Robert Card of Bowdoin is, he's 40 years old. You were asked to call police. They say you can just call 911 if you happen to see him tonight, because this is a manhunt at this point. They are the hundreds of officers from across the state and even New England coming in to try and track this man down. His picture right there on your screen. They are saying he is a person of interest in this case tonight.
And again, if you don't have to go to this reunification center in Auburn Middle School, please stay home. Stay where you are. Shelter in place is the message to everyone right now. But if you are very concerned about your loved ones, if you're maybe waiting outside of Central Maine Medical Center, again, the reunification center they're sending people to is at the Auburn Middle School on Falcon Drive. But again, if you don't have to be out, that's the big message from police is stay at home. Where even Bates College in Lewiston is on lockdown right now. They're telling their students to stay put.
Right, and we're getting a number of schools announcing that they're canceling classes tomorrow. So we will try to get an updated list, but they seem to just be coming in more and more of schools in the greater Lewiston area saying, no, we're not going to bring kids in. It's just not the time for that. So families obviously check with your local school district. You probably received the text message or email tonight, but there are other schools that we have received messages from. If you haven't heard from your school, like Bonnie Eagle, the superintendent's acknowledging that they are weighing the decision and will make a final announcement in the morning, but of course understanding the gravity of the situation tonight.
This is video from earlier tonight outside of Spare Time Recreation, and yet speaking on that school subject, we keep talking about how much this impacts people all over the state. There are schools in Poland, Mechanic Falls, Bowdoin, Brunswick, that have closed. And the reason I said Bowdoin is because that's where Robert Card is from. That's what police are telling us. But we know Poland, Mechanic Falls, Brunswick, Gray, New Gloucester, they're not directly close to Lewiston, but they're closing tomorrow. So definitely keep in touch with your school. If you have not gotten the text, keep an eye out on any decisions made. And again, at Auburn Middle School, there will be a behavioral health liaison there tonight. We just heard Commissioner Michael Soschuk with Maine's Public Safety Department talk about how this is still a very fluid situation, still very active scenes all over Lewiston that we're hearing from our reporters, and still a very active scene in Lisbon Falls where our reporter Hannah Kumler is. Right now you're looking at video from Central Maine Medical Center where crowds have just gathered outside waiting for any sort of information on their people who were either at Schmenge's Bar and Grill tonight or at Spare Time Recreation.
Yeah, just seeing the number of people gather around that hospital tonight waiting for the news about their loved ones is quite unimaginable. I imagine they're trying to get some folks away from that hospital and get them to this center in Auburn, and just trying to kind of make sure things are set up for them so that they can get them the information they need.
We are still getting some photos and videos in from our reporters who were out on the scene, but they have been out there since we first heard of this situation. And we just heard from Michael Soschuk, who said the situation first happened around 6:56 tonight. You can imagine 6:56 on a Wednesday night. A lot of people out.
Are out of work.
Yeah.
At the bar, at the restaurant, at the bowling alley, just off of work, trying to relax with friends, probably family, and then the unimaginable happened. And I don't want to overstate that it wasn't just those people necessarily. It was also the entire Lewiston area that got that alert on their phone, right? Yeah. And was sheltered in place wherever they were, whether it was a grocery store or a hockey rink, getting that message on their phone and not knowing what was happening. Obviously, just a really terrifying situation tonight.
And we spoke with our reporter Alex Haskell a little bit earlier tonight, and it was just, this is all very new for all of us. This is something that we have not seen here in Maine before, but just he was so shocked by the fact that while they were driving into Lewiston, just to get to the scene, they drove by a man who was walking, because the streets were fairly empty by that point. People were getting the message, stay home. Walked by a man who was on the phone and just started running because he clearly got the information about what was going on. And he said it's terrifying. Something like that sticks with you to see what's going on in that area. So our hearts certainly go out to all of
Absolutely,
you.
and it continues. I think you hear the helicopter swirling above, you hear ambulances, police cars getting to where they need to go. So we understand that you at home, you in those communities are experiencing this right now in a very, very real way, and it is not lost on our state, it is not lost on us, it's not lost on the country. Senator Angus King says he's been in touch with President Joe Biden and offered any, the president offered any federal assistance he can provide to the people. Given the horrific nature of the events, Senator King will be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can, he's saying in a statement there.
And we have heard from, again, a number of different agencies that are involved in this now. The FBI out of Boston, the ATF out of Boston. Of course, the president has been briefed on all of this, our entire delegation we've heard from tonight. Very real, very hard-hitting. And you mentioned the Red Cross and how so many viewers have actually reached out to us saying, how can I help? There's got to be a way to donate blood. And the Red Cross has been working to overcome a blood shortage since mid-September. And they're hoping to be able to provide blood, but they certainly always appreciate people who are willing to donate. Due to this incident, though, the Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is currently under lockdown, but they will notify scheduled donors if they need to adjust center hours. So something to keep track of tomorrow if you do have an appointment already set up in Auburn. But I'm sure they will be looking for blood donations, so something to keep an eye on tomorrow.
Yeah, meantime, police continue their search for the man they are calling right now just a person of interest in this shooting. He's right there on your screen, 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. They say he is a person of interest in the mass shooting at Spare Time Recreation and Schmenge's Bar earlier this evening. So if you see Robert Card, you are asked to call police. Police saying you can just call 911. Especially if you feel like there's an unsafe situation. He is considered armed and dangerous, so you should not approach him. But if you see him or know where he might be, please give police a call.
And just a reminder that there is a reunification center that is being set up right now at the Auburn Middle School. That's 38 Falcon Drive. If you're worried about your loved ones, your people, that's the place they're telling people to go right now to get a little bit more information about where that person may be, whether they are affected. Police are certainly working around the clock along with, all of the staff at the hospitals there in Lewiston, plus the hospital Maine Med in Portland. We've heard from them. In fact, Maine Med ready to take any of the patients that they can't handle there in Lewiston, and they have even closed their campus to any outsiders tonight. It's open obviously to their patients, but at this point they're preparing for the worst, and so they're asking anyone else to stay away from their campus tonight.
I want to talk to our folks in the control room right now. Do we have anyone, any of our reporters available? Not yet. Okay, so we are continuing to work to get more information. We have reporters out in the field. This is some surveillance video from earlier in the night. The car, police say they did find, but empty, and they're looking for Andrew Card of Bowdoin.
Robert Card.
Robert Card, excuse me, of Bowdoin. And this image we have shared a lot tonight. Tough to look at, of a gunman entering Spare Time there with a large weapon and inflicting horror on many, many people there tonight.
And just to clarify as well, we just heard from Commissioner for Public Safety Michael Soschuk about how it's been a little frustrating for them to see different numbers out there, and they would not confirm any casualties for us. But the number that we have here came from NBC, and they say that came specifically from Lewiston Police. So we're sticking with it. 22 people is what we are told who have been killed in this shooting at Spare Time Recreation and then at Schmenge's Bar and Grill, just 4 miles away. And again, this is the car that police say they found 10 miles away in Lisbon.
A 20-minute drive there. And we heard from Hannah Cumler earlier, who was there, and she kind of showed that they were closing off some major routes, but it seemed there was still some traffic flowing. So some people still out and about despite these orders to stay inside if you can. But police obviously centering in on an area in Lisbon where they continue their search for this person of interest tonight. If you see him, please give police a call.
And again, that shelter in place has been in place in Lewiston, but it has now extended to Lisbon, where police found that empty car, and that seems to be where they're focusing their search at this point. At least that's what we just heard from Michael Soschuk. So we did see, like you said, in the background of Hannah's live shot, we saw a lot of cars moving around back there. So hopefully people are getting the message to get home and lock the doors and stay safe.
Yeah, and Commissioner Soschuk earlier, didn't share some firm numbers, did share information about just the sheer response here that we're talking about. Obviously, you've seen the images of the police cars and whatnot swarming the scene, but in this case, he's talking about hundreds of police officers, law enforcement officers from Lewiston, from the county, from the state, from across New England, even the ATF, FBI, from the Boston Bureau, other federal agencies getting involved in this search at this point, because as it drags on, it gets harder and harder for them to track down the person. But of course, it's a numbers game. So they're saying if we can get enough feet on the ground looking for him, hopefully they can track him down, which is why they need your help.
Right.
Really, if you think about just how vast Maine is, how quickly it is, how easy it is rather to get to more rural areas. If you happen to see him anywhere in the greater Lewiston area or beyond, police really ask you give them a call. You can do so anonymously, whatever you need to do to get information to police so they can track this man down tonight.
Which that in itself, that number too, that's a huge number. Hundreds of police in Maine right now searching for Robert Card, the 40-year-old person of interest from Bowdoin. They found his car in Lisbon. Hundreds of police. It's an astounding number. You think about the number of agencies that would have to be responding to this here in Maine. A lot of response here.
Yeah, we haven't seen something of this magnitude, a manhunt like this, since perhaps the murder and death of Corporal Cole in Somerset County that had agencies from across the state and country come in. Of course, that was a horrific time for our state, and this is yet another on just a whole another scale. And speaking of that, we've been trying to kind of keep in touch tonight with each other about that this is real, that we are human, we're experiencing this with you, and we can't even begin to imagine what folks in Lewiston are going through tonight. All of those people who were gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center waiting for the news about their loved ones. I think we even have some sound on that from someone at Central Maine Medical Center earlier who was just waiting to hear the news about their loved one. All right, it looks like we don't have that, but we do have Hannah Cumler back. She is live in Lisbon. Hannah, has the situation changed there? It looks like there may not be as many cruisers behind you.
Actually, there's probably the same amount. It's kind of a little bit deceiving because it's so dark behind me, but that's because their headlights and their lights on top of their vehicles are off right now. So there is still a very strong presence. We've had cars moving around us this entire time, kind of patrolling the area. We're still in front of Lisbon High School. Once again, we moved from across the street. Here's a cruiser coming by right now. So you can see that it is active. The chopper is still in the sky. If we do happen to get a shot of it, we'll of course show you. We were across the street earlier when an officer approached us and let us know that, hey, it's not safe right here, and I wouldn't be here if I were you, sort of thing. So we got in our car and we came a little bit further away. And then once the shelter in place was put in place, Sam and I were in the vehicle and are just hopping out, to just kind of update you on the scene here. I heard you earlier, Zach and Amanda, mentioned that Lisbon Street is shut down, but you're still seeing cars moving about. It is just blocked off right here. So this is like if you were to be going from Lisbon Falls into Lisbon Center. cars are not being let through here. We've seen several cars either turn around, or if they live past this block where that cruiser is sitting, then they're allowed to go through. But police are checking every car that goes that way, and some are turning around in the gas station and heading back. So for those familiar with this area, we're at Lisbon High School, which has announced that they are closed tomorrow, as so many other schools are in the state of Maine because of this horrible incident. And also, we're right in the Route 196 junction. So that is Ridge Road and Lisbon Street. Where there seems to be a lot of officers gathering, a lot of activity, is at the base of Frost Hill Ave. Now, at the end of that street is a boat launch on the Androscoggin River. That's where we've heard a lot of there might be something happening there. We attempted to go down to the boat launch, but we're turned around. So they have blocked off that road after our attempt, shortly after. And it seems like the chopper that's circling has a spotlight that is, I think, both land. I'm not entirely sure, but the Androscoggin River is behind us, and that is where we first saw the chopper. So not entirely sure what is happening, but we just know that it remains active here in Lisbon Falls.
But Hannah, it looks like earlier we were noticing there was some traffic flowing through the area that's died down, probably likely because it's late. But right. You've noticed fewer and fewer people on the road since that shelter-in-place order has been put in place?
I think so, yeah. I mean, for instance, right now 2 cars are pulling up, and we'll see what happens to them if they get turned around or they're let through. But I think just not kind of a quiet area anyways. If the most action is happening, it's going to be at this junction. But I do think that it's gotten quieter, whether that's a shelter in place or just because the night is winding down, I'm not sure. But I think word's gotten around, as we've seen on social media, that there's a lot of commotion happening down here at Lisbon Falls and that people are instructed to stay in their homes. We're looking at something happening right now at the mobile station across the street. It looks like several vehicles are pulling into this parking lot, which has kind of been an area where a lot of law enforcement are gathering. But you're looking at it right now. We have about 5 or 6 vehicles that just pulled in. I will say almost all of the officers that we've seen here tonight are armed with large guns, not what we're used to seeing, certainly what Lisbon Falls is not used to seeing. You can see this is Lisbon Street that you're looking at, a car maybe turning around here at the gas station. It's just a familiar sight, kind of what we've been dealing with tonight. So yeah, we'll continue to keep you updated. Not entirely sure what's happening, only can say that an officer did approach us and said that they were working a scene about a half mile away. And that's when they instructed us to get some distance from where they were at, just for safety reasons. So.
Yeah, and Hannah, by looking at those cars that we just saw in that shot there, it looked like they are unmarked police vehicles of some kind. Just looking at like those vehicles pulling into the gas station there. Obviously, we don't know if something's happening at the gas station or if maybe it's kind of more of a staging area just because it's the outside edge of the area they've closed off. But Hannah, thanks so much.
We've had multiple staging areas. The Colisée in Lewiston. There were certain streets in Lewiston. We've seen them stage outside of Central Maine Medical Center. Obviously, they were staged outside of Spare Time for a while, and Schmeggy's as well. And again, this speaks to that large police presence. This is something that's kind of pulled all hands on deck at this point. Commissioner Michael Zoschuk saying hundreds of police officers are involved in this search for 40-year-old Robert Card. He is the person of interest. He is the person that police are looking for.
Yeah, and not just hundreds of officers working tonight. We have a lot of healthcare professionals responding in this situation. News Center Maine's Jack Molmid has been outside Central Maine Medical Center throughout the evening. And earlier, Jack, there were a number of family members or friends outside of the hospital there kind of waiting for information. They've since announced a staging area for them to go, but are there still folks there?
Hey, Zach and Amanda. There's barely anybody really trickling in and out here at the Central Maine Medical Center, right where we've been for the last 2 hours or so. But like you said earlier, about 2 hours ago, there were dozens of family members, parents, people lining up to give their information to people working here at the hospital about their loved one, to see if their loved one was involved or hurt or injured or died in any of these shootings. We spoke with people who were just confused and frustrated over what was happening here too. But over the past 2 hours, it's really just been a slow trickle of people in and out of here. Obviously, people walking inside were affected by this in some capacity. Either they have a loved one who is being treated here at the Central Maine Medical Center, or they have a loved one, unfortunately, who passed away. Again, it was 22 people killed here in Lewiston this evening. 22 people in Lewiston. And like we've been saying, it's not just a Lewiston event that's happened. This is a Maine issue. This is a nationwide issue, that a tragedy that we've seen here. 22 lives taken. And there's been armed guards, armed law enforcement members here as well, most of the time, keeping watch. We were actually on the main street here and had those armed guards tell us to get down to the rampway here so that we could stay away from the main road while they continue to search for that suspect that we've been talking about for so long. And if we could pan a little bit to my left here, we could see that's where the main entrance is of the center. And I don't know where the camera is right now, but you could, if you look carefully, you could see some of those armed guards walking around, kind of making sure that people who have had family, who have been impacted, can come and go safely, so that they can come and go safely, because we still have somebody at large here in our community in Maine. Who police believe shot and killed 22 people here. And as you heard Commissioner Soschuk say, hundreds of police officers, quite a few of them here, making sure that those people who have loved ones impacted this can safely enter. One of those loved ones we did talk to, her name is Julie. She said she moved here to Lewiston when she was 17 or 18 years old. We say this a lot, that we don't think it could happen here, but the way she said it, just especially coming from a mother who tells me that she doesn't know if her son, who was involved at Shemengi's bar, she got the call that he was shot there. She doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Last we spoke to her, she still doesn't know. She voiced her frustration over it. Take a listen to what she had to say here.
I'm a little freaked out. I want to know. You know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking into that right now. And so as we stand here, there still is that active shelter-in-place order that is happening, not only in Lewiston, but in Lisbon as well, as Commissioner Soschuk said in his press conference. But as we stand here, just know that there is that shelter-in-place going on. So do not leave your house. Lock your doors. Try not to leave your house at all. And as we've been saying all night, there is going to be a relocation area. I believe that's in Auburn. I believe you guys could talk a little bit more about that. But for now, we're standing here at the Central Maine Medical Center, the nearest hospital to where this awfully deadly shooting took place, where 22 people were killed here in Lewiston this evening. But for now, we're reporting live here in Lewiston.
Jack Mohammed, live for us again in Lewiston tonight, multiple times with the updates. We appreciate that, Jack. And as we cross into a new day now, Thursday morning, thanks for staying with us.
Yeah, and we heard Jack reference the Commissioner Mike Soschuk from State Police, who just spoke recently. Our Alex Haskell is standing by there live and just heard what the Commissioner had to say. Alex, you can bring us up to date.
Hi guys, yeah, well, just want to let you know right now we are in Auburn. We are at the middle school. I want to give you the address. It is 38 Falcon Drive, and we heard the commissioner talk about this location. This is where they have set up a reunification center. This is where anyone can come if you have questions, if you have concerns, if you can't find a loved one, or believed if a loved one, if a friend, family member was involved in tonight's shooting, yesterday's shooting. This is the place to come. They have counselors on hand, and it is secure here. We was driving up the driveway here, and police stopped us, shined a flashlight in our car. So this is a safe place to be right now if you have concerns, if you have questions. And this news is just coming out as of a few minutes ago, so we're slowly seeing people arrive here on scene, either bringing their questions or their concerns. And we also want to mention, as I'm sure you have been hearing tonight, Lewiston isn't the only place to, stay inside, be safe. Also Lisbon. Both stay inside in those locations. And again, this location in Auburn is safe with the police officers here. Now, I want to toss to some sound that we heard from the commissioner, just talking about, all the police that have been involved in this effort to keep everyone safe and find the suspect.
we have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And again, some of those police officers here tonight. I will give you that address again, 38 Falcon Drive, Auburn Middle School. This is a reunification center. If you have questions, concerns, looking for a loved one, this is the place to be. Brian and Lee, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. And Alex, standing by what he, probably described as that reunification center, and for the woman that Jack spoke with and that we just saw, this kind of streamlines the process, if you will, to get the information to the people who are missing their loved ones, don't know if they're okay, have questions about getting status updates on them, and instead of trying to find all of the people, picking a central location, getting them there, and then there's one place for everybody to get the information that they need and they so desperately obviously deserve.
And certainly you imagine also helps the law enforcement side of getting the names of the people who need to be contacted and coordinated and all of that. We're talking about a lot of people tonight. 22 people is what NBC is reporting through Lewiston Police. But as we heard in the briefing that we were so anxiously waiting for a while from the Commissioner of Public Safety, not committing to a number at this point. And certainly can appreciate that perspective and can appreciate your perspective of wanting a number, needing some information to hold on to.
And at the same time, as a mayor, as somebody watching, I wanted to hear him say 22, right? Because I was hoping to hear something more definite, clearly understanding why the commissioner can't do that. So many things going on. First and foremost, they still don't have Robert Card. They found his car anyway in Lisbon at the boat launch on Frost Hill Road in Lisbon. The car was found, but he was not with the car. So, and it's been relatively quiet, if you will, the chatter about where they're seemingly looking for him next. So that's obviously a point of concern because right now they don't have him, and until they have him, we don't know where he is. So.
Right, and I think in those, we know in those kind of initial first few hours after we learned about this, there were reports of a group of police officers here, a group of police officers there, and there was that feeling of, okay, this is very wide, and there is at least, I think, a breath of calm now that we're not hearing as much as that. To your point, we've seen these focused areas, like where Hannah Kumler is near that boat launch, and as you had mentioned earlier, when we were on the air a couple hours ago, that all of Androscoggin County is in essentially this shelter in place. Lisbon was specifically identified, as we learned, because that is where they found the vehicle that they believed he was in without him. So there is that warning tonight.
And not just that, because if you didn't hear this earlier, Maine Medical Center, out of an abundance of caution, also on lockdown. If you're not a nurse or a doctor or a worker or a patient, you're not getting in. So the hospital has locked down as well to be safe because we do not know where Robert Card is. He hasn't been caught yet, and therefore safety has to be paramount here.
And the question was asked during the briefing with Public Safety Commissioner, are there other shooters? Are there other people you're looking for? Wouldn't necessarily answer that question either, simply saying that this person on your screen right now is their person of interest. These are the photos police released, however, of who they are now saying is Robert Card. That is the entryway of Spare Time Recreation, which is in Lewiston off Mollison Way, just off Main Street. Multiple angles of him. You can see his face pretty clearly there, and then also sharing this would be the vehicle that we have to believe is the vehicle they found in Lisbon, because that's the one they told us they were looking for, that Subaru.
As we sit here at 12:09, the aftermath if you will, of what tomorrow/today was going to look like. A lot of school cancellations, certainly in Androscoggin County. A lot of schools, whether they were directly affected or not, just out of respect, I guess, and safety, just they're not going to open. Even outside of Androscoggin County, schools are not. Some schools are not opening tomorrow. That's already been announced, and I know there have been notifications from other schools as far away as South Portland, where they're keeping an eye on it, and they haven't decided yet if they're going to be open tomorrow. So a lot, I think, will certainly depend on, if and when Robert Card is caught, where his last known whereabouts might be. If he migrates to a different part of the state, then obviously that part of the state would be on high alert. So there's just a lot of unknowns, unfortunately. We like to speak in knowns here. This is our job, is to speak in knowns, and we're being very careful to tell you what we actually know, and not what we've heard, and not what we've seen, and not what we've read, and not what our buddy's third cousin told us. I mean, this is, the information superhighway can be super useful and very helpful and very important in situations like this. It could also be very detrimental. So I will caution you for the probably 10th time at this point to just be very careful. Everybody's interested in what's going on here. Everybody wants to know. Everybody cares. It all comes from a place of love. Nobody's trying to do, misspread information that's not correct. But be very careful with what you think you've seen or heard or know, and make sure that it is verified information, as Commissioner Sawchuk touched on earlier. That will make everybody's life a lot easier in keeping everybody as calm as possible in this very chaotic situation, tragic situation. The news is not good. There's nothing good to talk about here. And it's just, we need to keep as many people safe as we can, and we need to find Robert Card as soon as possible.
Another note on the school closings, and as you said, as those will likely increase as the morning wanes on here, our team is working diligently right now to compile all of the information we are getting to get it to you, and that includes the school closings, because that will impact your world in the morning. So they are compiling a list of those closings. You can find them on the News Center Maine app if you've lost track of who is and who's just looking at it, and as we get that confirmed, we'll have that there as well.
Well, especially because we're reading to you in real time. So as soon as we hear it, we're just literally going in one and out the other. And it's not just schools. The Lewiston DMV will be closed tomorrow. They announced that a little over an hour ago. So that's not a school. That's that's a business. I'm assuming there'll be other businesses, certainly in the immediate Lewiston and Auburn areas that will follow suit in that regard. So there's just a lot to keep track of, a lot of things you need to know. And as soon as we know them to be true, we'll certainly pass them along and try to streamline it as well as possible so that you have an easy way to disseminate all the information that we're throwing at you in real time here. Our reporters are scattered all over the place, giving us their information in real time as well. So we are we're doing our jobs, and which is to keep you informed and hopefully in turn keep you safe, and hopefully in turn help the police find Robert Card.
On the note of changing information and impacts to what would have been normal life tomorrow, St. Mary's Health System saying all elective procedures and surgeries scheduled for the morning have now been canceled. All their practices are closed, and they will be reaching out if you had something scheduled to reschedule that. So again, an emphasis on their resources and their energy needs to be on these things and caring for these patients.
You and I talked about this, and Commissioner Sawchuk touched on it as well. We keep showing you pictures of Robert Card, the person of interest here. We've been, these are from surveillance cameras that they're in the area, either of Schmenge's or of Spare Time. I'm not sure exactly where. Well, that's the bowling alley. So from there, so we're showing you these pictures so you can be aware. But the commissioner was very clear. We're not looking for anybody to go find him. We're not looking for people to be on the lookout for him, because you're not supposed to be anywhere. This is just in case you happen to find yourself in a position where you do come across him or see something, or even the commissioner was very clear, if you see something that might be, you don't have to be definite about it. If you think might be, then you would share that, and that way that might help close the gap here on where he is and how to find him. But again, do not approach. He is considered, in the commissioner's words, to be armed and dangerous, and stay away if you do see him, but certainly pass it along to somebody who might be able to help.
Our Chris Costa has also been very busy with us in the newsroom tonight. He just spoke with a professor from Bates College, which obviously is located in that community of Lewiston, who specializes in mass shootings and studying them. So we want to hear part of that conversation.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just, yeah. So do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure. But also concerned, I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
All right, so we've heard from a lot of different organizations and school districts and places that are going to be providing support for people already outside of Androscoggin County. Obviously, in Androscoggin County, there are kids who this thing started, at 7 o'clock tonight. Kids are awake. Kids are awake still, and they're watching, and they're worried, and they don't know. And it's stuff that we talked about earlier that they've practiced just in case, and the just in case is now. So there are resources available. So if you're watching, and whether you're directly or indirectly or not at all affected, other than being a Mainer, by what happened, there will be resources likely available to anybody who needs them. So please find them for yourself, for your children, for your loved ones, for anybody who might need one, okay? Sam Rogers is live in Lisbon. We're going to go check in with him. Hey, Sam.
If there's something crazy, just be like, turn on. Hey, Lee and Brian, apologies. We're just doing a quick little reset as Hannah Kumler and I have been on scene here by Lisbon High School for about an hour or so. Just want to get everyone up to speed with what we are seeing here. As you can see, cars are still traveling through Lisbon Street. Ridge Street was just reopened about a few minutes ago. We've been able to see police letting cars go this way off my left shoulder. Again, Lisbon Street here in Lisbon Falls going towards Lisbon Center has been closed off. You can see an officer off my right shoulder has been turning drivers away, again, since we've been here, keeping this area contained. I don't think you're able to hear it on my microphone, but again, a chopper and helicopter has been circling the Androscoggin River looking for something, whether it's that person of interest. We did get here with the plan of going to a boat launch down Frost Hill Avenue. That's about half a mile, maybe closer to a mile in our east-southeast direction. We weren't able to get all the way down that way. Hannah Kumler behind me is seeing, yeah, it's going to be really tough to see, but that chopper is heading over our left shoulder. And before we even got here, we drove from Portland up to Sabattis, just trying to find anything related to this investigation. And we saw, as we got closer to Lewiston and Auburn, it seemed like almost every mile or two, a cruiser pulled off the side of the road near an exit, near a turnaround, with the spotlight facing onto the roadway, trying to find any vehicle that matched any description of that person of interest. Now, a few minutes ago, or longer than that, it seems, when the public safety commissioner was addressing the people of Maine, he said that this area where we are in has just been ordered as a shelter in place. And you know, it's well after midnight at this point. Lisbon Falls not exactly that busy, but we have seen a slight decrease in activity. Brian and Lee, we'll check back in with you in a few minutes.
All right, Sam.
Sam, thank you. We also want to go right now live to Jason Levesque, the mayor of Auburn, speaking with our crew there right now.
There's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up and cope with it tomorrow.
By bus?
Say again?
Who is it that's arriving by bus?
So what we did is we took the witnesses of the two locations. We actually brought them to a holding area so we can interview them, clear them, and then we wanted to bring them all over here so they can have what we call a reunification process with their loved ones, which is the proper way to do it. We wanted to make sure that evidence could be gathered and the proper protocol could be followed.
Can you talk to us about the different ages of the witnesses? Were there kids that witnessed it?
Yes. It's all ages. It was all ages. I just talked to some teenagers, and it was all ages.
And what can you say about the law enforcement officers working this very serious situation?
It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable. We have our entire force out here right now for the city of Auburn, plus Lewiston, county, state, everybody is here. That's one thing about Maine. If you're not from Maine, you won't understand it, but when someone's in need, everybody comes, and everybody has come to this. I've got Poland Volunteer Rescue in the back helping people in case they need it. I mean, this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. So, yeah, you can train for this, but you can never be completely prepared, but I've been talking to a lot of our officers tonight, and we all should be proud of them.
And that support from just beyond that region, beyond Maine, really.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of phone calls from around the country, text messages out from folks, and everybody knows about this. Obviously, it made national news. But at this point, we're going to really focus inside of our community. We're going to heal our community. We're going to persevere. We're going to get through this, and it's no time not to. So it will take a while. Something like this doesn't just get solved overnight. Nobody can expect it to. But we got a really strong community. We've overcome a lot, and we'll overcome this.
Jason, what's the scene like in there right now?
There?
Yeah.
Relief. It's really relief. If you think about it, I mean, this is a happier place right now in the entire area. This is a reunification center where people, witnesses saw traumatic events are coming together with their family and loved ones who were worried to death about them, and they're coming together. So it is happy. But on the flip side of the happiness, what you're seeing the turmoil and the trauma that they're going through, especially the witnesses. And that, unless you've been there, you can't really understand. You can't really describe, frankly, other than you can feel empathy for them. And that's what we're going to try to do here.
Where were the witnesses between the events and now?
They were at an undisclosed location, centralized, safe location. We brought them there, and obviously police did too as we're clearing the scene. It's going to be a long process to clear the scenes. But then, we brought them. Once everything was settled, we can bring them back here safely. And obviously, all the statements were taken and so forth. That needs to happen. So, I mean, investigation is investigation, and that's a paramount importance at this time.
Mayor, forgive me for asking. In other mass shooting incidents in other parts of the country, the reunification point has sometimes been a moment where a loved one comes to the tragic realization that their relative didn't make it.
Yes.
Have any of those interactions taken place here tonight?
Yes. I'll just leave it at that.
What sort of a process have the hospital workers been working to connect more and more people personally?
I haven't talked with the hospital directors or emergency room staff. They're extremely busy, and we all need to respect that. They are working with known victims right now, whether it be casualties or fatalities, and they're going to work through that process with the appropriate guidance, mental health, support networks that we have. We actually have trained professionals here from the state police as well as local churches that are trained in crisis response that are actually helping people through this.
How long can we expect the center to be open?
Until it's done. Anything else? Okay. No.
Thanks very much, Mayor.
All right, that's the mayor of Auburn, Jason Levesque, standing by at the Reunification Center, which is at Auburn Middle School. As the mayor talked about, some of those reunifications good, family members not knowing where their loved ones were, getting to see them. And the mayor also really open and honest about the fact that not every one of those situations ended well, and sometimes people went there hoping for good news and they didn't get it. So it's just a tragic situation that the mayor of Auburn was just speaking about.
We want to bring in Greg Marley from NAMI, Maine. Thank you, first of all, for coming to our studio in the middle of the night. I'm sure you have been pretty plugged into everything that's been going on.
Not nearly enough, but trying to catch up as everyone is in this shocking news.
We all are.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, we are, as Lee said, 5 or so hours into this at this point. This is raw. This is fresh. There are people who are just discovering what has happened here. What is step one for walking into this day?
Step one is, if you're in a place that's safe and your family's safe, reassure yourself, breathe, kind of get your emotions under control so you can support your family, support your children. If you're one of the people that has those questions, is my family safe? Are my friends safe? Try and breathe and know what you can get answered tonight. You're going to be frantic, but this is going to be a long, long process. So take care of yourself, take care of the people you're with, reach out, and try not to be alone. This is a time to be with people who love you, to hold each other close.
Greg, we talked about this a little bit. There's never a good time for something like this to happen, but it happened at about 7 o'clock. Not a lot of kids had gone to bed yet. A lot of kids are, you know, through no fault of their own, they're surrounded by all this news, and their families and their parents or siblings reacting to this news. So a lot of parents are still awake watching, and maybe a lot of kids as well that have a million questions. This is the stuff they've practiced for just in case, and are just in cases now. How do you handle this with your children? I know a lot of parents would love to know, what do I say? Whether they're in Androscoggin County or they're in Cumberland or Aroostook County.
Yes. I think the big piece is, if you're a parent, if you've got the news, try not to get that news repeated every 5 minutes so you're not re-triggering your children. So let them know, then speak simply and directly about what happened. Reassure them that they're safe, that your family's safe, and then slowly allow them to ask questions, answer what you can. And there's a lot of things we don't know yet, and be okay saying we don't know yet, and we may not know until tomorrow. So that they can begin to settle into a routine and maybe get some sleep tonight. And maybe you can get some sleep tonight as well. Mom, Dad, yeah.
Yes, because we will all need it, yes, to process the rest. You know, a few minutes ago, Chris Costa spoke with a professor who studies mass shootings and kind of the data that we've learned over the years from those. His words were, there's a frustration tonight for certainly people in his world that study that data. My word is, I feel like our state was violated tonight because there is such a feeling of, it hasn't happened here, we haven't had to deal with this. Yeah. How do we square that reality from, it's always been somewhere else, now this is my neighborhood?
Well, I think in a lot of situations, people have been waiting for this shoe to drop because we see the headlines from across the country, and Maine has been somewhat insulated. And tragically, that ended tonight. And it's that acceptance, that reality that this is a state where violent crime happens as well, a mass shooting, and it's going to retool our whole perception for a while.
I do have a follow-up question to our students and our children. You and I have had conversations in the past, actually about a year ago, of a hoax situation. And part of that conversation was, you know, gauge your child, maybe allow them to lead the conversation if they're showing interest. Is this different, though, because it's here? Should you as a parent be initiating the conversation?
I think you need to let your children know in a really basic language what happened. So that they're not hearing it from someone else, you know, outside of your control. Choose a time. Get them settled. If you can wait and do it tomorrow morning and after they've gotten sleep, definitely do that. But then be ready for questions. Be ready for their questions depending upon their age. Younger kids are going to want to know, are we safe? Am I safe? Is my pet safe? Is my family safe? And reassure that. And then ask questions about, because one of the things they're going to want to know, why would anyone do this? And that's one of those things we can't really explain, other than someone was really, really ill to take this violent action. And to reassure them that this is not something that happens often, and again, they're safe.
So, in all fairness, we are talking about this in this conversation as something that happened. This is something that is still happening. They don't have the man yet that they're looking for. There are still people that are sheltered in place. They can't go out of their house. They're sitting here at 12:30 at night, and they're wondering, what am I supposed to be doing right now? I mean, they're worried for their current state of safety, not just the stuff that's already happened. And that's a tough place to sit in, this uneasiness and this unknown. I think knowns in general are easier to deal with than unknowns, and right now we have a big unknown. We don't know where Robert Card is.
We don't know where that perpetrator is, and to keep your family safe, keep them in the house, close your windows and your curtains, and then reassure. Settle down with warm milk and for your children to help them relax. Low conversations. Keep yourself centered. If you're in the Lewiston-Auburn area where it's more immediate, again, shelter in place. Don't be alone. Know who you're talking with. Reach out to your friends and family to know they're safe, just to reassure you and your family. And hold your loved ones close tonight and reassure them.
A final question. I'm sure we will see much more of you over the next day, but at least for this moment of this is a lot. This is a lot to process. This is a lot to handle, and there are a ton of unknowns. How do I find some good right now?
Right now, you need to first is to accept what happened, to get through the shock, and then look around you. Look around your home. Look at what's concrete. Breathe into this. Note what's around you that's safe and known. Pull out that book that your child has always loved to read, that movie that settles them down. Active steps to settle our limbic system that's so aroused right now. That's going to be really important. Reassure that we have gone a long time without this type of crime in the state of Maine, and it's really unusual. We live in a state that most of the time is really safe. It doesn't feel safe tonight, and it's not safe for a lot of people, but we're going to get back to that. But first we have to deal with this and to support that sense of safety around us. If you're a parent, also monitor how escalated you get, how fearful you are, and so you don't overwhelm your children with that.
Don't push those necessarily onto them. Greg Marley from NAMI Maine, we appreciate it for joining us, and I'm sure we will have many more conversations. Thank you.
I'm afraid so.
All right, we want to update you guys on this. This is important and maybe speaks directly to why Commissioner of the Maine State Police, Michael Sawchuk, would not give a solid, firm number on how many people have been killed, because that is a question everybody wants to know. It's an important number. He was hesitant to answer that. So we have been telling you, and you see at the bottom of your screen, NBC has been reporting that 22 people had been killed. That number has been adjusted. NBC is now adjusting that number to somewhere between 15 to 20 people. As many as 50 injured. Not all, though, from gunshots. Some injured while they were just trying to escape wherever they were at the time. So not direct results of gunfire, but certainly of the situation. So, so to the Commissioner's point, this is a fluid situation. It's ongoing gathering of information. And we want to make sure that when we learned it was 22, we wanted you to know that. We're learning it is now seemingly somewhere between 15 and 20, literally on a piece of paper. Wanted you to know that. So.
And that's really what the last 5 hours have been, of getting information coming in, doing our best to confirm it, and who is confirming it, and getting that information to you. And that's what we will continue to do. And I think we are doing our best to be as transparent with you about what we know and what we don't know.
When you ask the question about what is good, right? What is good? And I was listening to Mayor Levesque from Auburn talk about not just everybody in Lewiston, they're going to show up. It's their community, and then Auburn shows up, and then Poland shows up, and then Sanford shows up, and the state shows up, and everybody. What do you need? We'll be here.
We'll be there.
And this is what we do. We would love to not have to do it on a night like this. But as I mentioned, a few hours ago, whether it was the ice storm or 98 or other tragedies that our state has gone through in different relative factors, our state will do this too.
We're there. We got each other's back.
Our state will do this too. So there will be the support for the people as we find out what people need. There will be plenty of people to offer it to those people. So there is some solace in that. There is still no solace until we get official word at some point that Robert Card, the man of interest that they're looking for, has been found, and he hasn't been yet. So we did hear from Commissioner Soschuk of the Maine State Police a little bit earlier, and here's some of what he had to say.
And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well.
So again, the Commissioner of Public Safety speaking a short time ago. He was at Lewiston City Hall, which was a meeting point for the members of the media, and obviously law enforcement coming there. They have since closed City Hall and kind of relocated crews. Again, the big takeaway from that was the reunification center at Auburn Middle School across the river, which is where we heard from the mayor speaking a short time ago of that is a point to go. If you had, or you think you had a family or friend there and you need that point of communication to be reunified, that is where to be. We have, this is video from Auburn Middle School where that reunification center is happening right now.
This is such an important piece of the puzzle here, Brian. There are so many people with questions right now. Where are they? How are they? I can't get in touch with them for whatever reason. Maybe somebody's running out of there and a cell phone falls and you maybe get in touch with them and you're fearing the worst. And so this is such a necessary part of this process for people to get the answers they're so desperately in search of. So again, it's at the Auburn Middle School. If you don't already know this and you needed to know, you're looking for this information, if you go to the Auburn Middle School, that's where you can get whatever questions are answerable, whatever they can tell you, that is the place to go to find out a very important piece of everybody's night here with direct connections to what has happened, this tragic, tragic night for the state of Maine.
And the mayor was asked, how long will you stay open as a reunification center? And he said, as long as needed. This is what our job is there now. And that was his focus. Lee and I were talking when we were on with you a few hours ago. With a number like this of, the readjusted number from NBC is 15 to 20, possibly 50 people injured, most of us are going to know someone who was there or connected somehow to someone. And we recognize that, and we know how difficult that is. We learned tonight that a member of our News Center Maine family lost a family member tonight. So this is going to touch a lot of families, and we're aware of that. So we are being cautious with the information coming in.
Yeah, and it makes it, this job is hard enough. We talk about the news every day, and we're talking about generally sometimes, places that aren't here or that aren't in Maine or they're not directly connected to us. And this one hits home for everybody. This is what we were always hoping would never happen here. And we had been blessed with being able to say that, and now we can no longer say that. And And it's just there aren't enough words, and we talk for a living, and there aren't enough words to properly put this in perspective of just how awful this night is going to go down in history, and these next days and months and years, and all the healing that's going to happen for all of us, directly or indirectly affected. Jack Mohamed's been on the scene since pretty much this whole thing started about 5-6 hours ago, and he's going to join us now live. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Lee. Yeah, that's right. It's been extremely long, frustrating, terrifying 5 to 6 hours for many of the families who have been here at the Central Maine Medical Center. That's where we've been for the last few hours here. When we got here, it was the scene with dozens upon dozens of family members waiting in line, waiting to see if their family member survived or not after getting a call that their family member may have been a victim in that shooting. So they made their way here to give the name of their loved one who may have been involved in that shooting that we've been talking about for so long here, that tragic shooting that NBC is reporting took the lives of 15 to 20 people and ultimately injured around 50 people. And we saw people line up at Central Maine Medical Center here to give the names of their loved ones. Many of them stuck around to listen to it. Others kind of just went about their evening to really just kind of digest what happened here. I think a lot of us here in Maine and in the state, even in this region, are just really working to digest really what happened here. But if you want to take a look now at the front of the hospital here, if you look to my left here, you could see that front entrance to the main Central Maine Hospital. Since all those people entered the names of their loved ones, many of them have left, but armed security guards, armed reserve patrol, Maine State police officers have been there, making sure people can enter, come and go as they please. Obviously, the people who are walking through, many of them family members of those who may have lost their lives or may have been injured in this shooting that, with the suspect still at large. A little bit of info about that suspect. We are hearing that, his name is Robert Card. AP, Associated Press, is reporting that he was trained as a firearms instructor, trained by the military, who's recently committed to a mental health facility, according to a state police bulletin. The police intelligence bulletin of the Associated Press says was sent around to different law enforcement officials on Wednesday night after that shooting that we've been talking about here that claimed the lives, as NBC reports, from about 15 to 20 different people. Now, at the end of the day, where we've been standing here at the hospital, we've just been hearing just horrific stories of people who are just trying to understand the severe loss that's happened here today, including one woman. Her name's Julie. We spoke to her. She moved to Lewiston here when she was 17 or 18 years old. She found out her son was shot at the Schmeggy's bar here in Lewiston earlier. And so she got the call. She rushed over to the hospital. She really doesn't know the status of him at this time. She's still left without any answer. Let's take a listen to what she had to say about her frustration over this all.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmeggy's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here, friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking into that. And so you can really see the frustration there on Julie's part, and she's not alone. Many of the family members just waiting now to see if their loved one has made it or not after this horrific tragedy that took place here in Lewiston, not only shaking up Lewiston, but the state and the region as well. National headlines pouring through about what's happened here. Now, as I speak, there is an ongoing lockdown to track down this active situation, the active shooter situation of them trying to track down that suspect, person of interest, they're saying, who is Robert Card, age 40 years old. They're saying he's still on the loose. They're still trying to track him down. So there's a shelter in place here in Lewiston, as well as Lisbon. The law enforcement advises that people in those areas stay inside, lock your doors, don't go outside, don't travel for any unnecessary reasons, and just be on the lookout. But for now, we're here at the Central Maine Medical Center, the closest hospital to where those shootings took place, at the bar, at the bowling alley, and where police are staging just down the road to go and look for the suspect. We'll toss it back to you guys.
Jack Molmud at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston tonight. Jack, our thanks to you. And you know, Jack's seen a variety of scenes tonight and has walked us through it. When he first arrived in Lewiston, he went directly to Spare Time Recreation, the bowling alley, where the shooting happened, and was met by law enforcement with guns, and they told him to go away. And we've seen some viewer video that we received of people running out of that bowling alley tonight after the gunshots there. And Jack then moved to the hospital where he has seen so many people.
Sure. Yeah, and those images that you see, and you saw about the people running away, and we want to be clear on the 50 people, 50, that have reportedly, according to NBC, been injured in this. Not all of them direct results of gunshots. A lot of them possibly from trying to get out of the situations they were in, because you hear gunshots, you run, and a lot of people possibly injured that way as well. But 50
getting away.
People injured. We saw a video of all the other people scattering in a hurry. So there will be, we've talked about some of the things that will and won't be happening tomorrow besides schools because of this situation. There'll be no public bus transportation in Lewiston tomorrow. So Lewiston has announced that there will be no public busing tomorrow in that area. So, and the Secretary of State's office has put on social media that their hearts are with the city of Lewiston tonight. So.
Yeah, we heard from Representative Adam Lee in Auburn tonight saying a similar thing. So he's right in that community, saying, you know, he and his family are sheltered in place, they're safe, and encouraging others, as we've heard so much tonight, to hug your loved ones and be thankful for what you have tonight, and thankful for our law enforcement and our hospital staff, who we know are working diligently to save lives, likely right now, from what happened tonight. So again, there's a lot of unknowns. There continues to be, even after the briefing from the commissioner. Still a lot of questions again about what happened. The biggest thing at this hour, and likely the cause of why we're seeing so many things being canceled tomorrow, is because Robert Card is on loose, and there's still an ongoing hunt. At least in Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon as well, we know, and likely further than that for him at this hour. So his photo's on your screen, and that's kind of the big message at this hour of this person is still out there.
Yep, and there was a large police presence, which we showed you earlier. Hannah Cumler, Sam Rogers were in Lisbon at a boat launch on Frost Hill Road. The car that Robert Card was reportedly traveling in was a white Subaru. They did find the car. He was not with the car. So the search continues, and that chatter, if you will, of might be headed in an accident, that has been fairly quiet. So the search is obviously still on. If you do see him, to echo the words of Commissioner Soschuk, do not approach. Mr. Card is deemed to be armed and dangerous as right now specifically called a person of interest. They were very deliberate with the words there.
They were.
And so they do not approach him. You're not asked to do that. If you see something, even if you see somebody who might be that person, to please reach out to law enforcement. And certainly better to be safe than sorry. And then the commissioner also talking about the reunification center that's happening at the Auburn Middle School, which is such an important piece of this puzzle for so many people that have so many questions that are looking for answers.
Yeah. And that's the big thing, is trying to get answers for so many families at this point. Alex Haskell has relocated tonight to the reunification center at Auburn Middle School, joining us now live with what's going on there. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Brian and Lee. We've really seen things pick up here at the Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting help, and news, good and bad. We chatted with the mayor of Auburn here not too long ago. I think many of you probably saw that interview. Just wanted to share some of the things that he said to us. You know, dozens of witnesses of the shooting were brought here, and they varied in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And, you know, he said, you know, a lot of people have been able to get help here, but also receive some, you know, the most terrible news possible in all of this. Some people were here when they found out that they lost loved ones in this. And, you know, I've been chatting with people as they come out of this center. I just chatted with Lind, who came here looking for her husband, and she just walked out and found him. So some good news here tonight in Auburn. I just want to make sure, going through my notes, making sure I'm not missing anything that we can share with you. Obviously, we've been talking about how this center, or this middle school, is a reunification center. This is the place to come if you are looking for a loved one, if you have questions, if you have concerns. This is the place to to be, and it is safe. We see many police officers here. They're walking with folks to and from the building. They're checking cars as they come in, so a very safe place to be. But we will keep an eye out here as folks continue to get help. We have mentioned counselors are here too for folks to speak with. Lee and Brian, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. And I just, I can't imagine what Alex is seeing. Yeah, right. Like that's hard, obviously, for the people who are going there to get their questions answered, for the people who have to answer those questions, right. And then to watch that and to see either the elation of the reunification or maybe the not, and it's just brutal.
Yeah, and I think we saw it on the mayor's face. We heard from Mayor Levesque a few minutes ago and was asked, are both sides of that conversation happening for people who are showing up? And I think you saw it all over his face of how brutal and painful it is to see those horrible conversations unfolding of people who showed up there hoping to find their loved one and getting horrible news tonight.
Yeah, the news is bad all the way around. We're not going anywhere, so we're here around the clock, and we're going to get this thing hopefully resolved sooner than later for everybody's sake, and just to give a little peace of mind that the person of interest that they're looking for, at least right now, Robert Card, does get found. Just to look at him one more time again, you really shouldn't be out and about, but if you do happen to, be someplace where you see somebody who resembles that, you're asked to certainly contact your local authorities wherever you might be at that time. And again, do not approach, as he's considered to be armed and dangerous, and is the person of interest, or at least a person of interest, in what has happened tonight. And just a tragic night for the state of Maine, for all of us who are from here or not from here. You don't have to be a Mainer to feel for the loss that our state is feeling tonight, and certainly the empathy that we have for all the people going through everything they're going through, and everybody in the state is going through this. Some, maybe at a more severe level than others, but there's nobody that is not affected by this, that doesn't, view Maine the way that we view Maine, being the born and breeders. I think our state is held in a regard that this isn't the kind of a place where this thing wouldn't happen, and that has been kind of our, we've been, sure, we can practice for it and we can train for it and we can make sure that we're ready just in case, but it's not going to happen here, and it's awful. There's no appropriate words to label exactly just how awful this is, that this is happening in our state.
And we also recognize these photos you're looking at right here were released from, as you see, the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office and Lewiston Police as well. They wanted us to share these pictures with you of a moment they said unfolded tonight at the bowling alley there. And I'll be frank, when we received those in the newsroom, they were audible gasps. They are jarring photos to see, especially when you know where they're taken from. They're not a photo from a town somewhere else. They're in our neighborhood now. So we recognize that there's a lot to process in seeing these images and knowing what unfolded tonight.
And I can't get over still the timing of the incident, which according to Commissioner Sawchuk was 6:56 p.m. That bowling alley, that had kids, right? There's kids in the bowling alley. There's adults in the bowling alley. Maybe Wednesday's bowling night for your team, your workplace, your group of friends, whatever it is. You think it's a fairly innocuous activity to go out and go bowling, and then something like this happens and your world gets turned literally upside down, and we all sit around now and search for answers, search for healing, and for peace, and for our state to help us in that regard, and search for Robert Card. I mean, I don't think anybody will, certainly rest easily until that very important piece of this whole, domino is taken care of. And obviously, as Commissioner Sawchuk alluded to, literally hundreds of law enforcement officials from our state are currently working right now as we speak, trying to find this person of interest, and they should have the speed and the wisdom and the knowledge and the ability to make that happen as soon as possible.
You're looking at his photo again, Robert Card, on your screen right now, is a person of interest in tonight's shooting that left anywhere from 15 to 20 people dead and possibly 50 people injured as well. You were also looking at some video from outside Spare Time Recreation of just showing that the perimeter that is pretty much around the building as well, and how far back people are being kept from that building. Certainly a tremendous crime scene there to process for officials as well. And in terms of kind of the scope of the response to this, obviously this has the nation's attention tonight. Personally, I've had messages from people all over the country realizing what's going on here, asking that everything's okay. Other journalists who I know on their way here to cover this and saying that, on their drive here on the highway, law enforcement passing them. So this is where there is a focus right now. And I think in large part because there's that giant question, where is he right now? And that is unsettling.
Yeah, it doesn't make you feel good. I mean, even just talking honestly with my own family. I mean, they're awake right now. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've got kids of all age groups, and they're all, they have concern. They have friends in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They don't know if their friends are okay. They can't get in touch with them. And so I'm answering their questions as I'm sitting here talking to you, searching for our own answers for work and for life, and everybody's in the same situation. But I think your word unsettling really hits it on the head. It's just, we're all just on edge because we just don't know what's going to be next. Is, God forbid, the next thing going to be something awful that we hear about in another part of our state? Is the next thing that we're going to hear be, thank goodness they got him, and we don't know the answer to that question. And as I was mentioning before to the doctor that was gracious enough to spend some time with us, unknowns are hard, right? I mean, knowns are easy to deal with, or easier to deal with. Unknowns are hard, and this is a very big unknown. And we certainly trust that all the men and women that are out there right now doing their jobs, in full force with the entire state on the lookout here, will do their jobs that they've been so highly trained to do well, and that this will come to a resolution soon.
One of those challenging unknowns, I think, is in the search for our search for answers and your search for answers is there is, correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, but there is no next definite time we will hear from police.
Yeah.
Earlier, we knew we were anticipating hearing from them. We'll hopefully get more information. At this point, it's a little open-ended. Which I think adds to the uncertainty of the night of when will we know something more.
And another hard part, journalistically speaking, is as we try to gather information, the people that we would generally go to gather information are a little busy right now.
Very busy.
So answering a text or a call or, hey, help me out, it shouldn't be and isn't their top priority. They're all, full force ahead, focused on the task at hand, which is to find their person of interest, Robert Card. So it makes it harder to gather that information. Then if something is resolved, then you can, call or text a source and say, hey, okay, I've got 5 minutes here, I can chat with you a little bit. And so our reporters, which are also scattered throughout the state, are working hard to get as much information as they can, as accurately as possible, as quickly as possible, accurately first. And that's what we're all waiting for. So, yeah.
And we know that at some point you will hopefully go to sleep, but tomorrow you will wake up and there will be the questions of school and work and what's open and appointments. And we are constantly working to compile that information for you in the News Center Maine app. So if you're not able to stay up with the minute-by-minute updates we're giving you there, we're putting it all there for you as well for when you do try to figure out what Thursday looks like.
Yeah, and I think it's important. We're going to get to an interview we want you to hear in a second. I just think it's important to kind of emphasize this one thing that Commissioner Soschuk said, and it really kind of stuck out, and we had said it earlier before he spoke. The information that you're searching for yourself, right? The information that you're searching your phone, you're checking the internet, you're texting your friends who maybe live in the areas that we've mentioned. Be real careful to just vet your information properly, to know that what you're understanding and you're learning is real and not something that's not, that might cause unnecessary panic, unnecessary stress for you, and that your information is accurate. Because in a situation like this, with so much interest and so many eyeballs and so many people weighing in, that you should know what you're seeing, reading, hearing is real, and not anything besides that. So that's important.
There is comfort in that, knowing where the information is coming from.
All right, Chris Costa did an interview for us a little bit earlier, and we want to hear a little bit of that.
And if you don't mind, expanding on maybe helping the general public understand, one of the focuses of your most recent publication, right, was about the comparison between thwarted mass public mass shootings and actual completed attacks. Can you help kind of give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's the serious versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But cutting across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing, that is a warning that lets us know that something is happening and we need to take it seriously.
And to that point, Professor, there's some information that is circulating that we have not yet been able to verify about what knowledge our main information and analysis center may or may not have known about this person. I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
Thanks for sticking with us. I'm Amanda Hill. This is Zach Blanchard, and that was Michael Roque, who's with Bates College, where they are still under lockdown. Lewiston in general still being asked to keep their doors locked and shelter in place. Now, what we are learning from the AP, which got a police intelligence bulletin, is a little bit more information about the man that police are looking for, Robert Card. They say that he had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. This bulletin says that he had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. It didn't provide specific details about treatment or condition, but it did also say that he had reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. Again, that's all information from the AP, which got it from the Police Intelligence Bulletin. And again, Robert Card is the person of interest that police are looking for. He's 40 years old and he lives in Bowdoin.
Yeah, right now, police agencies from all across the country, really, and across the state are working to track this man down, a person they are calling a person of interest in this shooting, of course, that has killed. NBC News reporting 15 to 20 people in Lewiston tonight and injuring up to 50 others. Numbers that are truly unfathomable, truly hard to process for a lot of us tonight. And one of the elements here, we had reporters at a reunification center in Auburn where people were actually going to get some good news, to actually hear that their family members, their loved ones survived this tragic, unimaginable event. And we heard from Mayor Jason Levesque at that, and he went into the center and he kind of described what it was like to experience that.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, in the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, it was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
Certainly difficult to hear, and a lot of people sort of reeling with this news. We want to bring in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Greg, thank you for joining us.
I'm sorry I have to, but I'm glad to be here with you.
Just heard from the mayor of Auburn there about just the emotions going to this reunification center to either find out someone you love has died or has been seriously injured, or that they're okay. Just the emotions of that.
And the uncertainty. Either way, that not knowing and then knowing one way or the other. So big emotions, need to reassure people, need to support people if they find out that their loved one's been impacted by this.
And also the viewers at home that are just watching this unfold, obviously it's a lot for them to process because Maine, we know, is a big, small town. Is there anything you recommend beyond just a general checking in?
Well, I got a text after the last hour from a friend of mine who saw me and thanked me for being here and said, we're not going to be sleeping tonight because we have a loved one who's in law enforcement in Lewiston, and so we're on pins and needles. And that's going to be across the state. Absolutely. People, this, as you say, it's a small town. People have connections. People are going to wonder about friends and family, and that's going to leave us all, escalated.
Absolutely.
And if you're a parent, that's great, but your children as well. How do you take care of them?
Many children not going to school tomorrow. A number of school systems, school districts canceling classes, understandably, not just because there's a manhunt going on, but also because of the emotional toll that this is taking on students. It happened just before 7 o'clock at night, a time when children were still awake. They probably saw it come on the news, and parents had a lot to explain to their kids tonight. I know you were even in touch with the Department of Education, right?
I was on a call around 8 o'clock with Commissioner Macon and other leadership from the department and the student services. There's a student safety center as well, or school safety center, and they were making plans on sending out materials to schools across the state on how to manage, how to support their students, how to support their staff. So the Department of Education was trying to support the schools even before they knew what exactly was going on.
There are certainly a number of schools that have already closed for tomorrow, and you can find a list of many of those on our website. We have the closings and cancellations on our website. But you mentioned the law enforcement piece of this, and that's something we just haven't really touched on yet. We talked about the family members who are waiting to hear about their loved ones, but hundreds of law enforcement are involved in this, and so many people in healthcare dealing with this crisis and probably seeing people they know come into that emergency room tonight.
And dealing with unimaginable horror of bodies damaged. You know, for law enforcement, I was driving down here from Rockland and past law enforcement moving rapidly, and I just know that their bodies are just stressed to the max tonight as they're trying to do something to try and prevent this, to try and find the person, to try and be a support, and to try and help other people.
Yeah. What's your message to their families tonight that might be questioning? They see their loved ones go into unimaginable situations all the time, but this reaches a whole new level, and they might just be saying, what do I do when John comes home from work tonight?
Well, and law enforcement families, first responders families are accustomed to their loved ones experiencing trauma, and how do you keep a safe place at home for them to return back to? How do you make sure they've got a hot meal when they get there, peace to sleep, a place to talk if that's what they choose to do? Yeah, because they're going to be traumatized as well.
Absolutely.
Even for them, the stress, you mentioned that stress on their body. How do you like safely come down from? I know a lot of people, even just watching this, experiencing so much adrenaline right now. Those locked in their homes experiencing adrenaline. How do you safely come down?
Well, those stress hormones, there's some real important tips. First, drink plenty of water. Hydrate, good food, really work to get rest. And tomorrow, exercise, move your body, because that's going to help release those stress hormones. If you do well talking and emoting, find someone safe that you can do that with. All those steps are really important.
How do you tell too when you should not talk, when you should not ask too many questions?
Know your loved one. And some of them will say, you know, when I come home, I just need some time to kind of settle, and then I can talk. I need to go outside and stack some wood or do something just to process with my body, and later I'll be ready to talk. Other people, they're going to be talking to you on the phone on their drive home. So just know your loved one and how they process.
Now is definitely a time to check in and hug your loved ones close. Greg Marley with NAMI Maine, thank you so much.
You're sure
we want to remind you that police are still continuing this search for a person of interest in the shooting in Lewiston that has killed 15 to 20 people, injured as many as 50 others. Right there on your screen, this is Robert Card. According to police, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. Card had been committed, according to police, to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. They didn't give specifics about the treatment, but there are reports that Card had heard voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at a military training base in Saco. And so the manhunt continues still for Card. There was initially earlier this evening when we were on the air with you, we were sharing these images of the surveillance footage in that car that they ultimately found in the Lisbon Falls area empty, but they have not found Card. So as Amanda said earlier, hundreds of law enforcement officials from all across the state, all across New England, local, state, federal, are involved in this manhunt. Multiple towns have shelter-in-place orders. So Lewiston is still, at last check, in a shelter-in-place, as well as Lisbon. So if you live in those communities and you're still watching us, please stay inside your homes. And if you're heading to bed and when you wake up in the morning, make sure you check and make sure to see what the situation is to keep you and your family safe.
Also want to check because school likely closed in your area, so definitely keep track of that. Now, we talked about the numbers, just the astounding numbers, 15 to 20 people killed, up to 50 injured. And I want to point out that the 50 injured, we're told, not necessarily gunshot wounds, a lot of that from escaping the dangers of what was going on, just the stampede of getting out of there. You can imagine the terror in all of that. All night long, we've been seeing images of people running out of spare time recreation, that bowling alley on Mollison Way there in Lewiston. We've heard horror stories from Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. I know we heard from a woman earlier tonight who was waiting at Central Maine Medical Center to hear if her son was okay. She knew he was at the hospital, but she had no other information to go by. So we have had reporters in multiple locations tonight, which is where hundreds of those officers have been dispatched out to as they continue the search for Robert Card.
Right. And we also want to touch on that Maine's hospitals are, of course, on high alert tonight. We are just learning that Maine Medical Center has alerted all on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation for those patients, those victims, to be taken from Central Maine Medical Center, where we saw just crowds of people gathered earlier, to Maine Med, which is, of course, the state's largest tertiary center that trains for moments like this. Of course, we never want them to happen, but they are prepared. And we've heard of at least one person being transported to Maine Med so far, but the hospital tells us that they, out of an abundance of caution and because of the situation, all of Maine Health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. So, of course, that's a big deal, so that they can focus on the patients that need immediate care. We're also hearing that other hospitals in the state are taking similar steps.
I want to talk about this too. Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, a lot of you know she was the founder of the gun violence prevention organization Giffords. A lot of people know her background with this, and she released a statement because so many people are taking note of what's going on here in Maine. And she had said, in part, it doesn't have to be this way, and it shouldn't be this way. Entire communities shouldn't have to live in fear of an active shooting. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community, the victims and the survivors. Earlier this week, I visited Uvalde and met with the families and survivors of that mass shooting. I'm angry that yet another community has to experience this pain. Our leaders must act. Again, that was Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords speaking on what has happened tonight here in Lewiston. And by the way, Maine received an F from the Giffords Law Center's annual gun law scorecard. So certainly noteworthy there to hear from her.
Absolutely. And Greg mentioned earlier the impact on law enforcement and first responders tonight. The National Fraternal Order of Police just tweeted out a statement saying, please pray for all those impacted by the active shooter situations at 2 locations in Lewiston, Maine. Maine State Police and local law enforcement partners are urging people to stay inside. Prayers for all of our law enforcement officers who are racing to respond to the situation to neutralize this threat. So all the families of our law enforcement officers, first responders, medical personnel are in our thoughts as well this evening.
Certainly. Sam Rogers, by the way, has been on scene tonight with Hannah Cumler in Lisbon Falls. We know that's been another active scene for us tonight. Sam, what can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, Amanda and Zach, well, it's been about an hour or so since we last spoke with you. And since then, we can still see that wasn't a police cruiser there, but a number of cruisers in the last 2 hours or so going down this way towards Lisbon Street, because to our right, as we've said throughout the evening, but now we do know about a mile, a little bit more than a mile of Lisbon Street is closed off. We try to go to the other side just to see if we could get any more information. Police blocking off several access points across Lisbon Street from here in Lisbon Falls to the Lisbon Town Center and near the town hall. And we actually just got back to Lisbon High School a few moments ago, and when we pulled in, we saw 2 tactical units. I wasn't able to tell if it was state police, sheriff's office, or what agency, but 2 tactical units pulling in behind the high school and the parking lots. If you were with us a few hours ago, you noticed that we were talking about the mobile gas station that we are at. The police presence still remaining relatively the same. Again, 1 officer has been off of our right shoulder for hours, making sure that if the folks who can get past the HIM live there or need to go there for some sort of emergency, we've seen a lot of cars pull around and turn around. And again, a number of officers still off to our left. And we have been talking about this chopper. It sounds like a helicopter, looks like a helicopter. We've seen it use a spotlight. You might see in a few seconds when it does another rotation. It's getting closer to where we have been. Again, we're at Lisbon High School. Before, when we were talking to you guys around 8, 9 o'clock, it was kind of more so in the distance, but now you may be able to start hearing it pick up on our microphones. And just to kind of reset for those who have just kind of tuned in, Hannah Kumler and I got up here a number of hours ago as we got closer to the Lewiston and Auburn area. We were heading to Sabattis. It seemed like about 5 miles from those Lewiston exits, we started seeing cruisers parked on the side of the road with their stoplights and their spotlights centered onto the lanes of traffic, trying to identify the person of interest, the vehicle that he may or may not have been in. So that was one thing that we noticed when we were here. And then another thing, again, this police presence that we've been talking about. The officers, some in tactical gear, some drawn with rifles, the majority of them drawn with rifles, remaining by that mobile gas station. We haven't seen a lot of activity. Now, I'm not going to sit here and talk about police tactics as we look at another truck coming in. That's just another news outlet, so no tactical truck there. But, you know, I'm not going to go and dive deep into details about police tactics, but we have seen a similar number of officers on scene for a variety of different situations. Lee, Brian, Zach, Amanda, you guys have been talking about for hours about how law enforcement in our state trained for this. We've seen that response over the years at various breaking news scenes across the state, regardless of what the alleged crime is. Again, the helicopter coming in right over our head. This is not going to be able to see it, of course, where we're sitting under a tree, but this is the closest we have got to that helicopter. You should be able to hear it over the microphone. Again, Zach and Amanda, Lisbon Street closed off for a mile here in Lisbon Falls. Seems to be like some more activity is picking up. We will, of course, let you know when we hear any more information.
All right, Sam Rogers, stay safe out there. We've heard that helicopter kind of circling those communities throughout the evening, obviously continuing to search for that man. We want to bring in News Center Maine's Jack Moment, who we've been talking to throughout the evening. He's been outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where all of those families have friends, loved ones come together to try and make sense of what happened, track down their loved ones. And Jack, I think you spoke to a local city councilor about what's happening there.
I did, Zach. That's correct. I did speak with Leroy Walker. He is the Auburn City Councilor for Ward 5. As we were standing here over the past few hours, it's been relatively quiet, but he pulled in his car, just walked into the hospital, walked right out, came up to us, says that his son is actually the manager at the bar in Lewiston, Schmeggy's, and he said that he hasn't heard from his son since the shooting took place. He said he's called around to various hospitals and still has not heard from his son. All of the hospitals in the area have said that they have not heard of him at all either. So we had a conversation, as many of the families here at Central Maine Medical Center have been really telling me all this time, is that they really just don't have answers about how their loved one is doing. But in speaking with Leroy, the city council for Ward 5, you know, he's confused, he's frustrated, just like many of the parents that we've been talking with as well. We did get a chance to speak with him, and he kind of talks about how some of it's really setting in on him, that there's a possibility that his son may be dead.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, so he would have called us because he manages Schemengees. So I know he was there.
And he still doesn't have any answers right now. He said that these next 24 hours will be critical, depending on if he gets information or not. He says that he talks to his son nearly every day, so not hearing his son in these past few hours has been really concerning to him. So he's also in contact with his son's wife and their family as well. Says that they actually just remodeled their home. And says it's going to be a really rough next few days, unpacking a lot of what's happened here. Now, if you look to my left here, you could see that this is the entrance to Central Maine Medical Center, and where those guards are standing right there, that is where the families were earlier today, offering up information about their loved ones to the hospital so they could keep tabs and find out more information on if their loved one who was potentially impacted by this mass shooting has been staying here. Again, we still have a suspected shooter on the large here. Maine State Police say that they're asking people to look out for a Richard Card. He is 40 years old. He is considered dangerous, and the Associated Press is reporting that Robert Card actually had the man identified as the person of interest. He's a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility, according to state police. Now, if we bring the camera back here, really just standing here for the next these past couple hours, you really get maybe the tip of the iceberg of the gravity of what this loss means for community members here. But being here, you really do feel that loss. And there still is an active shooter lockdown happening here in Lewiston, as well as in Lisbon. Maine State Police and Lewiston PD, as well as Lisbon, are asking people to stay in place, lock their doors, do not go inside, don't do any unnecessary travel. But for now, we are here live outside Central Maine Hospital, the hospital closest to those locations of the shooting where, as we heard, NBC's reporting 15 to 20 people here in Lewiston lost their lives earlier this evening. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, Jack, I want to stay with you for a little bit. First, thank you for your incredible coverage tonight. This is not easy. I do want you to, especially for folks who were not tuned in earlier, can you really just paint the scene for us about what it was like to see the number of people gathered outside of the hospital earlier? And I know you spoke to some other people as well there.
Yeah, Zach, that's true. Being here in the beginning hours of what's happened, dozens of people, like I said, standing out in front of the Central Maine Medical Center, entering the information of their loved ones. It was also when those dozens of people were standing there and we were reporting live that we learned that the death toll was going to be so massive here. And so learning that information and seeing that there's so many family members here who don't know if their loved one is alive or dead, it's really hard to wrap your brain around. And that's something that I think will stick with a lot of people for a long time. It's like I said, it's just hard to wrap your brain around, really.
All right, Jack Mulmid, again, we appreciate your reporting out there. We'll give you a break right now. Thank you. And while we're on the topic of hospitals, we know we're outside of CMMC right now, but also St. Mary's has activated its emergency response plans, and they've called in any available staff to help out with this. And we want to point out that they have said that they continue to prioritize the safety and care of patients. So that said, all elective procedures and surgeries scheduled for tomorrow morning have been canceled, and all of their St. Mary's practices are going to be closed tomorrow morning. So they'll be reaching out to people with appointments to try to reschedule some of this. But it shows you, just how impacted our hospital systems have become with this.
Absolutely. We mentioned earlier that Maine Health, the state's largest healthcare system, has shut down their facilities to all non-patients. So it is definitely having an impact. It's been a couple of hours now, I believe, since we heard from police for the first time about this incident. They weren't able to share a lot of specifics yet, not a lot of numbers, but News Center Maine's Alex Haskell was there at Auburn City Hall, and I believe he joins us now. Thank you, Alex. What more can you tell us there?
Yeah, hey, Zach. So we're here at Auburn Middle School. This is where a reunification center has been set up. And basically, this is where folks can come if they have any questions, if they have any concerns. A major one, if they're looking for a loved one, this is the place to come. And I'll give you the address. It's 38 Falcon Drive. Again, it's the Auburn Middle School. And I've shared this many times. This is a safe place. We've seen many members of law enforcement here. They are shining flashlights in cars and walking folks up to the middle school here, looking for answers. And we were chatting with the mayor of Auburn a little while ago, and he was kind of sharing what's been going on here. Dozens of witnesses of the shooting have been brought here, and these witnesses vary in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And some here have gotten the worst news possible tonight. They were here when they found out they lost a loved one, but there's also been some great news. I chatted with this woman. Her name is Lind. She came here looking for her husband, and after a little while I saw her walk out of the middle school with her husband, and they headed home. So some great news here. I chatted with a few other people and I asked how helpful are folks inside, and they said very helpful, but everything is not well. And that might be a nice way to kind of cap much of what has been going on here. Just so much help from law enforcement, everyone tonight. But, you know, we are not well as we face this tragedy. Certainly not alone. But, you know, this is, again, the place to be if you have any questions, concerns, or looking for some loved ones tonight. We've seen the mayor of Auburn walk people up. Things have slowed down a little bit. Earlier, we saw busloads of people, dozens of people being brought up to the building. But things have certainly slowed down a little bit here. I'm going to toss to some sound from the Maine Public Safety Commissioner, who we heard from earlier back in the Lewiston City Hall.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And as more information comes in, of course, this is a great spot to come. I'm going to share the address one more time, 38 Falcon Drive. That's the Auburn Middle School. Come here if you have questions, concerns. Also want to mention, guys, that there are counselors available. So if you need someone to chat to, come here. Zach and Amanda.
Certainly an emotional place to be, Alex. Thank you for your coverage on this. Like we said, we were talking earlier with Greg Marley with NAMI Maine about just the impact of this, the severity of this, of showing up to this reunification center and not knowing what the answer is going to be. Is it going to be good news or is it going to be horrific news?
Yeah, and a lot of people, like the city councilor we heard from with Jack, are living that nightmare tonight. And as you watch this coverage, as you experience this and learn more with us, make sure you're taking care of yourself too, and your loved ones around you. Again, we do want to remind you that as we speak, this situation is not over. Hundreds of police officers from all across the state, all across New England, are looking for this man, Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We're going to pull up his picture now here on your screen. According to police, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. As you can see there, that he was committed to a mental health facility this past summer. And there are some other disturbing reports about him, but if you see him or know where he might be, you are asked to call police. Police saying you can reach out to them by email, on Facebook, just by calling 911. He is considered armed and dangerous, so don't approach him, but police are still actively looking for him as we speak.
And again, a shelter in place remains in both Lewiston and in Lisbon, where those are two very active scenes right now. And Chris Costa, our reporter, actually spoke with someone in Lisbon earlier tonight who kind of witnessed a lot of stuff. We want to hear from them.
I've seen a lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car. Just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
Which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, like I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now and he can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and you know, there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. Like, I really hope he doesn't wake up. And because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
Wow, a conversation a lot of parents across the state are having to have tonight. As you watch this coverage, it happened just before 7 o'clock, a time when kiddos weren't quite in bed yet, and they likely saw the coverage on the screen, and parents just have to navigate this in the next few days. We want to bring back in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance for Mental Illness Maine chapter. That conversation is a real one. How do parents navigate it?
Kids are going to need reassurance. They're going to need a whole lot more physical hugs and cuddles. They're going to need simple messaging and the first step is for that parent to calm themselves so that they're delivering it in an even way, giving them just the facts based on their age and stage, Zach, not over their head. And expect them to have lots of questions and to react in their own style and their own age.
We've mentioned a lot of schools, even not near Lewiston or Lisbon, closing tomorrow, recognizing the scope of this. But you yourself, you spoke with the Department of Education earlier tonight. How are they planning to move forward with something like this, to talk with their kids?
What the department was doing was trying to get out information to the administrators and the clinicians and the teachers on how to support kids when they're back in school, to how to hold the conversations, what resources are available in the state and nationally to help inform that, around, it's called psychological first aid, that engagement to help ground and settle someone who's just jangly after this kind of traumatic event.
You also mentioned that you have been speaking with coordinators in the Lewiston-Auburn area tonight. How are they preparing for all of this right now?
Well, I had an email just a few minutes ago with Catherine Ryder, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Tri-County Mental Health. And she said that her crisis response, critical incident response team is out tonight working with law enforcement on death notifications and support. And they're going to be, across the community tomorrow doing the same work, supporting people doing that critical incident response to help stabilize folks.
So are you working with other agencies across the state, or do you expect to be working with other agencies across the state to support those kinds of efforts as this unfolds?
I think my schedule tomorrow is going to go out the window as I'm trying to support this, what happens in the aftermath of this event.
Absolutely. A whole nother force of important humans comes into play after the fact. Absolutely.
Greg, thank you for joining us again. This is all very, what you said, psychological first aid, just had never heard that before, and it's incredible to hear that, because that is it's sort of like, how do we treat what's on the inside now?
Because we know enough about trauma, we know how people react, and we know some steps that can really help to settle someone. In that reassurance, that normalization, kind of giving them some information about what's going to happen in their body, what's likely to happen emotionally, and to help ground them. And we're all going to need that in the days ahead.
Yes. We are. Greg Marley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, a little bit of a reset for you. We are continuing our coverage of a mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine. Killed, NBC reporting, anywhere from 15 to 20 people, injured 50 more. This is the man police are looking for tonight, captured on surveillance video there before walking into spare time bowling, where he opened fire. This image still hard to see after we've aired it over and over again, with that large weapon unloading on people that were there for a bowling league, that were there for after-work fun tonight.
Yeah, we mentioned the timing of it all. 6:56 is when police were first alerted to what was going on, and it's people were just getting out of work. They were just getting ready to go do this. I heard from a friend tonight who said that she was signing up for that bowling league and would have been there tonight. And it's just these connections and how many people are impacted by this, how many people will continue to be impacted by this. We heard from the Auburn City Councilor a little earlier tonight, still waiting to hear from his son who worked at Schmeggy's. It just the trauma that will continue to come out of this. And as you said, police continue to look for this person of interest, Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We know he's from Bowdoin, and police now telling us he did have a history of mental illness.
Right, as Amanda was talking about there, this happened at a time in the evening where there were people that were just going out to eat and drink at the bar. The city councilor we heard from said that his son was the manager at that bar, and it's a reminder of, we say it over and over again, but that Maine is a big small town. There, with this many people, when you look at homicides in Maine last year alone, you're talking about 29 people. Now we're talking about 15 to 20 tonight in just the last few hours. This is going to impact a lot of people. People are going to know people who were impacted by this, and it's going to have a ripple effect far beyond Lewiston to really the entire state.
Right, and we saw the images of that car just to, again, lay out the scene for you, and I'm not sure if we still have the map that we've been showing all night, but areas of focus were Molliston Way, where Spare Time Recreation is. That's where the bowling alley is. 4 miles away from that was Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. And then police found the car that they were looking for, that they believe he was in, 10 miles, we said, Zach, about 10 miles, 20-minute drive up Lisbon Street into Lisbon. They found it near a boat launch. Robert Card was not in it, so they continue to search for him. And again, both Lisbon and Lewiston are in a state of lockdown, asking people not to leave, although certainly they understand to leave to go to Auburn Middle School. That's where that reunification center is. That's where you can learn more information about maybe someone you can't get a hold of who you believe has been impacted by this, or just go there to be greeted by behavioral health specialists and get a little comfort.
Absolutely. And we've said it over and over again, but there are a number of schools that are preparing for students that they have to explain this to. A lot of them canceling classes tomorrow. As Greg Marley had noted, preparing to get mental health counselors on site, especially in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They will be needed once students are back in class. So you definitely want to check if your kids have school tomorrow. You probably got the text, probably got the email. But I know we've heard from other school districts like Bonnie Eagle, one of the largest in the state, that still hasn't quite made the call. It's going to wait for the morning. So keep an eye on that for sure.
It's not just, elementary, middle, high school. This is impacting colleges as well. We've seen that Bates College went into lockdown tonight. They continue to be in lockdown as far as we know. Central Maine Community College also closing for tomorrow. They will not be open. We also heard from the University of Maine that has a campus in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They have closed for tomorrow. University of New England in Biddeford, they're over an hour away from where this is all happening, and they are continuing to check in with their students who may have family members involved in this, may be impacted by this in some way. All of these community colleges, all of these state colleges, all of these communities in general just impacted by this information. And you mentioned Maine being a small town. There are people, in the county who have been impacted by what's going on here in Lewiston.
Yeah, we should have the video from that scene at Spare Time earlier today. You saw people. We see it over and over and over again when we report on these tragedies nationally, running from the scene there. There were a number of people that were there for a bowling league. We also have someone, our anchor Lee Goldberg spoke with a personal friend whose nephew was at the bowling alley. And he was actually one of 8 deaf people who were there together for a night of bowling. And we are hearing that some of them were shot. And perhaps some still missing. So our hearts go out to those families and many, many others tonight as we just continue to hear the stories of loss, of anger, a lot of emotions going through people's heads tonight.
We heard earlier too from Auburn City Mayor Jason Levesque, who talked about some of this, and he talked about some of these survivors that we're seeing come out of spare time, and how they're all sort of in a very protected space right now where they can talk to police, they can sort of give their witness statements, but certainly trauma that they are dealing with. But they're sitting with law enforcement now, and hopefully are able to help law enforcement come to a conclusion here tonight at some point. And also we heard from Mayor Levesque about the people who are coming to this reunification center at Auburn Middle School. Just, you know, a lot of people hoping for good news, and one of the reporters at this sort of press conference he gave had asked, you know, we see often in situations like this where people come and they find out the worst news and just completely break down. Has that happened here tonight? And Mayor Levesque said yes, and I'll leave it at that. And you can see the emotion. Yes.
Yeah. One of those things that you just can't put words on. I believe Chris Costa is going to join us now. He has been kind of talking to several different folks tonight, witnesses, as well as a professor at Bates College. And Chris, this professor isn't just a professor at a college that is locked down tonight. Right. He's a professor who studies these kinds of things.
That is the shocking coincidence or irony here, I guess, in some way, that a professor who studies these exact type of events as part of his research. He is the Department of Sociology chair at Bates College. His name is Professor Michael Rock, and his research dives into specifically mass shootings and why they happen and what are the factors that either allow them to happen or things that they see through their research that could potentially prevent them. We talked for about 15 minutes on Zoom while all the students on campus there are locked down. And I asked him about his research. See if we have a minute to listen to what he and I talked about, just a portion of it.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just, yeah. So do you want to tell me, were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal, and so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
So just to kind of recap what we know, what is difficult about these situations is that as they develop, we learn more information. And as you all are aware, in the age of social media, there are rumors that start to spread, and all of a sudden they become out of control. So what we are going to try to tell you now is about what we know as a fact, confirmed information from police, investigators, officials, and also explain what we do not know and why we do not know it. We know for a fact there was an active shooter in Lewiston at multiple locations, at least 2. It started just before 7 p.m. This is all information coming from Department of Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk. He spoke briefly before midnight. We do not know where this began, but we do know that the 2 locations, according to law enforcement, one of them is the Spare Time Recreation, and about 4 miles away, a little over 4 miles away, is that other location, Schmeggy's Bar and Grill. Now, police have encouraged people in both Lewiston and Lisbon to shelter in place right now. They're asking them to stay inside, lock their doors, because they say that right now on the run is 40-year-old Robert Card. They say he is armed and dangerous. They are saying that people should not approach him. They say he's just a person of interest. They did not go as far to say that he was a suspect, and Commissioner Soschuk made that clear. We didn't get the chance to ask more questions about why that distinction was important. But again, they are not calling him a suspect, just simply a person of interest. Now again, we know that Lewiston police have confirmed those 2 locations, the bowling alley and the bar. Lisbon police nearby had been reporting earlier I guess now this was earlier today, Thursday, because it's 2 in the morning. They had been reporting an active search in the town of Lisbon for what they said was a suspect believed to have been involved in multiple shootings in Lewiston. Now, here's something that we do not know that is important to clarify. We know right now that Robert Card is a person of interest. We do not know that he is the suspect or that he is the shooter. We can't say that with certainty because we have not heard that officially from police. We only know that he's a person of interest. On top of that, when asked, Commissioner Soschuk was not able to say definitively at the moment if there was more than one shooter. So the only person the police have put out right now to the public to be aware of, do not approach, do not make contact, consider this person armed and dangerous, is the person you're seeing on your screen, which is a 40-year-old, police say that is 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. Now, Commissioner Soschuk had said that there was a vehicle of interest located in Lisbon. That's why they were also asking people in Lisbon to shelter in place. Again, we are not able to necessarily make the connection between this vehicle and the person of interest that police have put out there right now, but somehow this is involved. We do know that this is an all-hands-on-deck situation involving Maine State Police, Lewiston Police, the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. We know that deputies from York County, Cumberland County, as well as FBI investigators, the ATF, have all been dispatched to the scene, and there could be more. An important note, President Joe Biden, the White House told us that the president spoke by phone individually to Maine Governor Janet Mills, Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, and Congressman Jared Golden about this shooting. He has offered full federal support in the wake of this. Now, one of the big questions out here right now is the number of people. How many people are hurt? How many people may be dead? NBC right now, and we told you earlier, the network had adjusted some of those numbers. We have not received any concrete information from law enforcement officials or hospital officials about how many people are hurt or dead. We do know that Central Maine Medical Center and St. Mary's are coordinating with Maine Medical Center, which is the state's only level 1 trauma center, to coordinate the care of the patients, and that all of these hospitals have basically risen to the highest level of operation right now, which is a mass casualty event. Zach and Amanda, I know you guys had covered the colleges. I know we'd covered the cities. Also, you guys had talked about the several school districts in the area that will be closed tomorrow. That includes Central Maine Community College, the Lewiston, City of Lewiston public offices also going to be closed. This is, as you have mentioned, an event that is rippling widely throughout this community, not just in the city of Lewiston or Lisbon, but throughout this state. There are ripple effects that are taking place right now for the people nearby.
For sure. One more addition to that, too, the LA CityLink buses have said that they are not going to be running tomorrow. And, you know, a lot of people in the Lewiston, Auburn area rely on that transportation. And so this is certainly widespread impact here.
Of course, and we were just getting some new video of the scene where this all happened. As it unfolded, we had a lot of cell phone video to show you, but this is more recent. You can see police are still there. This is at Spare Time Recreation, bowling alley. There in Lewiston. You can see a number of cop cars as well as some police tape up in the area.
And again, Zach, sorry to jump in, just to sort of set the stage for people who aren't familiar with that area of Mollison Way. You can see Spare Time, you know, we could not get close enough, but right here, this building is Subway. And then across the street from that, you've got a couple of different restaurants that people certainly would be at on a Wednesday night at 6:50. For sure. You can see it a little bit more right there, yeah.
And earlier you had mentioned kids at a nearby hockey rink that were playing some hockey after school and probably forced to shelter in place there as well. So an area where a lot of people had gathering spaces. This is outside of Shemengi's bar, just about 4 miles away. This is the second scene where more shots reportedly rang out there. We heard from an Auburn city councilor earlier who says that his son was the manager at that bar, and he still has not been able to locate him, going hospital to hospital tonight.
And he is certainly not alone in that. A lot of people tonight still waiting to hear from their loved ones. And Shemengi's very popular pool hall. And, you know, like you mentioned earlier, people getting out of work, wanting to, you know, get some steam out, probably stopped in to play a little pool. And yeah, just a lot of people tonight waiting to hear word on their loved ones.
Yeah, I think I saw on their Facebook page they had posted industry night or something like that, even offering a discount for those hard workers that just wanted to go and maybe grab a beer and play some pool to wind down, and obviously did not expect a night like this.
Right, right. Yeah, we continue to hear some upsetting things. Again, just to recap here, NBC Now reporting at least 15 to 20 people killed in this active shooter situation that happened earlier tonight in Lewiston, starting at Spare Time Recreation and happening again at Shemengi's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. We believe up to 50 people injured. That's also coming from NBC. And it's important to note that not all of those gunshot wounds, a lot of it injuries from the stampede of just people trying to escape, trying to survive what was going on.
I actually think we want to take another listen to that Auburn city councilor who was looking for the manager of that bar, his son, about what he's experiencing tonight.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, or he would have called us because he manages Shemengi's. So I know he was there.
God, wow. Just awful, awful stuff.
You can see on his face, I don't know how he's holding it together.
No, and I'm sure it's pure shock and adrenaline that a lot of people are running off of right now. And want to remind you, too, that Greg Marley with NAMI Maine has joined us a couple of times tonight, and he had some really, really important things to talk about being safe and creating a safe space for your loved ones, those who are hurting, and taking care of yourself. So you can find more of that information on our website too if you want to go back and look at that.
Yeah, and this, as we keep saying over and over again, is having a ripple effect really all across the country this evening. I've received messages from reporter friends that are literally coming to Maine to report on this, checking in, saying, hey, are you okay? Do you need something to eat? That kind of thing. And so all eyes are going to be on Maine for a historic moment that we do not want, and none of us asked for. Meantime, Maine's political leaders are sharing a lot of statements tonight, many of them on their way back from Washington. Many of them have been in touch with the White House, President Joe Biden. One of those lawmakers is Congressman Jared Golden, who, of course, is from Lewiston, has represented the 2nd District for years now. His quote, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work.
A lot of people remember Dr. Nirav Shah as well, who was head of Maine's CDC, got us through the pandemic there. He's now with the national CDC. He's in Washington, and he tweeted out earlier, tonight we are all Mainers. As Maine grieves, so does the nation. Also tweeting out the Celtics. Our thoughts are with everyone in Lewiston, Maine. So certainly a lot of people paying attention to what's going on here, and it continues to be an active situation. We continue to wait to hear from police that they have found Robert Card, the man at large that they are looking for.
Right, and we see this time and time again, right, when this happens in our country, these messages going out from all sorts of places. It's a tough night to have it happening in Maine. So take a look at your screen right now. This is Robert Card, who Amanda was just talking about. He is the person of interest. Police are actively searching for him tonight. We've heard of several different scenes in Lewiston at Spare Time, at the bowling alley, at the restaurant and bar, as well as in the Lisbon area. In Lisbon Falls, there's a number of police there, both state, local, even federal, and a helicopter. Sam Rogers was reporting earlier, you could actually hear that helicopter circling the scene, searching for this man who was trained as a firearms instructor in the U.S. Army Reserves facility in Saco. There was even state police saying that he was committed to a mental health facility this past summer. So it's perhaps someone they were aware of.
Yeah, and that said, I think a lot more questions will be coming out of this as this continues to unfold, including should he have had access to guns if he did have this history of mental health struggles.
Yeah, earlier Gabby Giffords, who you obviously know survived a mass shooting of her own and started a foundation, kind of voiced her concern about that, about seeing these time and time again, and she releases these statements as they happen, as these shootings happen across the country, and now she's talking about Maine tonight.
Yeah, and Maine actually scored an F on her report card, where
there were many dreams and nightmares after the disaster.
I see myself on that boat, still trying to get out.
Different scenarios of shipwrecks and what I would do, and usually it ends with me dying.
That floating life jacket, saying goodbye to my kids.
You never get to sleep at all. You never get any rest because your brain is constantly asking you to revisit all of these horrible things.
That feeling of isolation, that feeling of aloneness, that feeling of being lost.
There are things that's bigger than you that you cannot conquer on your own, not even with love, not even with family. I survived the wreck.
I survived
the wreck.
I survived the wreck of the Costa Concordia.
passengers who boarded the Costa Concordia for a 7-day tour of the Mediterranean expected a first-class cruise. Instead, more than 4,000 people on board became locked in a life-or-death struggle to escape. 32 of them never returned. This is the story of 6 who did. Hi, everyone. I'm Lester Holt, and welcome to Dateline. In this special presentation, you'll hear survivors in their own words describing what happened that terrible night aboard the ship that had it all.
I had never seen a ship this big. Just the size of it. Like, how does a human being build something like this?
It looked like a hotel.
It was huge and it was beautiful.
Marble floor, wood paneling, there's brass and glass and just all sorts of ornamentation. And it was really like stepping into a whole different world.
It was massive. It was just completely insane. We got onto the Costa Concordia on January 9th at Barcelona. It was my honeymoon with Benji Smith.
Emily's aunt wanted to see Europe with her husband and with a few of their friends, and they're from Hong Kong, so they wanted someone who's fluent in English and also in German and Italian and some Spanish and a little bit of this and that and everything, so she would make a really good guide all over Europe.
And it went like this. Hey, Benji, I want to tell you something. It's really cool. My aunt says she's going to pay for our vacation. We're going to go on this 7-day cruise ship, and then maybe we're going to Paris. It's going to be really fun. It's really cheap because it's free. And then he looked at me, and he just looked at me.
She's kind of the spontaneous half of our relationship.
And he said, I need a minute.
I had to slow down for a second because I'm a bit more of a, I need to think things through. After the sudden shock of spontaneity wore off, I was really excited about the trip too.
So we decided, why don't we make this into our honeymoon trip?
I got offered the contract 2 days after I graduated from dance college in London. Life on board as a dancer was very exciting. It was a wonderful life. We got to dance, perform, get applauded by the audience. We got to explore foreign lands. Our theatre sat 1,500 passengers. This theatre, to try and understand the scale, is about 5 times the size of a theatre on the West End in London. So to work in a theatre that had been custom built with rotating central part of the stage, lifting staircase in the middle of the stage, and all these gizmos and gadgets was a real privilege.
Emily had been on a cruise before, and she told me that there's always a drill. You go and you stand out next to the lifeboat, and you put on your life jackets, and everybody practices what would happen in an evacuation scenario. There was a mandatory safety briefing, so we went to it. We sat through this, what was basically a sales presentation, and we kept wondering, when are they going to get to the safety stuff? But we didn't do any of that, and they said, oh, it'll be fine. There's a card on the back of your door, and there's a booklet in your cabin that tells you all of the safety information. I thought it was unusual, just because I was expecting a drill. When it didn't happen, we shrugged our shoulders and said, that's weird, but then we went about our business and enjoyed our honeymoon.
We were told facts about the ship, and we had to learn certain details, such as the fire zones, the water zones, and what we were expected to do in an emergency situation. I actually made a point of learning all of these things far beyond actually what any of my colleagues did. I was told that in an emergency, I would go to my muster station. It's a meeting point for a group that are assigned to either a lifeboat or a life raft, and they're located throughout the ship. The crew members I was responsible for would come and meet me at that muster station, and I would tick their names off a register. And I was actually shocked to discover that I was responsible for anything on the ship, and literally just because I was one of the very few English speakers on board. We prayed nothing ever went wrong.
Coming up, something was about to go horribly wrong.
We heard this soft scraping noise.
Chaos,
wine bottles start to fall off the shelves.
The entire vessel was shaking violently. It's complete bedlam.
When Dateline continues. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We eloped, got married in the Cambridge Town Hall.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may seal your marriage with a kiss.
We also have family and friends all over the world, so we thought it would be kind of more fun if we did a YouTube wedding.
Our wedding video.
So we had just 2 friends come to our wedding. They shot us dancing out in front of some of our favorite spots in Boston and Cambridge. And then we sent that video to all of our family and friends, and that was kind of our way of announcing, hey, everybody, guess what? We're married.
On Friday, January 13th, 2012, newlyweds Benji Smith and Emily Lau boarded the Costa Concordia for their honeymoon cruise, a start of a whole new life. Of course, they couldn't know what they were about to face. An epic struggle to escape and a battle to survive.
We arrived at port around 7 o'clock in the morning and took the train into Rome. So we got to the Vatican around 8 o'clock in the morning and planned the rest of our day. We saw the Pantheon and the fountains, and we ate lunch at a bakery, and we went to the Colosseum. So we went all around Rome.
I spent a small amount of time guiding my relatives around. I took them to the Vatican, and then I said, let's meet back here in 3 hours. So they went off to do different things, and Benji and I just wandered around Rome on foot.
Emily had a camera and was taking my picture over and over again. She said, oh, you just look really good in this afternoon light. This was toward the end of the day, around 4 o'clock, and the evening light is getting really nice.
We got back on the boat. We were so very tired. So we decided that we should go straight to dinner. We did not even have any wine because we were just so tired.
I love to travel. Steve doesn't particularly like to travel. But cruising was the one thing that we enjoyed doing together.
We were in Rome for 2 days before, and we had been in Rome 30 years previously for our anniversary. We got some souvenirs from the Vatican, thought, well, that's what we need, and we're good. So we took a train ride from Rome to the boat.
He actually looked at me, he said to me, do I need to put on a suit jacket? And I said, oh no, it's just casual tonight. First night, we'll just go to dinner, you know? And so he went to dinner in a short sleeve shirt, his jeans, and Crocs. No, no suit jacket, which really would have came in handy had we have known.
That night, we barely got on the boat because we got back late from Rome. So we went straight to dinner. After dinner, we had made plans to go to a show and then go dancing afterwards.
My job when not performing was to have photographs taken with passengers, and this is where we dress in our carnival outfit, which is a very decorative Brazilian style outfit, and we would walk around the lounges, and any of the passengers who had seen us in the shows would ask us for photos with them. So we'd have a photographer and we'd stop and chat with them a while and have a photograph taken for them. So I had done 1 hour of my duty and I had an hour break. So I was up in passenger area wearing a cocktail dress, very glamorous with stilettos on. I had 1 more hour of photographs to go and I was feeling a little bit tired. So I went to the bar with 2 of my friends to have a coffee before I had to go back to work.
I was feeling a little feverish. We had had a long, long day in Rome. And after dinner, I went back to the cabin to do some reading and just relax.
When I got back to the stateroom, Benji was reading a book quietly. So I joined him. I took out the camera and we looked at all of the photos we took that day in Rome. We were just giggling and laughing about how silly we looked and how much fun we had. It was a really nice, quiet, intimate moment.
We had been looking through these pictures, and we did that for about 10 minutes, and then we heard this soft scraping noise from toward the back of the ship.
And then he looked at me and goes, that's not right. As we said that, the light flickered on and off. Wine bottles start to fall off the shelves.
I was talking with my friends when suddenly I was thrown back in my seat. The coffee spilled over the edge and into the saucer. And then it was like an earthquake. The entire vessel was shaking violently. And there was 30 seconds of just this violent shaking and this loud, deafening sound.
When it first happened, I remember saying that it's not a party till something spills because the waiter had dropped his tray.
A sudden stop where everything in the room flew.
We knew right away that something was wrong.
The passengers were all upright and looking at us as crew members and what our reaction was. So I jumped over the back of the seat and I peeled away the blind from the window, and directly behind the window was land. So my immediate reaction was, we've hit land, we're going to sink. And I decided that overreacting was better than underreacting. So I looked at the two dancers and I said, we should go back to our cabins, we should get changed and get our life jackets. And my plan was to go down 3 decks in order to take the corridor to our cabin at the very front of the ship. I stepped out onto the outer deck of the ship. I whipped off my stilettos because I was still in a cocktail dress and heels, and I began at a very steady pace running down the length of the ship. There was like a swarm of people. They were running into each other, they were running into walls. Some of them were just jumping over the banister. It was complete bedlam. And so I decided that other people were dangerous.
Coming up.
The ship kept leaning further and further to one side.
Tilting toward disaster.
Now there's conflict, there's confusion. What's really happening? And why won't they tell us?
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At this point over the system, we are hearing that there is nothing wrong, there is nothing to be concerned about, that it's an electrical fault that will be fixed very soon. When I heard the announcement to say that everything was fine and this was an electrical fault, I thought that that was a panic control method and that we were sinking.
Everything tilted to one side, and when the lights went back on, I looked for Steve. He was fine. He was kind of pinned between tables, but there was an old man and woman that didn't look like they were anybody with them, so I ran over to them, and I just had him hang on to the rail.
Please remain calm, and we'll keep you informed as we have more news to inform you. Thank you for your attention.
All of us knew that there was something terribly wrong because the boat had already been listing, and we all decided we're not going back to our rooms. We're going to a lifeboat right away. We hadn't gone through any emergency drills, so we didn't know which muster station was where we were supposed to go. We hadn't acclimated ourselves to the ship at all. We didn't even know where our room was. We hardly knew where the restaurant was or what floor we were on or anything. We just ran outside to find the nearest lifeboat.
Then as we proceeded out toward the exit sign, there was one staff member that we had to ask to get out of the way because he's in shock. He didn't respond to us. Then we proceeded out to the lifeboat at that time.
There were people from other cabins that were standing outside. The person that takes care of your room was coming around advising everyone that it was an electrical problem, to go back in your cabin and everything will be okay. By 10:30 in the evening, I went into the room and I went out into the balcony, and that's when I noticed that we were very close to land, about 700 to 1,000 yards, very close. At that point, I started thinking, this is not an electrical problem. There's something else that somehow, some way, we're not being told.
Signore e signori, attenzione prego. Signore e signori, attenzione prego.
We started hearing messages in Italian.
Sotto controllo, abbiamo avuto un problema tecnico ai generatori della nave.
I was having a hard time understanding.
Ai generatori un blackout.
I'm fluent in Spanish and English, but not Italian, and I was not able to make any sense of what was being said.
The ship kept leaning further and further to one side, and we started talking about, how could this really be an electrical fault? What's really happening, and why won't they tell us? When we first came out of the cabin, the ship was tilting enough that we could feel our center of gravity just off a little bit. It wasn't too difficult to walk yet, but we had to pay careful attention. It was like stepping on a crooked sidewalk tile. And the people in the hallway were running back and forth, shouting in Italian and French and German, and that helped contribute to the chaos and confusion. By the end of the night, the only way we could walk down any of the corridors was in the corner like this, because the ship had tilted over so far. So even just moving a short distance down the hall was really hard to do.
At some point, they announced that everything is not only okay, and also we should go back to our cabin. I was just wearing a really thin jacket in this January weather. So I said, maybe it's a good idea for me to run back to the room, you know, get my down jacket. So we were making our way back to our stateroom. And on the way back, we were stopped by another crew member who said, you are not allowed to go back to your room.
Well, now there's conflict, there's confusion. We're hearing different things from different people.
I suddenly realized that perhaps the crew members have no idea what's going on either.
I was actually talking with one of my friends who was becoming a little panicky, so I actually pulled her aside and actually pushed her into a room on her own, and I held her shoulders and actually shook her, and I said, we are sinking, you're going to need to swim.
Coming up, frantic calls to shore, but not from the ship, from the passengers. And
there were grown people that were pushing kids.
I knew that that was a death trap.
I decided that I needed to get into action.
When Dateline continues.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There was a gash some 160 feet long in the Costa Concordia's port side, and seawater poured through it. So much so, in fact, that the ship began to tilt. 2 out of 7 compartments, all designed to be watertight, were now flooded, which meant that if even one more was breached, the Costa Concordia would sink. But passengers on board had no idea what had happened or just how close they were to disaster.
After we attempted to go back to our room in vain, we stepped into the restaurant thinking that that's a good way to cross over to the other side and check things out, maybe to look for my relatives because I don't know where they are. My fear was that my relatives, who mostly spoke Chinese, had no idea what was going on. 10 steps into the restaurant, Benji and I looked at each other and we thought, this was a bad idea.
The tables had turned over. There was broken glass. There were knives, forks all over the floor. Wine and water had spilled everywhere. There was food on the floor. It was slippery.
There were people just sitting on the side crying. And I knew that that was a death trap. So at that moment, I looked at Benji and said, let's get out of here as fast as we can. And so we did. We ran, and we ran out of the other side of the restaurant.
And while we were in the restaurant, figuring out whether we could climb down to our cabin again, the ship pivoted so that when we came out on the other side, we were facing open water. So as far as we knew, we were out in the middle of the sea. And we could feel the ship sinking and sinking and sinking.
The night of the accident with the Concordia ship, we did not have the classic help message or mayday. In reality, the passengers had begun to call phones on land. When we found out about this at the Central Operating Center, we immediately called the Concordia, asking the captain how this happened.
Good evening, Costa Concordia. Do you have problems on board?
Affirmative. We have a blackout on board. We are checking the situation.
The information that they provided was so vague that it left doubts among anyone who has experience with the sea. The operating center in Livorno immediately triggered the rescue vessels. Knowing at that point that we were dealing with a cruise ship with 4,229 people on board, many patrol boats were sent from all over Italy.
We decided, let's grab our life jackets. Let's go down to where the boats are, and maybe there's something is being arranged to let people know. Once we got to where the boats were, that's when we saw the massive amount of people that were running around, screaming, looking for their relatives. And people react differently when they're afraid. There were grown people that were pushing kids, old people that they're not as active, and they were pushing them out of the way. And some people could have been pushed over the side. I mean, it was that chaotic.
I decided that I needed to get into action. So I went to my muster station, which is muster station 17 on deck 4, the front of the ship on the bow. And when I got there, there was absolutely no one else there. And again, this was kind of that feeling that maybe I was overreacting, but I absolutely did not believe that. We have messages on board that are coded, and they're only intended for the professionals that they're aimed at, and that's to avoid panic. One of the messages that I heard was for the doctor to be sent to the Milan restaurant, and it sounded like there were 2 passengers who were injured, probably from the impact. And I also heard a coded message for engineers to go to the engine room. And I also heard a coded message which said that we had flooding. And at this point, my superior walked past me and she said, your job is to entertain the passengers. So go back to your cabin and put on your costume and go back to the lounge and entertain people. So I told her that I was not going to be going back to the lounge and that I was keeping my life jacket on. How you can tell someone to go into a dangerous situation, I cannot comprehend. Passengers were actually congregating on the outer deck of the ship in front of lifeboats, and they weren't told to do that, but they were doing that of their own accord. And I actually saw the assistant cruise director walking towards them. She was telling them to take their life jackets off and go back to their cabins and wait for more information. Unbelievable. And at that point, I just completely ignored her, and she started shouting at me, and I put my back to her because I considered myself no longer working for the company.
Coming up, a rush to the lifeboats.
You gotta get off the ship.
Someone screamed out, "Women's and children first."
Up to this point, we were together. Now, she's on a lifeboat, and I'm still on a sinking ship.
When Dateline continues.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
knew that something was very seriously wrong with that boat.
There was chaos, there was screaming, people were running all over the place, and we just settled at the nearest lifeboat that we could with our American friends.
It seemed like it makes sense to get people off the boat as soon as possible. Since we didn't see any staff, we put everybody's life jackets on, and then we thought we would open up the lifeboat so we could help the people and get in the boat at that time. And that's when the staff member showed up out of nowhere and told us to take our jackets off.
There was an employee that came by, closed it up, and even took his life jacket off and said, "There's no problem, go back to your room, go back to your room." And we wouldn't go. But there were already a group of people, many people already around this lifeboat, waiting to, knowing that we got to get off the ship.
It was very cold. The wind was blowing. It was dark. The water's there, the boat is tilting. Everything is playing a part. I was starting to get worried. People are pushing towards the lifeboat, and they're moving slowly but surely, but they're moving into the boat. The people from the cruise couldn't hold them back anymore. So then everybody was on their own.
The next stop after we got out of the restaurant was the other side of the boat, at this point, the high side of the boat. We decided maybe this is time to get in line for a lifeboat because everyone was in line for a lifeboat. And we saw that every single lifeboat had a full line. So we just picked one, and we were at the very end of the line.
People were pushing shoulder to shoulder. They'd scoot their feet in front of your feet by just a little bit, wedging themselves in, and then, having gotten their feet in place, they'd scoot their shoulders in a little bit and just casually push themselves in front of you.
And I looked at Benji and I said, "Hey, Benji, I don't want to push. But if we don't push, we would be at the very end of the line, and that we might not get on the lifeboat, and that we might die, right?"
At about this time, we started to hear announcements, first in Italian. I remember hearing the word abbandonar il barco. I don't speak Italian, but I caught onto that word, which must mean abandon. And I thought, that's abandoned ship. We have to abandon ship. That's what it is.
And someone screamed out, "Women's and children first." And a crowd bursted into the lifeboat. I was told that I could go forward. They pushed me forward. I remember getting into the lifeboat. On my right and on my left were two grief-stricken women. They were crying uncontrollably. They were all screaming and crying for their husband. So I put my arms around them and I used my very limited German and my very limited Spanish and told them that everything is okay. And I kept looking at the entrance of the lifeboat, hoping that I would see Benji's face.
I kissed Emily and I said, as soon as all the women and children are on there, I'm gonna follow you onto that lifeboat. But she boarded the lifeboat, and some of the men didn't follow the convention. They pushed their way up, and by the time I was at the front of the line, the woman manning our muster station said that the lifeboat was full.
I was too scared to be scared. I was too scared to think about how scared I was. Because the next step is to think, I'm gonna die, he's gonna die, we're gonna be left behind, we won't see each other again.
This was a big moment for me because up to this point, we were together, we were a team. But now, she's on a lifeboat and I'm still on a sinking ship.
Coming up, into the lifeboats, but not out of danger.
We thought that boat was going to literally land on top of us.
I said, please, just get in touch with our kids and tell them we love them and tell them goodbye.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers it.
All right, it just did too.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I took the people that were with me, which was my companion, and there was another lady and her daughter, and we headed towards the boats that were being loaded by chaotic people. Everything was crazy, people screaming all over the place. Nobody knew what to do. There was a lot of confusion going on. The lady that I was with did not know how to swim. And also, I was told by the lady and her daughter that was with me that they didn't know how to swim. I had to develop a plan to get us off this boat quickly. I told them, you have to do what I tell you. If we need to jump off this ship, we'll jump off, and we will form a chain, and I will drag you into the rocks, and we will get off this boat. The water where we were, it might have been 50 to 75 feet in height. I do triathlons, mainly Ironman races. So that experience led me to believe that I could swim, 700 yards with 3 people dragging them. I could tell that they were in shock, they were afraid, and I kept letting them know that everything is going to be all right, relax, and do and listen to what I'm telling you. And they didn't say anything. They had their eyes glued on me.
About an hour after the boat hit, there was an overhead announcement, abandoned ship, and the people that had been waiting here now started clamoring to get on the boat, so we opened up the gate, and just to do that was a big deal because all these people wanted to get in, so they were clamoring around this gate, and the other American and I, we tried to hold back some of the crowd so that the little kids weren't going to get trampled.
People were screaming, people were crying. We were literally pushed into this lifeboat. Once we were in this lifeboat, it was so overcrowded with people that the crew was having a problem disengaging.
There was no staff at that time. We were just filling the boat up. And then some staff did show up. They started getting ready to drop it down to the water. There was well over twice as many people on the boat as there should be.
I kept saying, who is in charge? Who is counting? And there were clearly in just our little area on a few benches that we were near, I stopped counting at 50.
The capacity was 130 and it was well over 200, probably 260, probably twice as many. But the staff didn't take any interest in helping people on the boat.
But then it occurred to me that, who are you going to exclude? So that's why I shut up. Who's to say that they can't come on the boat? Of course, we wanted everybody on that boat. Everybody needed to get off the ship.
So we hit a lever, and the boat came away from the ship and just fell because there was so much weight in it. We didn't think the boat would hold, but it dropped real abruptly.
There was a free fall.
So that's the time when we thought that we might not make it at that time.
We started to come down unevenly. Not only coming down unevenly, but we were bouncing against the ship. I thought that we were going to go into the water. People were getting even more frantic, but luckily we were able to land in the water flatly, except at this point in time, we see that there's another boat that is coming in above us. That created more tension because we thought at that point in time that that boat was going to literally land on top of us. Luckily, the engine started and we were able to pull away.
I decided I need to be at my muster station because the ship was inclining to the right-hand side. After I'd taken the register or the roll call of my crew members, I was supposed to be relieved by my superior. However, my superior was an engineer, and he had just come up from the engine room. He was waist deep in water, and he was the last person to get out of the engine room before they shut the doors and sealed it. So when he made his way to supposedly relieve me, he was not in any fit state to do that job. He had nearly lost his life at this point. I tried to give him the register and he wouldn't take it. So at this point I was kind of promoted and I suddenly became chief of roll call. So I had to take charge of all of these people and their lives were in my hands.
We left without our phones, without our camera, without any ID, and I had talked to my children, our children, and that was the saddest and the scariest part, was that I thought maybe this might be our demise, and I hadn't said goodbye to my kids. One of the other Americans said that they had a phone, because I said, God, everything's gone, you know, and here he said, you can borrow my phone. Most of us have cell phones with our kids on our contact list. Their phone numbers hadn't been memorized, and so, and without our phone, I didn't know who to call, and so I called a girlfriend that I had had for 30 years, and her husband answered the phone, and I said, Vernon, we are on a lifeboat, and I don't know if we're gonna make it. And I said, could you just say goodbye to our kids? And he said, you're what? You're where? And I said, just listen to me. We are in Italy on a lifeboat being taken off a ship because it looks like it's going to sink. And please just get in touch with our kids and tell them we love them and tell them goodbye. That was the most horrifying part of it.
Coming up, a crew in crisis.
The passengers got their evacuation notice, but the crew did not, and they began to panic, and they were crushing one another.
The couple left behind.
That was a grim, grim moment. All the lifeboats are gone. Now what do we do?
When Dateline continues.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I didn't have any training for this. There was suddenly an absolute rush of crew members, and I think that their superiors in the restaurants, kitchens, in the gully, in the engine room, had told them to get out. And suddenly I had more people than I could handle. People were asking, shouting their names at me, they were panicking, and I was basically trying to keep order. I realized that we were actually tipping close to the water, and if we stayed there, our feet were going to get wet. I decided to rearrange my muster station on the other side of the ship, on the upside of the ship. And I decided that this was going to be safer so that we weren't actually falling into the sea. So I actually had people coming up to me and asking me if they could go on my life raft. But a life raft can only hold 35 people. And it got to the point where I was actually responsible for the whole deck.
Passengers got their evacuation notice, but the crew did not, and they began to panic because they thought they'd been left behind. There were 200 crew members, and they all began bottlenecking into the corridor, which was a small way, and they were crushing one another. They could have killed one another. I managed to reason with them, and I said, one at a time, we're going to go through, and we're going to make our way to safety. The problem was the way was impassable because the corridor was so wide. The ship had upturned and become effectively an elevator shaft. It was then that people began linking arms and legs and climbing down one another like a ladder.
So at this point, everybody decided, almost everybody, save two of us, decided to make their way back into the ship and try and find a lifeboat. I didn't think that going back inside of the ship was logical because it was almost like going into a coffin because you could get trapped inside.
I think the most terrifying moment was when Emily got onto the lifeboat and I was left behind, and I thought, I don't know if I can do this without her. She was, you know, she's my planning partner. She's, you know, we brainstorm these ideas together, and I didn't want to do it without her, and I felt alone and confused. So I told the crew member, no, I'm gonna get on this lifeboat. My wife is here. And so she let me onto the boat.
When Benji popped his head into the first lifeboat that we got in, I was screaming his name. Just screaming and screaming, Benji, Benji, Benji! So he saw me and he walked toward me.
So it was just more of a relief than I can even convey when I came onto the boat and I put my arms around her and I thought, finally, we're together. We're on the lifeboat, we're safe, and this is over. But it was not over. We're on the port side of the ship, which is the high side. As they try to lower it down to the water, it starts hitting against the side of the cruise ship. Sometimes it free falls for 3 feet, and then we suddenly get jerked into place.
I suddenly realized that they had no idea what was going on, and they did not know how to operate the lifeboat. They have never done this. And I remember looking down and thinking, if these people don't know what's gonna happen, and if something happens, we're gonna fall straight down, and we will die by hitting the deck. So that was the first moment that I felt fear, that I thought, we're gonna die.
This went on for about 10 minutes before they gave up and realized that they couldn't lower us down to the water. So they hoisted us back up to where we started and told us to get back out onto the ship. And that was a grim, grim moment.
One by one, we just slide off back into the sinking ship. And we looked at them and we said, what now? What do we do now? All of the lifeboats are gone. They just shrugged.
All the ideas are gone. All the lifeboats are gone. Now what do we do? And it was at this moment when we heard the voice of Emily's aunt calling out to us, Benji and Emily. We just couldn't have been more overjoyed at that moment to hear their voices and realize that the six of us were together again. As the ship was leaning so hard, the floor underneath us was slowly turning into a wall.
That means on the fourth deck with the railing in front of us, we were going to be trapped under these railing and not be able to ever climb out. And if the ship sank more, we would be trapped there until we die. We all actually had the same thought at the same time. We said, we must climb from the fourth deck to the third deck. Otherwise, we don't stand a chance. And we need to do it as fast as we can.
Coming up.
We took the whole rope and we threw it over the railing.
A lifeline fraught with danger.
I remember thinking, rappelling down the side of the ship that's slippery with just one rope and no help, I don't think I can do it.
When Dateline continues.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Since the first day of our marriage, Benji had been singing me a little song every day, an anniversary song. So on day 1, he sang a song, day 2, he sang a song, and he changed the lyrics around a little bit every day.
It started out as a joke. The day after our wedding, I sang her just a silly little improvised song.
It would be something like, today is the first day of our marriage. I'm so happy because I'm with you. Something like that.
We found a stairwell. We thought we could go from the 4th deck down to the 3rd deck on that stairwell. And it was like mountain climbing. We climbed hand over hand down the railing and had to hold each other by the wrists to secure each other as we're climbing. And it took us probably 5 minutes to climb down 1 flight of stairs. And when we got there, there was a pair of double doors that we tried to open, but they were stuck. So we had to climb back up, hand over hand, back up that stairwell, back up to the 4th deck where we started. We knew we wanted to be out on the side of the ship. So we started scrambling around looking for a rope. I don't know exactly where he found it, but Emily's Uncle John found a rope that was perfect. It was about 50 feet long. It was about 1/2 inch in diameter. We got this rope and tied it to the railing, just basically like that. But then to give us a way to climb down more easily, we made loops in the rope and then twisted those loops into knots like that to give ourselves something to hold on to. So we made a series of these loops, and once we had done that, probably 10 of these loops, we took the whole rope and we threw it over the railing, and then we climbed over the railing and started making our way down the loops.
The plan was that we should get as close to the waterline as possible, so when we have to jump, we would be close to the waterline.
We're looking out at the open water. We didn't know that we were close to land because the land was on the other side.
I remember thinking, rappelling down the side of the ship that's slippery with just 1 rope and no help, I don't think I can do it. We saw other people falling and slipping and breaking ankles, and in that situation, if you twist your ankles, you just might die.
As we're there, sitting on the railing where the rope is tied, saying goodbye to each other, I said that I have a song for you. 14 days might not seem like a long time for a marriage, but what if those 14 days could last the rest of your life? 14 days, 14 days. Happy anniversary.
There is not much else to say. Everything that needed to be said has been said.
An officer who had been on board for a week ran out onto the deck in an absolute panic. She was white, she was like a zombie, and she started spreading the panic, shouting, we have to go now, we have to run through here, we have to go. And half of the people believed her, and the people were crushing one another in absolute panic. So I actually shouted over her and I said, "On whose authority?" And she couldn't answer me because she was not thinking, she was in panic. Half of the crew members heard this and actually stopped what they were doing. And I said, if you're going to survive this, you have to do it as a team. You don't leave anybody behind. And you have to be aware that at this point, things were crashing around us. I was standing on a doorway, and it's very difficult to understand what that's like, but when your gravity is shifted, that the side becomes the bottom. So I was standing on a doorway, and the drop down into the water was severe. So I didn't have a clear jump because of the tilt. So we were effectively stranded where we were. I couldn't see any way I was going to make it off the ship safely. So I sat very still where I was. I was watching the water rise, and I thought to myself about what a wonderful start to my career I'd had and what an exciting life I had led so far. And all the things I was grateful for. I was grateful for my degree and my good schooling, and at that moment I absolutely made peace with the fact that I might die and that I had lived a very good life. And then I thought about my parents and what effect it would have on them if I didn't make it. And it was at that point that really my fire kicked in, and I was like, I can't let them down.
Coming up, her last best hope.
I felt my pocket and found the flashlight.
A flashing light and a frantic plea on Facebook.
I said, it's Friday the 13th. I'm Rose, as in Titanic, and our ship is sinking. Pray for us to be rescued.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
By this point now, the ship is tilting and sinking, and we can feel the clock ticking. So I climbed back up and got that rope and untied it from the 4th deck and tied it down onto the 3rd deck so that we could descend onto the exterior hull of the ship. Emily's aunt and uncle had actually brought with them a digital camera.
So my name is Emily Lau.
And I'm Benji Smith.
We are cruisers from Boston on board the Costa Concordia. Tonight, right after dinner, we felt a movement in the boat, like a tip on the boat, and I was a little bit scared, so I asked him, asked Benji, what is going on, and we didn't know. And then wine glasses start falling, TV start moving, things are shattering, and people were running around in the hallway.
So we made a series of quick videos, each of us just saying, my name is Benji Smith. I'm a passenger on the Costa Concordia. Today is January 13th. We are holding onto a rope on the port side of the ship. People were screaming. The lights flickered on and off. People ran from deck to deck with life preservers. There was no instruction on the PA system yet. We went to deck 4 because we knew that that's where the safety boats were. But when we got to deck 4, no one told us what to do. No one told us what the situation was or what had happened. We had felt so forgotten about. We had felt so abandoned. We wanted someone to know that we had been left behind. And after we did that, we put the camera away, and there was a helicopter passing overhead, shining a light down us. We waved at the helicopter, but no one seemed to be rescuing us. We waited for half an hour and then an hour, and we didn't know why they didn't come for us.
And then after a while, there were 5 to 10 different lifeboats that left, that seemed to be coming back to get us. So we were so excited. We said, oh my God, finally, we're not gonna die. Everything's gonna be okay. And they don't approach. None of them came close. So later we realized that the water were too choppy for them to come close and not crash us and themselves.
I was in a position where I was able to see the bridge, and I glanced every few minutes back up at the bridge to see if there was any indication of what was happening from seeing officers up there. And actually it was quite quickly that there was nobody there, and there was just the emergency light left on, just the red light. And I think once I saw that there were no officers, that we really had been abandoned.
So approximately 2 hours after we were on the hull, the bottom of the hull, finally one rescue boat successfully come close enough. It is a rescue boat with a very small hole, around 2.5 feet to 3 feet wide, that you have to jump into in order to get rescued. 2 men were manning both sides of the hole, just looking at us saying, jump, jump.
The water was choppy, and their boat was crashing into the ship. It's bobbing up and down. And from where we're at, the lifeboat is about 6 feet below us. If someone didn't calculate their jump carefully, they could have gotten their legs crushed in between these two boats crashing into each other.
And I saw the top of the boat, and I thought, can I land on the top of a boat 6 feet to 8 feet away? I think I can do that. I just counted in my head, 1, 2, 3, boom, and I just jumped on the top of the boat.
I can just still hear the sound of that crunching noise when I imagine jumping onto that lifeboat.
This horrible sound, people can easily break their legs if they don't sit down. We saw the dining room of this boat is completely trashed with glass everywhere.
When that boat left, we could see the blinking lights on the life jacket of the people who were still on the ship. And I remember thinking, I don't know when those people will get off.
We're talking about the early hours of the morning now, and I could see a Coast Guard boat which was circling our ship, but it couldn't see us. So that became very obvious when they kept circling, and they were never making any note that anyone else was left on the ship, and we really felt alone. Also, there were helicopters going overhead, and so this made it seem like they were looking for people, but again, they never stopped or hovered over us. And I actually thought that if the water would rise slowly enough, we might make it to sunrise. And as a very amateur, rough guide to how quickly it was rising, I was looking at my watch, and about every 15 minutes I was trying to measure the angle of the mast against the water. So what I was interested in is whether it was speeding up, because I wanted to know how quickly we would sink. So in my belief, we were going to completely sink to the bottom of the ocean. At this point, when we feel completely alone and left for dead, basically, the activity of the boat started to reduce. So we decided that we needed to find light in order to be seen. There was a Coast Guard ship in the front of the ship, and there were helicopters overhead. And it was at this point, in desperation, that I felt my pocket and found the flashlight. However, it was broken. So I reconnected the wires and got the flashlight to work. And I was flashing it out to the Coast Guard boat and trying to get their attention. So the Coast Guard boat put the lights on us, and then they moved the light up to the helicopters above to signal where we were and back down to us. The problem with where we were was that the metal of the ship was acting as an overhang, so the helicopter couldn't find us with their searchlights or their heat cameras, but then they flew away. So I asked the Indonesian crew member if I could borrow his phone, and he told me there was no signal and the battery was about to die. It was on red. So I tried to log into Skype and he had no credit, so I logged into Facebook. And I tried to write a private message and it wouldn't send. I tried to write on my father's wall and that wouldn't post. So I ended up doing a status update with a photograph and basically calling in to all of my friends to help. I basically made a joke. I said, it's Friday the 13th. I'm Rose, as in Titanic, and our ship is sinking. Pray for us to be rescued.
Coming up, will her prayers be answered? How much time was left? And on shore, heartbreak.
People would come up looking for
family.
And anger.
I heard someone here talking on the phone with a reporter saying, everything is fine. And I said, no, 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 that is not what's happening.
When Dateline continues.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I can tell you that while we were on that lifeboat, I know that I grabbed my neighbor's hand and we started saying the Lord's Prayer. Once we hit the water, all we wanted to do was get to land. And I look back at that boat, was Titanic. It looked exactly like that, with the ship listing and the lights, part of them on, part of them off, people stranded on the ship. As we were looking back at the ship, there was a life jacket floating in the water, hitting against the rocks, and we had wondered, you know, if that person had made it to shore or not. It was sad.
The Costa Concordia rescue operation was growing more urgent by the minute. Those still stranded were desperate to reach the shore, a sleepy island called Giglio, now jolted awake by the chaos.
I live in the house up there, right in front of the Costa Concordia. And that time, I was eating when at a certain point, I saw the ship tipped over. I saw people start to jump into the water. I immediately took my boat, and I started to go and start to help. I picked up a few people. There was a dead one. He was floating. I pulled him out, put him on the pier. There were so many of them, 4,000 people. There was no time to look at anyone. The people I saw were the ones that I later opened my home to, turned on the heat, and everyone, the families and little children, all of Giglio. We welcomed these families in our homes and gave them blankets, food.
Once we got on the land, it was dark and cold, and we heard that there was people on the island helping passengers.
The police were there, the Italian army was there. They had set up different tents where we had to go through to get either food or clothing or medical attention. The people on the island were very gracious, very helpful, very open. They opened their houses, they opened their lives to us.
So we just followed the crowd, and we just, there was a church that was nearby.
I opened the door, and outside there were already people on the land with life jackets, with windbreakers, who were waiting. And when they saw that I had opened the door, silently, very calmly, very orderly, they came into the church and they sat in the pews. They came into the church. In the beginning, the young ones with babies came in, wearing very light clothing. It was cold and it was humid. There were all these people, all these kids wearing shorts, T-shirts.
So we kind of went off to the side, got up to the front of the church and went off to a side to find a place to kind of sit down.
They were asking questions in all the languages of the world, and I didn't know, I didn't understand. And when I did understand, I didn't know how to answer because
a little English, just a little English.
We still didn't know exactly where we were. We figured we were in Italy, but we didn't know it was an island.
Qualcuno che mi poteva fare translate.
I asked if there was someone who could translate for me, and nobody wanted to do it. So I had to do it in Italian. So I said, "We are on Giglio Island, and we're trying to do our best to help you. Please be patient. The worst is over."
Il peggio è passato.
We're sitting on one of our life jackets, and then had one over him because he was the one that was in the short sleeve shirt. So, and at some point I grabbed the altar cloth and from this church, and with no disrespect intended, but I thought that Steve needed it and that the Lord would understand. So I just grabbed it and put it around Steve. We all huddled underneath it, actually, just to keep warm through the night.
And it's cold and everybody's kind of quiet because there wasn't much to do. But they had a little microphone in the front and people would come up looking for
family. Yeah. It tears at your heart to see somebody go to the microphone and ask if they've seen their loved one.
E poi a un certo punto ho visto alcune ragazze.
I saw a few guys with blue jackets with the word Costa written on the chest. So I asked them what had happened. And their response was, "We're evacuating the ship because the ship is sinking."
La nave sta affondando. In quel momento
I felt like I was frozen inside. That night, a remarkable thing happened at Giglio Island. A situation that could be compared to the apocalypse. We had the pressure of how to host all these people at a time in which only 900, 950 people lived. So about 4 times the number of people who normally live on the island were pouring onto the island.
It was 3 o'clock in the morning when we got to this dock. Our lifeboat docked here, and we didn't know where we were, but we hoped that there was some sign of where to go.
I was looking around for emergency personnel or crew members to give us some directions, but we couldn't find any.
At this point, we didn't know that anyone had died. We didn't learn that until probably a day later.
One of the things I remember walking around the Broadwalk here in Giglio was a housekeeper just walking around like a zombie, and she was saying, "Housekeeping, housekeeping." And I knew she was looking for her colleagues. She was looking for her friends, and she couldn't find them. And the voice and the look on her face was just
This is haunting, just haunting. We followed the crowd up the hill, past the church, to a little hotel called the Hotel Bahamas.
We walked through the door of the hotel, and then we immediately found a spot right here where we could put down our life jackets and sat. And suddenly I heard someone here talking on the phone with a reporter of some kind saying, everything is fine, Costa is taking care of all of the passengers and everything is peaceful and we know exactly what's happening. And this is when a switch just flipped in my head and I said, no, 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 this is not how the story is gonna go down. I'm going to take control of the story. So I grabbed her phone and started speaking to the phone. I said, that is not what's happening.
There was no control. There were no one to tell us what to do. There were no announcement of any sort. It was just utter madness. People were falling because the ship was actually sinking quite fast.
All is not well. We're not taken care of. There were no police, no help, no government, no Costa representatives helping us like she was talking about.
It was just heartbreaking to see that there were people who got left behind because we knew what it was like to get left behind.
Coming up.
It was a sheer drop into the water. All my adrenaline was going. It was suddenly as if there was hope again.
Dancer Rose Metcalf makes her escape when Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
So at about 3 a.m., I decided that we needed to be on higher level in order for the helicopter to be able to get us. There was no way they could get to us where we were. We maneuvered ourselves by crawling, by throwing one another across chasms. And to do this, I had to use my fingertips, and my body was swinging as a free weight underneath and actually climb window frames. And this could have been perilous. It was a sheer drop into the water with the metal of the ship underneath. So all my adrenaline was going. And thank goodness I grew up as a tom girl climbing trees, so I was actually very well practiced at this. We had made our way to higher ground, so the helicopter came back to us, and it was suddenly as if there was hope again, and that all the fighting and for survival had paid off. And the rescuer came down on a zip line, and the gentleman decided that I should go first as the only woman, and they put a horseshoe under very loosely around me, and the rescuer clamped his legs around my waist, and I held onto the zip line. And he said to me, "You have to keep your head in, because if you hit the metal, it will kill you." But he was saying this in Italian, so I could only half understand. So as I was clinging on and he zipped wired up, he had to kick away from the ship to swing out around the metal and then up into the helicopter. We get it into the helicopter, and he pushes me back, unhooks me, and signals to go. And I said, no, there's 4 more. And I made him go down and get every single person that was there. At that point, we were flown to a military base in Tuscany, and I was questioned by the commander of the base in order to coordinate the rescue. And the reason for this was that I had heard people banging inside the ship that we couldn't get to. So they needed to know, in this very dangerous situation, where these people were that needed rescuing. I was quizzed by the commander for so long, and I wasn't able to use a phone to ring home. So he actually gave me his personal phone to ring back to the United Kingdom, and my dad was waiting by the phone, waiting for a call from my mum, who was on holiday, and he missed the phone by 1 ring, and it went to voicemail. So I left him a voicemail to say that I was fine, so obviously that set off alarm bells to him, and that our ship had sank, and that he needed to call my mum, let her know that I was okay, and that he needed to alert the world to what was happening, because there were international passengers that needed help. So he went around and phoned all of the news agencies and got it on the news within the hour. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach my mum, who had left her phone on holiday, so she didn't see what had happened until she was in Heathrow in London, coming through the airport, when my little brother looked up, pointed to the screen and said, "That's Rose's ship." So my mum had an absolute heart attack, so she was very traumatized by what happened, and she actually found out I was alive through the news. She saw me on the television, and that's how she knew I was alive.
But 32 others were not so lucky. Some perished while still trapped inside the ship. Others were overcome by the elements after jumping into the sea. For the 6 survivors we spoke to, their survival left a nagging question. Why were they among those who had escaped? In search of an answer, Benji Smith and Emily Lau returned to Giglio Island 2 years later to face the ghosts that haunted them still, the remains of the Costa Concordia.
I'm either nervous or seasick.
I think probably more than anything else, coming here, I wanted to satisfy a curiosity. The shipwreck isn't such a dominant force in our daily lives. I kind of wanted to test that, to see, like, are we really as well as we believe we are? I really want to see it, but it's a very weird feeling.
Oh my God.
That is just unbelievable. You actually can't see any of the deck where we climbed down because it's all underwater.
I come to Giglio wanting to see what Giglio is actually like. And I want to see the impact of the shipwreck.
We really wanted to come back and go to the Hotel Bahamas and see the innkeeper and give him a hug and thank him again.
And you know, he was the person who gave us a place for a few hours, who took care of us, and he gave us a hug. He let us call our family. And it's very emotional in that moment where you felt completely abandoned and you want to be angry at the world. And the world says, you know what? Not all of us are bad. Someone's nice, too.
Do you remember walking along on all of the railings, like right up on the top deck there? Walking along, holding onto the railing, holding hands.
Yeah.
And then this, I think the top level here, this is where there's a restaurant, and that's where the spa was.
I was expecting this to be bigger, but since half of it is in the water, it just, I don't know, it looks really sad. When I saw the Costa Concordia sitting powerless in the water, looking so small, I actually felt a sense of misplaced anger. I don't know how to feel about this anymore. I was expecting it to be bigger. I was expecting me to feel more powerless, but in front of it now I kind of feel nothing.
Since the accident, I've emigrated to America and I'm trying to find my feet again in my career. It's a challenge every single day to try and find myself again. I felt like I lost who I was because of that shipwreck. It's changed a lot of aspects of my life and brought out strengths in me that I didn't know I had and weaknesses in me that I have to deal with. I had a dream job and I was set to have a brilliant career as a performer, and I have barely been dancing since this incident. I've had nightmares nearly every night since the shipwreck. I'm still suffering every day.
From time to time, I wake up in the middle of the night and I see myself on that boat, still trying to get out. I still dream about it. It's something that I will never, ever forget as long as I live. There is no closure to that nightmare. I don't know what happens. I don't know if I'm able to swim to shore or if I don't make it. I look at trying to live every day to the fullest. I was able to see my granddaughter born. And I appreciate my family more today than before.
The disaster changed me in that I ended up quitting my job. A job that I dearly loved, and I think that was a result of my reaction to the disaster. I think I do still have some unresolved issues.
As a physician, especially the first few months, every patient wanted me to discuss what happened on the boat. You know, we both went to counseling after, and you know, you talk to these psychiatrists and you start weeping. You know, and I'm not, I don't do that ever, you know. We don't want people to forget 32 people died, and nobody should have died on that boat.
When we first started telling our story to journalists, we did it because we really felt like it was important. It was important for future cruisers. It was important for safety. About 4 months after the shipwreck, I started working on a book and worked on it for about a year. And I wanted to share that story with others because everybody's been through some kind of catastrophe. You know, not everyone got off of a sinking ship, but everybody had something that happened to them. And by taking this story into my own hands and writing a book, it made it possible to regain control over my own destiny in a certain way.
Benji is a writer, and I'm really not. My medium is music. And somehow the shipwreck gave me focus. During the evacuation, I told myself, if I don't die, I'm not gonna be scared anymore. And so I decided not to be scared anymore. And I wrote an album of original music. I wrote it to express the feeling of pain from feeling guilty, being alive, feeling angry at being abandoned, feeling sad for seeing other people suffer. Our experience is telling a longer and deeper story than just the evacuation, than just the shipwreck. Right now, when I have dreams, they're just about the future. We're no longer just trapped in the past. Somehow, I think the whole ordeal also gave us some motivation to do more in our lives, you know, to give us some mission. I no longer dream about the Costa Concordia at all.
The captain of the Concordia, Francesco Schettino, was found guilty of a number of charges, including manslaughter and abandoning ship. An Italian court sentenced him to 16 years in prison. He insisted he was innocent and said he saved lives by steering the ship into shallow waters. He also said he didn't abandon the ship, he just slipped and fell into a lifeboat. As for the ship itself, it was eventually dry docked in Genoa, where it was torn apart for salvage. That's all for this edition of Dateline. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for watching.
He wasn't my biological child, but my heart, you can't tell that to my heart. I love that boy. It's not fair that he was taken from his children or from his family.
Jesse fell for Vince, a man in uniform, holding the fort during his long deployments.
My hat goes off to all military wives. It's not easy.
It's not. She was a good mom. She loved the kids.
Reunited at last, they celebrated. Then, on the drive home,
There was a car there, stranded.
Vince tells his wife that he's going to go check on him.
I heard 2, 3 popping pills.
He was laying there with what appeared to be several gunshot wounds to the head.
her husband, a father of 5, dead. No one could understand it.
The type of person that he was, I don't think he ever had an enemy.
Or did he?
He said we are now in debt to bad people.
We knew that there was another person that needed to be looked at.
A winding investigation leading deep into the dark.
This sounds like a love triangle.
I believe it was.
It's horrific. Brutal.
I was like, why? Are you kidding me?
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Andrea Canning with Evil Was Waiting.
Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Cornfields, picket fences, and patriotism. Just to the south is Fort Campbell, home to more than 13,000 Army soldiers and their families. After facing danger all over the world, soldiers return to a collective sigh of relief. After all, bad things aren't supposed to happen here. But when one young sergeant returned from a tour in Afghanistan, he had no idea the enemy would be much closer to home.
My husband got out to see if some guy needed help.
Multiple gunshots to his face and head.
He had only been back from fighting in the war for such a short period of time. It was tragic.
My heart sunk.
Sergeant Vincent Goslin Jr., a 28-year-old father of 5, had served in the Army for 7 years as a quartermaster and mechanic. Did Vince ever express to you what it meant to him to serve his country?
He absolutely loved it.
Tim Hamilton is Vince's cousin, but as he explains it, they were much more than that. Were you kind of like a big brother to Vince?
Yeah, with him it was, I don't know how, we had a bond. He had an outgoing personality. He had this crazy little grin. You always knew when he was doing something mischievous.
And Tim recalls the mischief he and Vince got into growing up in a small Michigan town called Cadillac.
We'd go play in the creeks, go fishing. We actually built a raft out of old barrels that we threw in the water and tied sticks to it, and never floated, but...
Sounds like Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah.
But Vince's childhood story wasn't always so idyllic.
Vince's mom left at 8 months old, so he was raised with his dad. I think his dad was married 6 times, and so that was a little tough on him.
Janet Madison considered herself Vince's surrogate mom. She says growing up, he spent a lot of time at her house. Her son was Vince's best friend.
He was just like one of the other boys. He was always there. They did everything together.
It seems like you two had quite a connection,
We
you and
did.
Vince. What was that all about?
I think a lot of it was I never judged him. Vince was, he was the purest tattooed kid, the droopy pants, the spiked hair, and I just treated him just like me and you.
And then one day, he came to her with some life-changing news. Was he scared, finding out he was going to be a dad?
He probably was scared, but he was afraid that I would be mad at him. And I wasn't mad at him.
Vince had 2 sons from 2 relationships by the time he was 18. But Janet says he only ever saw them as blessings. How was Vince as a dad?
He was awesome. He changed that diaper. He'd clean up that puke. He didn't care. His kids were his world.
Then someone else entered his world, a hometown girl named Jessie Hull.
Vince loved Jessie unconditional, and you could see it. He was happy. He loved her.
And Janet says he started to settle down, moved in with Jessie's family, and quickly bonded with her dad, a Vietnam vet. He was the one who suggested the military might be a good way for Vince to get on the straight and narrow. So Vince joined the Army in 2005. He was 21 years old. This is a boy who's gone from baggy pants and spiky hair to now he's going to have the military cut and the uniform.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like a 180 for Vince.
That is a 180. It's what he needed.
You must have been really proud of him for making that step.
I was always proud of him. I'm still proud of him.
With Vince's career heading in the right direction, he took another big step and popped the question. Jesse said yes.
There was a connection between them two that they loved each other to death. You know, they would argue, and I think they actually just argued just so they could make up.
Well, some people say that's the best part.
It is.
After the wedding, kids soon followed for the happy couple. 2 girls and a boy. As a sergeant in the Army, Vince spent a lot of time overseas, so it was up to Jessie to handle the home front and take care of the kids on her own.
It's not easy having a husband who's away. It takes someone special to be able to endure that and get through that.
Tim says somehow Jessie and Vince made it work.
When we'd see him and Jessie and them as a family, they looked like a great family.
By 2012, Vince and Jessie had been married for 6 years. Despite some bumps, Tim thought life was good for Vince and his family. But shortly after returning from Afghanistan, Vince's second tour there, Tim got an unsettling call from him.
The sound of his voice, it was, if something happens, I wanted you to know what's going on, but he wouldn't tell me anything.
A few days later, on February 3rd, Vince and Jessie went out to dinner to celebrate his safe return at a place called O'Charlie's. They started driving home, back to the base, then turned off the main drag onto this dark and winding road, Fidelia Road, where evil was waiting.
I don't know where my husband is.
Coming up, a wife's harrowing tale.
I just got on the side of the road. My husband got out to see if some guy needed help.
Soon after, another driver makes an alarming discovery.
I stopped and I tried yelling at him to see if he was awake, alert, something.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was a moonless February night in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, around 8 p.m. when a frantic call came into 911.
911. Yes. I just got on the side of the road. My husband got out to see if some guy needed help.
Jessie Goslin told the operator that her husband, Sergeant Vincent Goslin, had been shot when he tried to help a motorist stranded on the side of the road. Jessie was hysterical.
Listen to me. Listen. I can't understand a word you're saying. You're going to have to calm down and talk to me.
As she tried to calm down, Jessie told the operator after being shot, Vince came back to their car but was unable to get in because a man was pulling him back.
My husband tried getting in the vehicle. He couldn't get in the vehicle. He screamed for me to go.
Jessie says she drove away from the scene as her husband had instructed. Minutes later, another 911 call came in.
There's a guy that's been killed who's dead down the road from my house.
This is the man who made the call. Walter Ferguson said he was getting ready to visit his cousin when he heard the gunshots.
Living around here, we hear a lot of gunshots, so I didn't think nothing of it. I got in my truck, started to come down the road. As soon as I crossed the hill, I saw the truck's lights came on, and he just bolted off.
So what did you do when you saw this truck?
Well, I went and turned around, and as I came back around, I made sure my high beams were on. I ended up seeing his body.
There, on the side of the road, Walter spotted a man lying face down in the dirt.
So I stopped, and I tried yelling at him and talking to him to see if he was awake, alert, something. And I started looking for my phone. I didn't have it on me, so I had to end up zooming back to the house to call 911.
Christian County Detective Ed Stokes raced to the scene.
We were just notified that there had been a shooting on Fidelio Road and one male possibly deceased.
Tell us what you see when you arrive here at the scene.
The first thing that I noticed was Sergeant Goslin's body laying here in the gravel with a large amount of blood around the body.
Could you tell if he had been shot?
We found what appeared to be gunshot wounds to the head, and the shell casings laying near the body inside the crime scene backed up the thought that he was shot.
You say he was shot in the head?
Correct.
And the face?
Correct.
Was this personal?
It's personal to me because that person that shot him 9 times wanted him dead.
While Detective Stokes worked the crime scene about a quarter of a mile down the road, deputies were talking to Jessie.
She was hysterical, crying, almost sometimes where you couldn't even understand what she was saying.
There's Jessie on her knees, collapsed on the side of the road.
This was a wife who had clearly been through a traumatic situation.
She had just watched her husband get shot multiple times, yes.
Detectives took Jessie back to the station to get her statement. Her stomach, it seemed, couldn't take the horror she'd just witnessed.
Oh, baby, sick.
Well, let me go grab this for you something.
By now, Lynn Pryor, Christian County Commonwealth's attorney at the time, had been notified.
What did you think when you heard that a soldier from Fort Campbell has been gunned down? He's barely been home from his tour of duty.
It hurt. We take a great pride in having Fort Campbell as part of our community. The fact that our soldiers protect us every day, and we wanted to make sure that we got justice for him.
Was Jessie able to describe the person who shot her husband?
She initially described him as a black man, and I believe that's pretty basically all the description she was being able to give.
Jessie also described the killer's car.
What kind of car?
An old one of the big ones.
color was it?
I don't know, like a reddish, brownish color.
It wasn't much for police to go on. And to make it even more difficult, the eyewitness, Walter Ferguson, had seen something different.
Describe the truck that you saw speeding off.
As he passed me, I could see that it was like a white truck, and I saw the 4x4 on it, but that was about as much as I could see on it.
So the witness had seen a white truck, and Jessie said she saw a reddish-brown car. Investigators had a lot to sort out. A murdered soldier, a distraught wife, an unknown motive, and a giant secret about to be discovered.
Coming up.
He had told me that he had bought a large quantity of methamphetamines. He said we are now in debt to bad people.
If this story checks out, that's pretty serious.
If we could prove that, yes.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
you gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
this case a top priority? You have an American soldier gunned down and a shooter on the loose.
Every detective we had was working this case.
Did you worry about the safety of others?
At first, it's always a thought through our mind, is this a, serial killer? Because we have no motive yet. So yes, it was very important.
Back at the Christian County Sheriff's Department, 25-year-old Jessie Goslin continued to speak to detectives. She was emotionally and physically distraught.
Yeah, smart.
And she kept asking about her husband. Jessie still hadn't been told if he was dead or alive.
Start feeling better?
Not really.
Is there anything you need?
No.
Okay. Okay, you just sit there and
I
relax.
want my mommy.
Finally, the detective came back and broke the news about Vince.
He was pronounced dead at the scene. I'm really sorry for your loss.
The tragic news of Vince's murder spread fast throughout the base and to family members. Janet, Vince's surrogate mother, got a call from Jessie's mom.
And she said, Janet, there's been an accident. Vince has been shot. And I was devastated. I was like, what? What? What do you mean he's been shot?
Vince's cousin Tim immediately left his home in Virginia and traveled to Kentucky, still in disbelief.
How can he survive 2 times in Afghanistan and come home to be shot by some worthless thug that didn't even know him?
You must have felt so horrible for Jessie and for the kids.
Absolutely. I must have called her at least 50 times, trying to figure out what's going on and be there for her and the kids.
By now, Jessie had left the Christian County Sheriff's Department and headed home.
She's picked up by a friend, taken back to her house on Fort Campbell.
The day after the murder, local police and agents from Fort Campbell were canvassing the Goslins' neighborhood.
This is now a mix of Army investigators and local investigators.
It is.
They knocked on the door of Kay and William Ray, the couple who lived next door to the Goslins. What they had to say was so compelling, they asked them to immediately come in for an interview.
You said you had some information about something that Miss Goslin had told you pertaining to some trouble her husband was in?
And somehow or another got involved with a drug dealer. At least $20,000 of meth. And got jumped and stole away from him. Well, being that happened, these guys were supposedly after him for the money.
The Rays explained to the investigators Jessie had told them about the drug dealers weeks before the murder.
She seemed worried at all about what was going on?
She's been on pins and needles ever since this has happened.
Okay.
She's been scared. She's scared for her life and her children's.
Okay. Did they ever say who these people were or where these people were from? Or
never said a word about that right there.
Later that day, Detective Stokes says Kay Ray convinced Jessie she should talk to military investigators, tell them what she told local police. It turned out to be a fateful decision.
Jessie gets in with the friend and they go to CID headquarters.
With Kay Ray sitting next to her for support, Jessie gave a detailed explanation about why she turned down that deserted road. She said as they were driving home, she was at the wheel and she started to feel sick. Vince suggested they pull over.
And he said, there's a road, turn down it. I turned down the road. He told me to drive until there was a spot we could pull off.
She said that's when they saw the vehicle with the hood up and Vince got out to help. Not long after, she heard gunshots.
And I heard like 2, maybe 3, like popping sounds. And my husband had rounded the edge of the passenger side of the vehicle. He was trying to get in. And the guy was behind him and he kept pulling him back out. And he was hitting him. All my husband kept saying was, go drive, go get out of here.
She described a chaotic scene with a random motorist. But then investigators asked her about Vince's involvement with those drug dealers, suggesting perhaps it wasn't so random after all. Jessie told them what she knew.
He had told me that he had bought a large quantity of methamphetamines. He said we are now in debt to people, to bad people, about $20,000.
We had to check into his drug usage, if we could find anything out from friends, family, if he was using or even dealing drugs.
If this story checks out, I mean, that's pretty serious.
If we could prove that, yes.
While Jessie did her best to give the investigators leads, police working the case in the field got a new lead of their own, and it sent them in a very different direction.
Coming up, did Vince's killer threaten Jessie too?
She was getting text messages from this man?
That's what she indicated, yes. And that he would kill her and her children if she didn't comply with what he was telling her to do.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
One day after the murder of Sergeant Vince Goslin, the investigation was unfolding fast. In the field, detectives were gathering evidence and talking to witnesses. And at Fort Campbell, the interview rooms were filling up.
I'm not talking about what you thought might happen.
In one of those rooms, Jesse Goslin.
When you have drug dealers that are after you, you never know what the hell's gonna happen.
Jesse had given law enforcement a possible motive for her husband's murder. She said Vince owed money to drug dealers, a lot of money.
Do you know where the drug dealers were?
No, I don't.
Prosecutor Pryor was getting regular phone updates about all the witness interviews, but to her, Jesse's was the most important. Jesse gave police a key new detail. She said on the night of the murder, one of those drug dealers contacted her.
Did you have to talk to the drug dealers directly?
She was getting text messages from this man?
That's what she indicated, yes. And that he would do harm or kill her and her family, her children, if she didn't comply with what he was telling her to do.
That's when Jesse admitted she didn't drive down Fidelia Road because she was feeling sick.
I got a text that told me to turn on the road.
What did the text say? Turn on this road or turn on the next road? What did it say exactly?
It told me to turn on the road after the stoplight. If you're not, your whole family's dead.
She said she felt she had no choice but to go through with what the man said, even though she suspected something bad was about to happen.
I kind of figured it is. Where you down here and you're going to address me.
As Jesse's interview on Fort Campbell headed into its second hour, sheriff's detectives across town were working on tracking down the truck seen leaving the murder scene, figuring if they could find the truck, they would find the killer.
I heard about 3 or 4 shots.
Walter Ferguson, the witness who had described seeing a white-colored 4x4 truck speeding down the road, gave police more distinctive descriptions about the vehicle.
The headlights were higher than my hood, so they were like in my eyes.
Okay, so kind of lifted.
Yeah.
Was it loud? Was it?
It was like very loud.
Detectives quickly found neighbors who told them they'd seen a truck just like that many times in the neighborhood. They searched DMV records and found the truck. It was registered to a former soldier who had lived on base at Fort Campbell, 24-year-old Jared Long.
Jared Long was very much a person of interest at that point.
But he's not on base anymore.
No.
Where is he?
We didn't know.
So Detective Stokes says law enforcement immediately got busy trying to find him.
We actually put an attempt to locate out all surrounding states and counties from here to Colorado, where he was from. And in fact, he was stopped by a trooper in Colorado.
He must have really hightailed it out of Kentucky to get to Colorado that fast.
Quick.
When he was pulled over, was he driving a raised white truck?
He was in a light gray Dodge pickup truck that was lifted with large tires and loud exhaust, matching the description of our witness.
So you're thinking you might have your man here?
Yes.
He might have thought he had his man, but police decided the fact that Jared's truck matched the description of the eyewitness wasn't enough to arrest him.
They stalled as long as they could, I think, and ultimately had to let him go.
That's potential evidence driving away. Who knows what's in that truck, what's on his clothes? I mean, it could all be destroyed.
That was all evidence, potential evidence that we wanted to get our hands on and had no ability to do so at that time.
That's tough.
Very tough.
But detectives pressed on, and while trying to figure out who Jared Long was and why he would want Vince dead, they uncovered new information about their main witness, Jesse.
Coming up, Jesse's neighbors reveal that they too had seen Jared's truck outside Jesse's house.
How often would you see that vehicle there over that period of time while Vincent was deployed?
Maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
At Fort Campbell, Jessie Goslin was talking to a military investigator, giving possible clues about her husband's killer. Meanwhile, Detective Stokes and others from the Christian County Sheriff's Department thought they were onto something. They believed they'd located the truck from the crime scene and knew the name of the driver, Jared Long. Now, they needed to know why he would be involved in Vince's murder.
Our unit's detectives, along with the CID agents from Fort Campbell, did a neighborhood canvass on post.
And what they discovered was a bombshell. Neighbors said they'd seen Jared's truck, not just in the area, but parked in Jesse's driveway. Kay Ray lived next door.
I would see him driving the truck with her and the 3 kids. I would see her driving the truck with the 3 kids.
And what she said next really got the investigators' attention.
How often on a weekly basis would you see that vehicle there over that period of time while Vincent was deployed?
Maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
As you looked deeper into this potential relationship between Jared and Jesse, how serious was it?
From what we could gather, they lived together on base, and if Sergeant Goslin came home for any reason, then Jared Long would leave for a couple of days while he was here.
It was stunning. Stokes was now convinced Jessie was not the devoted Army wife she seemed to be. Instead, she was at the center of a deadly love triangle.
Both men in love with Jesse.
Correct.
Jesse in love with one man?
I believe so.
To the detective, evidence that Jared and Jesse were a couple was piling up. Like when police ran the plates of the car Jesse was driving the night of the murder.
They came back to Jesse Goslin and Jared Long.
They owned a car together. By now, police had had enough of Jesse's shifting stories and confronted her with what they knew.
Jesse, we know there wasn't a black guy. No, we know there was Jared. We know that his truck was there.
It was
Everything
not,
that witnesses said has been true.
No.
Yeah, very true.
No.
He told her they knew all about her romantic relationship with Jared. Jesse admitted she and Jared hung out together, but continued to deny there was anything sexual between them.
She said they were friends, and he stayed there on the couch, and that was it.
Jesse did admit she and Vince were going through a tough time, but she claimed they were working things out.
I've always reassured Vince that I'm not just gonna walk away from you.
Yeah.
I'm not that person. I'm not gonna leave you. We were planning on doing marriage counseling. He actually called Friday before we left.
And besides, she said Vince knew all about Jared.
Vince knew that he had been staying at the house.
But investigators didn't believe her. More than 3 hours into Jesse's interview, after repeatedly denying she and Jared had a romantic relationship,
Because we did not have sex.
Jessie finally changed her story.
There was times when I was drunk, yes, I'm sure we had sex.
Yeah.
I knew that Jared loved me.
Right.
And I know he loves my kids.
Okay.
He shot him 9 times.
When investigators told prosecutor Lynn Pryor that Jessie had admitted to having a romantic relationship with Jared, she knew this was a big moment.
They were planning a life together.
That could be a motive.
Absolutely a motive, because who was in their way of being together for the rest of their life? Her husband.
And Jessie had another possible motive. As a military wife, she would receive a big payout from her husband's life insurance policy, $450,000.
She certainly could have benefited greatly from the death of her husband.
Before Jessie's 8-hour interview was over, she had admitted to seeing Jared the day before the murder.
He wanted to meet me at the motel while he was in town. I said, fine. We had lunch and talked and we did have sex.
But it wasn't the sex investigators were interested in. Jessie had one more story to tell. She claimed that Jared had talked to the drug dealers, and if he roughed up Vince, somehow that would satisfy them. Then she said Jared told her what her job would be.
And he told me, you need to meet me on this road. You need to pull down to the shoulder where you can pull off. I'm gonna set your husband straight.
But the prosecutor and detectives weren't buying it. Instead, without realizing it, Jessie had finally given them what they needed.
Why is there now enough to arrest her?
Because she's admitted her part in getting Vincent to the location where he was ultimately killed. In Kentucky, being an accomplice to murder is the same as actually committing the murder.
That grieving wife, hysterical by the side of the road, getting sick in front of police, was charged with her husband's murder.
Let me see your hands. Now step out of the truck.
As for Jared Long, because of Jessie's admission that she and Jared had a plan to harm Vince, police now had enough to arrest him too. They tracked him down again, this time near his home in Colorado.
They did a felony stop, called him out, made him go prone on the ground, and placed him in cuffs.
Here, continue the search warrant on 21 Quarter.
They had a warrant to search his truck this time?
Colorado authorities were able to obtain a search warrant for Mr. Long's truck.
They found a shell casing that ultimately was matched to the shell casings found at our murder scene, and they swabbed the truck, which eventually led to evidence that indicated gunshot residue had been left in several places around his vehicle.
Can I ask you to take that seat over there? Yes, sir.
Colorado police brought Jared in for questioning. Unlike Jesse, he didn't hesitate to talk about his romantic relationship with her.
We hooked up a while back. It was sometime around September. And we started going out, and the next thing I knew, we were living together. I knew she was married. I knew it was horrible, but...
He also admitted to being in Kentucky on the day of the murder, but he says he left before dark.
When do you think you left?
About 5:30.
What he didn't know was Jesse had already pointed the finger at him.
She has spoken with the detectives, and she has told them about the plan that you guys had.
Excuse me?
But she puts her and Vince and you at the scene. And the witness puts you and your truck at the scene. But you need to help us out at this point, Jared, and explain to us what happened there.
I believe at this point I need to say stop, and I believe I need a lawyer. Okay. Because this has gone well beyond what I'm capable of, so.
They now had 2 suspects in custody. And as for that drug dealer story, Detective Stokes says that was just a hoax Jesse cooked up to throw off police. And she told the story to several people, including her neighbors, the Rays, who unwittingly corroborated her story.
Did you ever find any evidence that Vince was involved in some type of drug deal gone bad?
No.
That men were out to get him and his family?
No, we did not. We couldn't find anything that would take us there other than her story.
Janet, Vince's surrogate mom, was horrified when she learned that Jessie, the woman who had seemed so good for Vince, was now implicated in his murder.
I was devastated. I was like, why is she arrested?
Did you think she was capable of killing Vince?
Never. Why? There's divorce. Why wouldn't she just get a divorce?
You swear or affirm that the statement you've given is true to the best of your
But even with Jesse's story and the evidence against Jared, the case was far from closed. An unexpected twist was about to put the whole investigation into a tailspin.
Did you worry that one or both of them could get away with murder?
Coming up.
I was livid.
Is their case about to collapse?
I was devastated all over again.
When Dateline continues.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, in just minutes.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Prosecutor Lynn Pryor already felt she had a solid case against Jared Long, and after his arrest, police found even more evidence in his truck.
There was one spot of blood that belonged to Vincent Goslin on the backpack of Jared Long.
This is bingo right here.
This is more evidence than I've had in most of the murder cases I've prosecuted.
How do you explain the victim's blood on your backpack when you're hundreds of miles away?
You can't, unless you're the person that killed him.
But Pryor knew the case against Jesse wasn't as airtight.
It was very much a circumstantial case because there was no physical evidence implicating her.
Did you worry that that wouldn't be enough to get a conviction?
Somewhat, yes. Jared Long was not willing to give us anything to help out with regard to implicating Jesse, but we knew that it was her involvement that got Jared to where Vincent was killed.
How were you going to prove that?
With her own words.
But then entered defense attorney Mark Bryant. He represented Jared Long, and he had a plan that could benefit Jesse too. His strategy was to get Jesse's interview with police thrown out. And how would he do that?
Mrs. Goslin had told the local police department that she didn't want to talk, that she wanted a lawyer.
I wanted an attorney and I wanted to know who my husband is.
And so under the law, you have to break up any questioning, and they did. And they sent her back home to Fort Campbell.
But you might remember after that, her friend convinced Jesse to go speak to the military police on base.
Jesse Goslin spent 8 hours with the police. After that very day, she said she wasn't going to talk without a lawyer. So it was just a different police agency.
Bryant argued in front of a circuit judge. Since Jesse had already asked for a lawyer, the military police should never have questioned her. The judge agreed.
He made a decision that confession that she made implicating our client should be set aside because the law enforcement agency for the military police should have followed the same rules that the earlier police department in Christian County had followed during that day.
Jesse Goslin's statement was thrown out. The news hit Vince's family hard.
Hearing the news that Vince was killed was horrible. But what the justice system did was unfair. When they threw that out of court, I was devastated all over again. And we thought that she was going to walk away. We thought that they were going to get away with it.
But Prosecutor Pryor wasn't going down without a fight. She filed a motion with the Kentucky Court of Appeals. Jesse and Jared, meanwhile, were out and about, relatively free.
How did you feel about both Jesse and Jared being out on house arrest with just ankle bracelets?
I was livid. I argued to the best of my ability to the judge about why someone that was charged with such a heinous murder should be out on an ankle monitor. And none of the arguments that I made were convincing to the judge.
Then everyone waited and waited. 4 long years went by before the appeals court finally reached a decision and sided with the prosecution.
What's that moment like when you get word that it's been overturned and that the statement will be allowed?
I was very much relieved.
Pryor considered her options and concluded that of the two, Jared deserved the harshest punishment.
Jared Long was the one who pulled the trigger 9 times. Jared Long was the one who took the life of Vincent Goslin. So we wanted to make sure he received the maximum punishment that he could for this crime.
To do that, the prosecutor needed not only Jesse's videotaped statement, she needed Jesse to tell a jury the whole story, that she and Jared planned to murder Vince.
We needed her testimony about the reasons why they planned to kill Vincent and the way that they planned it out.
So the prosecutor made an offer. If Jesse pleaded guilty to complicity to murder and would testify against Jared, she would recommend a sentence of 22.5 years behind bars.
She agreed to this plea deal?
She did, after long talks and very heated discussions.
So now, with time served, the woman who had played the victim, betrayed her husband and lover, could spend less than 14 years behind bars.
Some people think the sentence is too light.
I don't disagree with that the sentence was too light. But after discussions with law enforcement, with family members, we determined that it was worth it to have her to be able to say in her own words what happened and why.
A different prosecutor then took over the case against Jared Long. His name was Mark Blankenship, and as he looked over the case, he came to a different conclusion about who was most responsible.
I felt that the mastermind of the crime was Jesse. She didn't pull the trigger, but without her, this doesn't happen. What bothered me was that the bar got set at 22 years for the mastermind of the crime.
So Blankenship did what he thought he had to be fair and offered Jared a deal too. 30 years in prison for pleading guilty to first-degree murder. Jared agreed.
Jared, at times, is sort of being portrayed as this kind of victim, a little bit of Jesse, that she was the mastermind. But Vince was shot 9 times in the head and the face.
Oh, I
mean,
know.
you cannot discount that.
No.
For anything.
No, it bothers me. He should have gotten more than 30 years.
Tim, Vince's cousin, was torn about Jared's punishment.
Jesse, she should have got more time than he did because she manipulated him.
Is that the Jesse you knew? This master manipulator?
Obviously, she must have been manipulating us because I would have never pegged her.
I believe that she should do life.
As for Janet, the woman who stepped in as Vince's mother, it's hard for her to describe the pain she feels. She watched her surrogate son go from a tough kid to a tough soldier. He became a good and honorable man, only to have it all needlessly taken away.
He wasn't my biological child, but my heart, you can't tell that to my heart. I love that boy, and it's not fair that he was taken from his children or from his family. He had so much potential. He had gone so far.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
A massive manhunt underway in Maine.
More than a dozen killed and at least 50 people injured during a mass shooting. We'll have the latest as the search for the suspected shooter unfolds.
The House of Representatives has its new speaker. Louisiana's Mike Johnson takes the chamber's top job, his long road to leadership, and what comes next for the majority leader.
Mexico in recovery after Hurricane Otis exploded to a Category 5 storm before making landfall. Why the storm took forecasters and the people in its path by surprise.
Doctors are under stress and turning to artificial intelligence. We take you inside the hospital halls where they're using machine learning to support first responders' mental health.
One organization is helping black-owned record stores spin success from the booming industry. Meet the next generation of entrepreneurs and the mentors pushing them forward. It's Thursday, October 26th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with that breaking news in Lewiston, Maine. A manhunt is underway for a suspected mass killer. Police sources tell us 15 to 20 people are dead and about 50 more are injured. Some of those injuries happened during the rush to escape the danger. We don't have any details yet about the ages of those victims.
Police released this photo of a person of interest named Robert Card. They believe he is armed and dangerous. Authorities also released photos from a bowling alley, one of the shooting scenes. The person can be seen pointing a long gun, not concerned about concealing his face. A law enforcement bulletin said Card recently reported mental health issues.
Officials released this photo of Card believed to be linked to the shooting spree. It was found in nearby Lisbon, Maine. People in Lisbon and Lewiston are now being urged to shelter in place as the urgent search continues. There are local, state, and federal authorities on the scene helping with this investigation.
Let's turn now to Capitol Hill. It has been 3 weeks, but the House Speaker drama is finally over. Republicans were able to rally around their fourth nominee, Louisiana's Mike Johnson, who will preside over the chamber. Our Garrett Hake has the developments from D.C.
After 3 chaotic and leaderless weeks, the House once again has a speaker.
The Speaker-elect, Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson elected on a party line vote with the support of every Republican, every Democrat opposed. A stunning rise for the Trump ally and low-ranking member of the GOP House leadership team, now second in line to the presidency.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
Johnson is a staunch conservative on issues like abortion and government spending. He also played a key role in efforts by then-President Trump to overturn Joe Biden's electoral victory in the 2020 election. History noted by Democrats.
Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election. No amount of election denialism will ever change that reality.
Are you worried that a Speaker Johnson would again attempt to overturn the election?
No. Johnson's election caps a turbulent month for the House, beginning with the ouster of former Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the elevation and withdrawal of 3 other GOP nominees before the party settled on the relatively unknown Johnson late last night.
If you don't think that moving from Kevin McCarthy to MAGA Mike Johnson shows the ascendance of this movement and where the power in the Republican Party truly lies, then you're not paying attention.
The 8 Republicans who led the effort to remove McCarthy declaring victory.
The only way to change Washington is to change who's leading Washington, and that is what we did today.
Johnson jolting the chamber back into action.
I believe we're going to be able to get this team to work together.
With the House voting hours after his election on the first bill of any kind in nearly a month, a resolution supporting Israel, which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support.
And our thanks to Garrett for that report.
Former President Trump got in trouble in a New York City court, storming out of the room after a long day in which he briefly took the stand to explain remarks he had made to reporters. Mr. Trump had said that the person sitting next to the judge was, quote, very partisan. The former president explained to the judge he'd meant witness Michael Cohen, but Judge Arthur Engoron rejected that claim as, quote, not credible, fining Mr. Trump $10,000 for violating his gag order. According to witnesses, his sudden departure surprised both his lawyers and Secret Service agents, although Mr. Trump did return eventually.
The Middle East is on the brink of the death toll rising as that keeps rising in Gaza. And the idea of a ceasefire is rejected out of hand by both Israel and the United States. President Biden called for Israel to spare civilians while at the same time casting doubt on the skyrocketing Palestinian death toll. Here's Richard Engel.
The Middle East is on the edge of disaster. Gaza is being flattened. Horrific images are stoking rage across the Muslim world. Tonight, President Biden tried to pull the region back from the brink, saying Israel has a right and responsibility to target Hamas, but that it has an obligation to protect Palestinian civilians.
Israel has everything in its power, as difficult it is to protect innocent civilians. That's difficult.
He condemned Hamas for using civilians as human shields and says he has no confidence in claims by the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry that 6,500 Palestinian civilians have been killed in the last 2.5 weeks.
I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war.
Israel's allies in the Middle East were more blunt. Jordan's King Abdullah saying stopping the war on Gaza is an absolute necessity and that the conflict can lead to an explosion in the region. The president of Egypt, the first country to sign a peace accord with Israel, delivering the same message alongside French President Macron. In Gaza, our crew filmed building after building destroyed by Israeli airstrikes. Israel said it's targeting Hamas tunnels that run under homes, schools, and hospitals. Hamas's backer, Iran, blamed the United States for what's happening in Gaza. Pro-Iranian militias have already carried out probing attacks against U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq. Hezbollah in Lebanon released this ominous photograph of the group's shadowy leader meeting with senior members of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in front of a photograph of Iran's supreme leader. President Biden had a message for him.
My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond, and he should be prepared.
This was a different speech than we've heard from President Biden since the start of this conflict. He said he's alarmed by extremist settlers in the West Bank attacking Palestinians and called for a return to the peace process based on a two-state solution.
Richard, thank you.
The suspect in the shooting of 2 Nashville cops has died from a self-inflicted gunshot. That's according to state investigators. 38-year-old John Drake Jr., the estranged son of the Nashville police chief who had appealed for him to give himself up. The suspect had been on the run since Saturday when he allegedly shot and wounded 2 police officers who stopped him on suspicion of driving a stolen vehicle. Drake Jr. apparently shot himself as authorities were closing in on him after another car theft in high-speed pursuit Tuesday evening.
Mexico is still assessing the damage after being caught off guard by Hurricane Otis. All communications were knocked out in Acapulco after the Category 5 storm slammed into the area. Our Miguel Almaguer has more on the storm forecasters called a nightmare scenario.
Making landfall as the most powerful storm to rake across Mexico's Pacific coast as a Category 5 hurricane, Otis tore through Acapulco, battering the resort town popular with Americans. A dangerous combination of whipping winds and relentless rain severed communications in the beachside city.
Perdido las comunicaciones.
All communications have been lost, says Mexico's president. The storm has atypical behavior. In just 24 hours, a tropical storm with 50-mile-per-hour winds explosively intensified into a Cat 5, packing 165-mile-per-hour winds and 26,000 lightning strikes, with an increase in rapidly intensifying storms, often linked to climate change. The hurricane caught most by surprise. Luisa Pena says, all I could ask for was one more chance. I hid in my closet and prayed. With hundreds of thousands in the dark, landslides have cut off supply roads, and now a 4.4 earthquake has struck the area.
Por favor, amigo.
Amid a national plea for help, the storm is weakening, but not before leaving behind a trail of destruction and misery. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
North of Otis, the Rockies are getting their first major snowfall, but that same system means rain for the plains. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has her eye on that storm for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, this is a big storm. We're looking at feet of snow in portions of the Intermountain West into the northern plains, and then heavy, heavy rain. We've been watching it for days, and we're going to continue to watch it at least through the rest of today. So we're waking up to 9 million impacted by flood alerts. Where you see the red, that means flooding is happening now or it's imminent. So at flood watch, that's in the green. Flash flood warning is in the red. That includes Dallas, because we're looking at rounds of heavy rain as expected. We're also looking at a lot of winter weather alerts. The pink is a winter storm warning, and that's where we're going to be measuring feet. It's going to reduce visibility. It's going to make travel really difficult as we go throughout today. Now, as we go throughout today, we're looking at this cold front. It continues to move very, very slowly, and we're looking at those rounds of rain along this front. And the ground is really saturated, so that's going to induce a threat for flooding, some flash flooding, and also that winter storm blast in the northern part of the country. That's going to continue today and also tomorrow. So that system's going to accelerate into the Great Lakes. The trailing front is going to spawn some storms from Michigan to Texas. But look at all this rain. We've been showing this map the past couple of days, and we're seeing a lot of rain still. Where you see those darker colors, that's the heaviest rain. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures well above normal in the Northeast, New England, temperatures into the 70s. D.C. today, 80 degrees, and we're warm too in the South Central states. The big story there will be the stormy weather in Dallas and San Antonio, Houston also. All right, guys, that's your forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
We're back in 1 minute with a new job for artificial intelligence, how AI could be used to help healthcare workers de-stress.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Healthcare workers deal with a lot of stress at work, but could artificial intelligence help? Researchers at NYU Langone are putting it to the test. Rana Novini with NBC News New York shows you how.
Dr. Yomaris Pena was on the front lines of the pandemic. As the chief medical officer of Somos Community Care, she worked with underserved communities. She helped set up testing sites and eventually vaccination clinics. Now, looking back, she admits it wasn't easy.
When you don't know when something is going to happen, that creates a lot of anxiety. And we were just going through the motions of things. So many people got sick and so many people died. And after that, just the trauma of reliving and being alive, right, for so many people.
Researchers at NYU Langone Health are backing up what many assumed. At the height of the pandemic, healthcare workers were more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety and depression. The study looked at 820 medical workers around the country, analyzing their conversations with therapists in the spring of 2020. All of it done using artificial intelligence.
We think of AI, we think of Skynet, we think of something that somehow was going to take our job and be an alien in the way that it thinks. And I don't think that this is a constructive approach.
Behind the study is Dr. Matteo Malgaroli. He's an assistant professor of psychiatry at NYU. He says they used AI to dissect the language of therapy patients, a first step into studying how AI can help in the field of mental health.
I would say right now, but this is something that needs to be studied.
As for the future, he doesn't envision replacing humans with robot therapists. Instead, a tool for real therapists to screen for depression and anxiety, or to handle note-taking and paperwork.
I think, though, that actually where they're going to make the most revolution is in the boring things.
For Dr. Pena, she's hopeful more focus will be placed on the mental health of frontline workers, whether it's through AI or not.
It's a needed conversation. Who takes care of the healthcare provider? Who takes care of the person that takes care of you?
Our thanks to Rana Novini for that report.
Still to come, the tallest and most anticipated basketball prospect in years hits the NBA hardwood for the first time. And we'll show you how he did right after this.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, anticipated too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And obviously, Wembanyama central to that. There it is, the first points in the career of Victor Wembanyama. A quiet.
We are back to break down the latest in the world of sports. The Victor Wembanyama era has kicked off. It happened in San Antonio on Wednesday night. The first overall pick in the NBA draft came alive in the fourth quarter, hitting threes and making some easy dunks, but still was not enough to propel the Spurs over the Dallas Mavericks. A late three-pointer from Kyrie Irving stole the lead from the Spurs, and Dallas never gave it back. The Spurs fall to their interstate rivals 126-119. So, I mean, he's only 19 years old, and again, guy's like 7'4", 7'5", something like that. He's just got skills. Like you see, the first bucket ever is a three-pointer, so still a lot to come in this guy's career.
This is going to be the first of many, many reports we're going to bring you when it comes to the basketball season and the NBA with his name in it.
Yep.
All right, now to another gut punch for the Houston Astros fans. Sorry, Philip. Team manager Dusty Baker told USA Today on Wednesday that he would be retiring, bringing an end to his 26-year managerial career. Baker, who won a World Series with the Dodgers as a player and another with Houston last year as a manager, he did signal that he's not done with baseball, previewing a potential third act in an advisory role. The Astros were eliminated from the ALCS by the Texas Rangers on Tuesday, and under his helm, ALCS during the entire time they were with him, and World Series 21, 22. That's good in some bit. He might still be with him, even if it is advisory. It's not the same, though.
Nah, he was the perfect manager at the perfect time. They were coming off the scandal, and he's just a class guy. Everybody likes him. Glad he was with the Astros. All right, speaking of the Rangers, knocked out the Astros. We're just one day away from the first pitch of the 2023 World Series. The best-of-7 matchup between the Rangers and the Diamondbacks will begin Friday night at Globe Life Park in Arlington. If it's a sweep, this series could be over as soon as Tuesday, but if they do go the full 7, you see the schedule there, it could stretch until next Saturday, November 4th. Game 1 is set for 8:03 Friday evening on Fox, or you can stream them with subscriptions to MLB TV or Fox Sports Go. I'm rooting for the Diamondbacks here.
Yeah, I can imagine that's the case with your Astros out. All right, coming up, a major player in California's labor movement that's being celebrated this week.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Thousands of members of the Culinary Workers Union halted traffic on the Las Vegas Strip during a rally Wednesday. Dozens of workers were arrested. The labor action comes after the union voted to authorize a strike if contract agreements aren't reached with hotels.
And further west in California, residents are holding events honoring the late Larry Itliong, who was a very influential Filipino-American labor rights activist. He played a major role in creating the United Farm Workers Union, mobilizing one of the most significant strikes in the state's history.
Che Flores has become the first out non-binary and transgender referee in the NBA. They came out publicly in a story published by GQ. This year is their second season as a staff employee.
And in a move that upholds equality, Scholastic is reversing its decision that allowed school districts to separate books on race, gender, and sexuality at its book fairs. This move comes after widespread backlash. You're watching Early Today. We'll be right back after the break.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Vinyl sales are outpacing CDs for the first time in 4 decades, yet only 3% of these stores are Black-owned businesses. NBC's Zincle Esimwa takes us inside Forever a Music Store.
Sooner or later, everything old is new again. And that includes vinyl records, outpacing CD sales for the first time since 1987, just last year. But of the nearly 10,000 record shops that exist in the U.S., only 3% are Black-owned. One group is working to change that. The Forever a Music Store Coalition supports Black-owned music stores like this one, Legacy Records, right here in Dumbo, Brooklyn. What made you think to yourself, I want to open a record shop?
Well, I love music, and I'm an artist as well.
Holly Ali says he funded the store with his co-founders in 2021 at the age of 28, and he's a member of FAMS.
People want a human connection with music. Streaming kind of takes the human connection out of music sometimes.
Ali adds business has been good, crediting much of his success to his hard work, inclusive space, and the mentorship from FAMS.
They benefit from having a voice for them now to say, hey, we got someone that will look out for our best interests.
Tobago Benito founded FAMS in 2021 after seeing what he calls a lack of community and opportunity for business owners of color. Today, it's made up of at least 21 Black-owned independent record stores across the country. The coalition arranges for music artists to visit stores and connect store owners online and off. How's it been for you as a Black owner?
Oh, it's been dope.
Still, Ali describes an uphill battle, making sure his store is not viewed as limited to one demographic, the New York native seeking mass appeal.
We've hosted play reads, game nights. I'm not striving to be like the old weird record shop guys that don't talk to people and just let people come into their shop and buy records and go. That's not me. You're going to get a conversation from me.
Ali, in partnership with the FAMS Coalition, hoping to diversify the industry one record at a time.
If I just go around all my friends and I ask them who they know that owns a record shop, it's usually just me.
Do you think part of it is that black people haven't seen themselves in the space?
Yes. But again, in order to see it, someone got to do it, right?
Zincle Asamoah, NBC News, Dumbo, Brooklyn.
Wow, there's always been something cool about vinyls, right? The cover art, it's bigger than the CD. It's cool. It's more popular with DJs.
Yeah, you step into any of their stores and you see them. It's kind of like all the senses, the smell of it, the feel of it, totally takes you back to that different vibe.
Yeah, full immersion. Yeah, thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you right back here tomorrow.
At least 15 people are dead and dozens injured after a mass shooting in Maine. A massive manhunt is underway as police name a person of interest.
We finally have a speaker. After 3 weeks, Republicans finally and suddenly agree on a successor for Kevin McCarthy. We'll tell you all about Louisiana's Mike Johnson.
Breaking overnight, Israel enters and exits the Gaza Strip in a brief incursion to prepare for what they call the next stages of combat. We'll have a live report ahead.
Apple is cranking up costs for consumers on everything from TV to gaming. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us live to explain what's going on and why other companies are looking to follow suit.
And join the National Zoo in saying goodbye to two giant pandas who are heading back to China. It's Thursday, October 26th. Early Today starts right now.
Good early morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with that breaking news in Lewiston, Maine. Another mass shooting in America, and the gunman is still on the run. Here's what we know at this hour. Law enforcement sources say between 15 and 20 people are dead. About 50 people are injured. Some of them were trampled as people tried to run away. There is still an urgent search for the suspect.
Police released this photo of a person of interest named Robert Card. They believe he is armed and dangerous. A law enforcement bulletin said he recently reported mental health issues. Authorities also released photos from a bowling alley, one of the shooting scenes. A nurse told ABC News it was a youth night there last night, and we have not yet learned any of the ages of the victims.
Officials released this photo of a car believed to be linked to the shooting spree. It was found in nearby Lisbon, Maine. People in Lisbon and Lewiston are now being urged to shelter in place while police search for the shooter. Local, state, and federal authorities are all still on the scene trying to find answers.
Let's switch gears now and address the big news on Capitol Hill. After 3 long weeks of indecision, Mike Johnson of Louisiana has won the race for House Speaker. Republicans finally able to unite behind a candidate. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. And now the real work begins, and this speaker will have a lot to take on right away.
Good morning, Francis. He certainly does. Speaker Mike Johnson will have a steep learning curve ahead of him. The Louisiana congressman has served 4 terms and does not have any leadership experience. But he's going to have to hit the ground running to deal with some urgent matters. One of the most pressing is keeping the federal government open. We face the possibility of a shutdown on November 17th. Johnson has endorsed a plan to bring up 12 individual spending bills instead of one big piece of legislation to keep departments funded, and says he's also open to the possibility of a continuing resolution that would keep the government open through the holidays. Then there is the $105 billion in urgent funding that the White House has requested. It includes more than $60 billion for Ukraine and $14 billion for Israel. Then there's also funding for the southern border and other priorities for the White House. Johnson told reporters there are going to have to be conditions on any aid package. He says he wants to see accountability and clear objectives from the White House and that those discussions will happen. Johnson also said he wants to pass a resolution denouncing Hamas for the October 7th attacks in Israel. He also called the growing national debt the greatest threat to our national security and says he plans to establish a bipartisan debt commission to begin working on addressing this. Johnson admitted this is an ambitious schedule, but says we're going to see Congress working as hard as it's ever worked. Francis.
Time to get to business. All right, Bree, thank you.
Most Americans probably aren't too familiar with Mike Johnson. He hasn't really made much of a name for himself on the national stage until now. NBC's Hallie Jackson takes a look at who this congressman is who now has the top job in the House.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana.
Low profile no more. Louisiana's Mike Johnson.
Duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress.
Now stepping into the speakership after serving 7 years in Congress. Solidly conservative and to some, controversial. Johnson voted into office to represent a ruby red district in 2016, rising through the Republican ranks, at one point chairing the Republican Study Committee before joining GOP leadership, although not at its highest levels until now. The new speaker has the backing of former President Trump, who encouraged House Republicans to vote for Johnson.
I just want to congratulate Mike Johnson. He will be a great Speaker of the House.
But when Mr. Trump lost the election in 2020, Johnson was one of the key players working to try to keep the former president in office anyway, backing his election fraud lies.
We must vote to sustain objections to states of electors submitted by states that we genuinely believe clearly violated the Constitution.
President Biden won the 2020 election, and so far this week, Johnson has avoided questions about his own election denialism.
Mr. Johnson, you helped lead the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Do you
Johnson's an anti-abortion advocate and has introduced a proposal slammed by critics as a national version of Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. He also voted against federal protections for same-sex marriage. One LGBTQ+ advocacy group labeling Johnson Jim Jordan with a jacket and a smile, referring to the ultra-conservative firebrand. It's not clear that he has much of a relationship with President Biden yet or with Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, all as he and his chamber face urgent issues like avoiding a government shutdown next month and sending additional funding to Israel. Johnson's rise to power, uniting a fractured party, signaling just where the conservative conference really is.
If you don't think that moving from Kevin McCarthy to MAGA Mike Johnson shows the ascendance of this movement and where the power in the Republican Party truly lies, then you're not paying attention.
Thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
Breaking overnight. Israeli forces entered Gaza in a brief raid. The Israel Defense Forces say that, quote, tanks and infantry struck numerous terrorist cells, infrastructure, and anti-tank missile launch posts. The IDF has since withdrawn back into Israel. For the latest, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who's following the developments for us. Chapman, good morning. Do we know why the Israelis did this now?
Hi, Francis. Well, this could potentially be seen as preparing the battlefield or testing the waters before this all-anticipated ground invasion of Gaza by Israeli Defense Forces. But as you said, overnight, a large raid, and it's not that all-anticipated ground invasion of Gaza, but the IDF says in preparation for the next stages of combat, the IDF operated in northern Gaza. Tanks and infantry struck numerous terrorist cells, infrastructure, and anti-tank missile launch posts, and the soldiers have since left Gaza and are back on Israeli territory. Army radio saying this is the largest ground raid into the Gaza Strip by Israeli forces than any previous ones during this current war, and it also involved tanks. So, I mean, this could be seen as kind of testing the waters and seeing what they need to do and how they do this ground invasion. Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that they have been raining infernal fire on Hamas and that a ground entry will, they are preparing for a ground entry, but he will not detail when and how many people this will involve, that they are keeping these details away from the public because they want to protect Israeli soldiers' lives. And this as the latest death toll continues to climb on both sides. The Gaza health spokesperson saying more than 6,000 people have been killed in Gaza since this began, and the IDF saying 1,400 people are dead on the Israeli side. And this also, we need to remember that more than 200 hostages are still being held by Hamas in Gaza, according to the IDF. And one of the things they want to do is protect, save these people and protect their lives as we wait for this anticipated ground invasion, as Israeli airstrikes continue and they try to contain the current situation and prepare for the next stages. Francis?
Yeah, just a small look at what may be to come. Chapman, thank you.
A Mississippi mother has learned the devastating truth about what happened to her son. 37-year-old Dexter Wade went missing back in March. His mother says Jackson police told her they were unable to find him. A public records request showed that Dexter was walking across an interstate when he was hit by a police SUV driven by an off-duty corporal. Police let the body go unclaimed for months. Jackson police did not respond to questions from NBC News.
Police in New York are asking the public to help find a University of Rochester professor who's believed to be in danger. Authorities say 44-year-old Haiki Arankari checked into an Airbnb near the school on Friday. The university says that he was reported missing after he didn't show up to teach a class on Saturday. Anyone with information about his whereabouts is being urged to call 911.
All right, let's turn to weather now. And snow is in store for the northern Rockies while the plains are bracing for potential flooding. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking that system for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, and it's a lot of snow. We're talking feet in some spots, so a big winter storm. It feels like winter there, too, because we're looking at temperatures 10, even 35 degrees below normal. It's going to be bitterly cold there. That's going to set the stage for the snow. And we're also looking at the flooding conditions in portions of the southern plains. Could see some flooding, too, isolated flooding in the upper Midwest. So 12 million people impacted today by this storm, or at least this morning. We're looking at those winter weather alerts throughout the Intermountain West into the northern plains, and then the southern plains. We're looking at the chance for some flooding, and we do have some flooding occurring right now. You can see that on radar. Some really heavy rain falling. That's where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. And you can see those red boxes too. That's showing us where that flooding is happening now. So flash flooding is a concern too as we go throughout the afternoon. But this trails all the way up to the upper Midwest. Then on the cold side of the system, lots of blue. That's indicating where that snow is falling. The lighter blue is the heaviest snow. Also seeing some mixed precipitation in some spots. So we're going to continue to watch this front kind of wreak havoc as we go throughout the day. It's going to impede travel in the northern plains and also parts of the southern plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's very spring-like in portions of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. Temperatures in the 70s and 80s. It's warm, too, in the south central states. But the big story there is we're looking at the chance for some very heavy rain and also some flooding. All right, that's your Thursday forecast.
Hey, Michelle, thank you. We are back in 60 seconds with an important update on the auto workers' strike.
And the latest price hikes coming to streaming services.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
Auto workers will return to factory lines if they are employed by Ford. The automaker and the United Auto Workers reached a tentative deal last night, ending a nearly 6-week strike. The tentative agreement includes 25% pay increases, cost of living adjustments, and other enhanced benefits. Now the deal must be ratified by union leaders and Ford's 57,000 union workers. GM and Stellantis still remain under a strike, saying they hope to reach a deal as soon as possible.
And those pay increases are crucial right now, with prices going up on everything, including most of the big streaming services. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us now. Good morning, Steve. I'm old enough to remember when streaming used to be the cheaper option for entertainment. Not so much anymore.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when it was VHS, so there you go, Philip. So we're aging ourselves here, aren't we? And which, of course, won the battle with Betamax. That's another story. Yeah, look, absolutely, across the board, the cost of living crisis continues. I mean, Netflix raised by around about 10% earlier this month. Now you've got Apple across the board rising prices. So Apple TV Plus, that one's going up, is now going to be $9.99 a month on that one. Was previously $6.99 as well. A big part of Apple Arcade, which is the gaming side, that's $6.99 now from $4.99. Apple TV, as I mentioned, going up to $9.99 per month from $6.99. Apple News Plus, that's going up as well. And the combined packages, Apple One, that goes up to $19.95 per month from $16.95. And that follows, as I say, what Netflix did recently as well. I've got to say, though, the technology stocks as a whole under an enormous amount of pressure, just segueing to that area, if I can, and to the stock markets, because what we've got at the moment is the NASDAQ, which is the home for a lot of these big technology companies, really falling aggressively as the Google parent Alphabet fell yesterday. We also saw Meta under a lot of pressure as well. And I'm afraid to say it looks like in the early futures for the US markets, we're cooled down over another % as well. Just something for our viewers to look at as technology stocks come under a lot of pressure across the board. Back to you both.
Right, Steve Sedgwick for us this morning. Steve, as always, thank you.
Still to come, the nicest man in stand-up comedy shows off his wild side ahead of his SNL debut. That and more from the entertainment world. Up next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
You gotta be Hollywood, more edgy.
Exactly. More Hollywood. I can do that.
Hey, Nate.
Hey.
I'm Chloe. I brought you some welcome coffee with simple syrup in it.
It's no more Mr. Nice Guy for Nate Bargatze. In the first promo for his SNL debut, the comedian takes the stage along with musical guest Foo Fighters. This will be the third episode of the season. Foo Fighters, very familiar with. Nate Bargatze, not so much. I'm excited to be introduced.
Never even heard of him, but he was on as a guest on Late Night with Seth Meyers, and it was funny. I'm like, all right, I'm getting it. So we'll see how he does on SNL. All right, another Wednesday, another reveal on The Masked Singer. Contestants picked a variety of magical and supernatural songs to celebrate Harry Potter night, with Tiki and Hawk finding themselves in the elimination round after a showdown soundtrack to Lady Gaga's Monster. Hawk was forced to unmask and reveal himself. It's him right there, Teen Wolf's Tyler Posey. Posey became the 5th contestant to be eliminated this season. I always love this because it's like you never knew some of these people sang at all, like Billie Jean King. She was one of the ones most recently eliminated too. It's fascinating when you get people from all walks of life, sports, entertainment, everything.
Michael Rappaport was a dill pickle. He's gone now too. These costumes are just so extravagant. Yeah, amazing. All right, here's to a new drink that'll make you feel all right, all right, all right. Matthew McConaughey and his wife Camilla are celebrating the launch of Pantalones, their new organic tequila brand. The couple elaborated on the origin of the name, which is Spanish for pants. They thought the world of tequila needed a kick in the pantalones, and that the spirit is the best thing that they made with theirs on. The liquor can be purchased online and at Total Wine stores. And so we saw George Clooney get into this and make quite a bit of money with Casamigos. So now another cool actor there, Matthew McConaughey, getting in on it.
It's a whole celebrity vibe. You got a Kendall Jenner who did 818 too. She didn't need the money, but I'm sure she is raking it all in. When it comes to celebrities and booze, it's a thing. All right, when we come back, a clinical trial shows promise for wider uptake for an Alzheimer's drug.
And a new study that may have the antidote for the harms of sitting.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Initial clinical trial results are showing promise for an injectable version of the Alzheimer's drug Leqembi. This could pave the way for wider uptake.
A new CDC survey shows healthcare workers are facing worse burnout and mental health compared to before the COVID-19 pandemic began.
Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman says he will plead guilty to charges related to pulling a fire alarm in a building on Capitol Hill last month. He has agreed to the $1,000 fine and plans to issue a formal apology to the Capitol Police.
All right, around 22 minutes of exercise every day may counteract the harm of sitting for long periods of time. The research published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine also found that as a person's activity level increases, their risk of prematurely dying goes down. Take heed. We got more after the break.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has